Welcome back to the 2023 Hardrock live stream. We are on stream number 6, I think, and we are following DeBo off of, he's on the Shrine Road soon into Silverton. He is 9th male, right? We've had 8 males come through. Yeah, he came back to live. Apparently he's going really fast, so the chatter on the little live stream chat about trying to follow him.
Yep, we made sure not to miss him. This has been a roller coaster of a run for DeBo. For those who were watching last night, Skylar gave us some great intel from the Yuray aid station. And yeah, I think the latest on DeBo was a roughly 2.5, 3 hour nap from about 3:30 to 6:30 this morning. Got up, rallied, making his way around the mountain back into Silverton.
Making his way downtown, running fast.
Whoa. Skylar, when did you get there?
He's been here the whole time.
Spiritually, yes. Now, this is actually a pretty remarkable resurgence. Some would say renaissance from DeBo. His direct quote at Yuray to his crew is that he felt absolutely effing terrible. And that came to a head during that long laydown up at Chapman. So glad to see that it might have taken the better part of 30 hours, but he finally found a groove that he can feel proud about as he makes the last mile and a half or so towards the finish here at Silverton.
Yeah, watching a few people come in on this last stretch now, it's kind of deceivingly hard. You know, we were talking about there's that last little gut punch of a climb. I was under the impression it was like 1 minute long. They climbed for like 10 minutes before then plateauing, thinking every turn is going to be the one down into Silverton. But you actually do run like quite a bit further down directly to the middle of Silverton before then finally coming down. So if you haven't run that section before and you're in the race, like, it'd be a little bit rude.
I think some locals run that as their easy run, but it's not easy after 98 miles.
I'm not sure if there's anything easy here. That's what I'm learning.
That's called easy.
Oh,
that's
man.
as easy as it gets.
I'm not cut out for the mountain life.
You know what this reminds me of? I think John Kelly's Hardrock last year, where he took a really long nap at Burroughs and then came back and pushed in. He got 10th mile or something, I think, last year. Came back from the dead.
I hope DeBo's happy with his performance. I think he should be.
I don't think he was expecting much unless he's a huge sandbagger. He said he's hasn't been in the best shape because of life.
Mm-hmm.
Free trail, his baby, just everything. I mean, he as you know, what live streaming is probably pretty tiring, and he just got off that. I don't think he did much running during Western States. He should be proud.
Who'd have thought running a media conglomerate is a full-time job? Kind of takes away from the running. I think on Strava he was literally saying he was just like panic training the last couple of weeks after he was able to get up here from Western States, and to still be able to, just saunter around for 27 hours of moving time plus
Speaking
a
of
few naps.
Panic training. Maybe Jam Jam knows a little bit about panic training.
Yeah,
Jam
he's
Jam
done-
also knows about long naps and charging in the back half of a Hardrock in this direction as well. So
Yep, Jamil has some of the fastest splits all time in the second half of this course. Like he's in the top 10 from, is it Telluride to the finish and Yuray to the finish?
correct. I
And
think
he
it's like
also is-
Francois and then Jamil.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
pretty amazing. Talk about sandbagging. Just like walk the first half and then sprint the second half. Jamil also has one of the fastest splits from Engineer down into Yuray as well. Him and his brother Nick like raced it one year. It's a bold strategy, but then he, made things for us to talk about.
A couple of people running with them. Is that just spectators?
Spectators, just fans of DeBo. Probably one pacer.
The only
Yeah.
people getting running in on the live stream are the follow cams. They're
Yeah,
getting a
we're
lot of
just-
running in.
Yeah, I'm not getting any running in today.
Yeah, so this is the last chicane. So right here, he's going to make this left hand onto the gut punch road climb. And he'll be within 1,000 meters or so of the finish line.
There's not anybody close to DeBo, is there? Let me check.
Oh, you'd
I mean,
be
Chris
surprised.
Price is, but if this is right.
He's behind DeBo, but
Not close.
probably not that close.
But it also wouldn't be the first time we've seen somebody get run down in this part of the course. So,
He's pretty
DeBo, if you
safe.
can hear us, keep moving, buddy.
There is a chance that maybe one of the people that are with him right now on course are tuned into the live stream. So Chris Price is behind DeBo. Behind Chris Price, there's a little bit of a gap, but at least according to the tracker, then we have our third female, Annie Hughes, who is just making their way to the Putnam aid station, gone over the top of Putnam. And then behind Annie is Avery Collins, who is also rallied. Another one who had a little bit of a nap out there. And then Jose Cruz.
Bit
feel
of
like
a gap
Jose's
between Annie and Chris, so it'll be a while.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, Jose's been flying under the radar. I feel like never doing anything too reckless where you're like, oh, he's making a push or he's falling back terribly far. Just consistent all day.
Yeah, it's getting hot out there. I walked from across the street. It's pretty warm.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much nearly the same temperatures as yesterday. And we saw many people out there doing, full ice protocol. There's many people out there who are going to do that for an entire second day.
Indeed, it's currently 83 degrees in Yuray, to give you some context, and 75 degrees here in Silverton as the sun is beating down on DeBo. Mind you, at 9,300 feet, so I don't think he's going to hop in the bounce house that's across from the finish line after he's done with this.
Maybe he'll hop in the bounce house before he's done with this.
I mean, he does have a little one. This could, I'd say, form of massage. Just lay down and let all the kids jump around you.
I don't know if I'd ever get out.
Could be an epic nap story. You just crawl right in there. It's better than the dirty mattress Timmy Olsen found that one time.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. DeBo should finish first. Then you can go to the bounce house. I'm going to pull up. Wanted to see what the next cutoff on course was.
We can check in on the Snail.
So for those of you at home, the official cutoff for the race is 48 hours, which would be 6 a.m. local time tomorrow, some 17 hours and 44 minutes away from this exact moment. So as long as folks are moving well, they definitely have some time to get here. Folks shouldn't feel like they're particularly under the gun if they're, in the KT Putnam situation. Telluride, a little tighter.
I was going to check in on Howie Stern because I remember he was near the Snail last time. I don't see his name anywhere.
And there are some interesting stories we've been following from the back of the pack. You do have Howie Stern, double-digit finisher, mostly known for the photos that you see from him at races, but has finished Hardrock 5 times more often than he's actually been out here as a photographer. And so he's working his way around on a bit of a comeback journey from some health struggles. And then we also have the oldest entrant in the race towards the end, getting chased by the Snail, 74 years young, Mr. Hodges. And if he completes this edition of the run, would be the oldest finisher in history.
Howie looks like he was pulled or dropped at Yuray.
Because that would have been a 9 a.m.
cutoff
to Yuray, so Howie.
Yeah, it looks like it got cut off at 9:09. Bummer.
Sorry that we had to be the ones to report that.
Pam Reed looks well ahead of the Snail.
Good. Pam Reed going for the epic 3-week triple of Western, Badwater, and Hardrock.
Also, our other announcer, Corinne Chalvoy, paced Betsy Kalmeyer to Yuray. And I think she got there earlier this morning.
That's good. Yeah, I think getting out of Yuray is one of the toughest parts of the course. That's what I'm learning.
Yes. It is one of the easiest locations to crew. You're in a real city. Well, relatively speaking, for the Western Slope.
The metropolis.
You were in a major metro area. It's the lowest elevation, so you've already gone over the high point of the course, and you just bombed a 10+ mile descent, and then you're staring a 11-mile climb all the way to Kroger's Canteen, getting from 7,700 feet to 13,000 plus. So, with that staring you in the face, sometimes you question your life decisions, and you get in the car and go get some snacks.
It's an easy drive back to Silverton for sure.
Well,
just watch out for deer.
Correct.
And that no shoulder and that 2,000-foot vertical drop.
Just do it at night so the drop doesn't exist then.
Yeah. And there's just an elk.
Maybe on second thought, it's better to just
go
leave
over the
Yuray
pass on your
foot.
feet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's better for your health. Having made that drive last night probably would have been much more enjoyable from an HRV standpoint and resting well if I'd have just ran over to Telluride than driving around. And in Telluride, we got the view here of Anthony Culpepper, another multiple-time finisher of this run. Somebody else, a comeback story from some health issues.
I have a bunch of trivia swag for Anthony because he was on our winning trivia team from the other night. He's the reason why we won. Anthony's a knower of all things surrounding knowledge.
Speaking of big-brained individuals, of course, Anthony Big Brain Culpepper would be crewed by Nick Big Brain Coury and the rest of the Coury fam. A lot of numbers being crunched off the top of the dome with this unit out there.
There's a lot of knowledge in that circle over there.
And we say that semi-jokingly, but in terms of knowing this course, there is a lot of knowledge in that circle right there.
Yes, yes. Yeah, Nick Coury is one of the most intelligent racers in the game. He's had a couple Hardrock finishes to his name.
Pretty consistent, too.
Yes,
Consistently good.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to look past the monitor to Jamil and ask, because your sister is wearing the vest, should I assume that she's pacing out of Telluride? Do you have any idea? Yes. We're going to guess that the littlest of the Coury family is going to be pacing Anthony out of Telluride. Meanwhile, flipping back to the final descent of the Hardrock 101, Phoenix from the ashes, Dylan Bowman, 2 turns left until he kisses the rock here outside the Silverton gym.
It's kind of funny watching it on the stream, and then you see people slowly start out of the
Yep.
stream, out of the gym. Not yet.
Yeah, we've got a couple TVs in the gym that have the live stream going, so people can be hanging out inside, sipping some coffee, waiting for the runner to come in. We'll start to hear the cheers pretty soon.
And what's awesome is we're going to see the community come out and celebrate DeBo as he finishes here. But we saw so many tales yesterday of his crew supporting other runners on course. You know, we had the view from Animus where Harmony, the better half of the Bowman clan,
She was throwing shade everywhere.
literally letting the other top 3 crews that were coming through that section, and ultimately ended up being our top 3 overall, if I remember correctly, actually letting them chill in the shade of her truck and crewing their athletes. So giving back to the community, not just in the free trail sense, but in the literal sense. And Dale yelling at us 3 letters, DBO.
How do you pronounce that?
DeBo.
Mm. I wonder which Hardrock finish he'll be more proud of, this one or 2021? Because, I mean, they should be, very proud of both of them for different reasons.
This one's going to be special.
I
It's
think so.
the tri-gen finish, the grittiness of it all. And here he is.
Bounce house in the background. See if he bypasses it.
A little bit of a tailwind carrying him to the finish.
So will this not be a wind legal finish? We seeing that?
It might have
2
felt
meter-
like he had a lot of headwinds in his journey today.
2
but
meters
finally,
per second.
Chill.
You're right. It's because it's a full loop. It doesn't matter.
There you go.
That's the answer, actually.
I love track and field. I love Hardrock, and I love this man, and I'm not afraid to admit it.
Who are
Back
you
in the Bay
talking about?
Area. D-B.
Oh.
Dylan Bowman wrapping up his Hardrock 100 journey.
Finishing his Hardrock journey as a father. Got child in hand. Full family. Making their way around the mountain.
Baby's got the bucket hat.
That's good. Good sun protection.
Smart. Enjoy, buddy. Dylan Bowman. The last time I thought he was crying at Yuray after taking that fall on the way into town. This time, I know he's crying, and they're tears of joy.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you on that one.
You could hear the cheering from here. I don't know if we have audio on that side.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't paying attention. I think there might have been a little bit bleeding over. Man, what a journey. 30 hours. 26 minutes. Big nap at the Chapman aid station, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're going to try to get this camera unmuted so we can at least extemporaneously hear. Waiting on the infield folks to handle that.
The nice thing about the studio being in the Silverton gym is Skylar can just get up and run over and yell at our cameraman. We'll try and pump some volume into you guys.
People giving DeBo a lot of respect in the chat for finishing.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to finish when you're feeling good. And when you've been feeling bad as long as he has, and to just keep pressing forward when there's quite a few opportunities to stop. Yeah, that takes a lot.
Oh my god, I can't believe I made it.
Oh yeah, you made it. Hell yeah, you made it.
Okay. I heard you come through Chapman while I was in the middle of my nap. Dude, I heard. I knew I was passing. I was like, what, he's out? What? And then you weren't out. When I saw you were out, I was like, what? I can't believe I made it. They wouldn't let me quit. Unbelievable. Avery, too. I heard he's coming. Yeah, he's coming. What happened? Yeah, it was so funny. I heard. Bib number one. Bib number one, Jeff Browning. It was like bib number one out without a pacer, and I was like, of course. Way to go, bro. Yeah, you too. Number seven, man. Number 2. Way to go. That's the hardest one of my career, for sure. What a hard day, dude. It was so hot. I've been saying, dude, I have never been a hot day crisis ever. I had a legit crisis on Oscars. I was like, I don't even think I can make it. I walked the whole downhill. And yeah, that's the worst downhill. It's way better to go up. I gotta get in the shape. That's how I was too. Yeah. I can't believe it. Look at you. Oh. Good job, man. That's why I couldn't quit, man. I was like, shit, I have to do it. I'm way more proud of this one than 2 years ago.
I hope that answers that question.
I'm not doing that again. Hey, can I give you something? Oh, I want to tell you something. Yeah. My first week, I slept at Chapman for 45 minutes and finished in 32 minutes. So I was fast. Way faster than me, man. It's a good story. I saw you. I feel about 10 minutes. I exploded. It was even bigger. And then
It's one of the best things of ultra running is you get to swap the war stories with your friends when you're done.
It seems like a race like this, everyone's got at least a few. For those who are just tuning in, Dylan Bowman just finished his 2023 Hardrock 100. We overheard him saying that this is the most challenging run of his career. And we were also wondering which one he was going to be more proud of, and he did say he was way more proud of this one than his 2021 run.
Meanwhile, we're flipping back to Telluride in the big box as you see Anthony Culpepper and J-Lou, Justin Ludick, actually going to be taking him out as they make the grind over Oscars and continue on towards Silverton. Nice.
Does he have like an umbrella in his pack?
Yeah, that's a smart move. Yeah, I saw him with it the other day. Just that's solid sunshade right there.
Big Farnsworth Bentley energy.
Hey there. You do. Live feed here.
J-Lou was funny. I was talking to him this morning, and he was asking me about the conditions of the pass and whether he needed micro spikes and what some of our early finishers had said about it. So J-Lou is probably more concerned about this stretch and his well-being than Anthony is, which will be good. Anthony can put J-Lou in the dirt and build some confidence as he's heading on the last 27 or so miles.
Is Anthony actually the one pacing J-Lou, making sure he's okay?
Probably, actually.
That'll be a fun time.
And if you want to keep up with Anthony's journey, as well as all of the runners remaining on course, make sure you hit that link at the top of the chat. It's got that live GPS tracker, which, as we've been letting you know for the last 30 hours at this point, doesn't ping at the same time for everyone, doesn't ping in the same geography for everyone. So if you start seeing names flip back and forth, just look at the last time that the tracker actually pinged. But it will tell you that they are making progress forward.
Looks like Pam Reed's making her way down to Telluride.
Just a lot of folks to get behind here. We were talking on the preview show about Anthony's battle with MS, and this is the first time he felt up to taking on the challenge of running this type of distance. So super excited to see that he's not just surviving, he's thriving out here as he heads out of Telluride.
Yeah, let's see where Chris Price is at.
Looks like there's the middle of the field at the moment is in between Telluride and Chapman. That's probably where I would say the bulk of the people are. And there's definitely a clump making their way into Telluride. But the bulk of the pack right now is between Telluride and Chapman, it looks like.
A peloton, if you will.
It might be a peloton.
Meanwhile, behind us, DeBo has still not sat down. The man takes 3 steps and has to hug somebody else.
Oh, yeah, dude. He's like the mayor. He's going to be shaking hands, kissing babies for 3 hours on the way to the cot in the corner of the gym. Chris Price has got to be a few minutes out. We'll see if we can get eyes on him.
Yeah, huge shout out to our runner cams, literal runner cams going back and forth at elevation in the heat at the point of the run where most people are, especially for the finish, pushing, trying to kick.
Yeah, as soon as we get eyes on Chris Price with one of our runner cams, we'll flip to that. Chris is currently our 10th male in the race.
And this will be his 3rd top 10 finish. And I believe they were all in this direction. And Jamil, I don't know if you can hear me and fact check me on this. I think Chris Price has been struck by lightning on handies more than once. And so I think this is a victory for him to get around the course and not get struck by lightning.
That would be incredible if that's true.
Chris Price was struck by lightning once. Was he struck by lightning both times he ran this direction, Jamil? We'll let somebody fact check on that. I know one happened for sure because I was here when it happened.
How does that work? Getting struck by lightning?
The man is energetic.
I guess so. Why would you come back? If I get struck by lightning on a mountain, I'm not touching that mountain ever again.
Welcome to the Western Slope.
Is this the correct cutoff time in Telluride? Trying to find them on the Hardrock site, but I'm clicking on the map progress. It says 12:50 cutoff Saturday. That seems
That
early.
sounds too early. If anybody has seen Zach Miller's phone, please return it to the lost and found.
We've had a lot of good luck finding lost items.
Oh, I think he found it.
There it is.
Along with his jacket.
I want to be the one who found it. I lost my license, got it returned. Somebody lost a phone in Telluride. It got returned to them here in Silverton. It's good juju.
That's karma. Zach once retrieved a stranger's phone out of a pit toilet on Corkscrew Pass, washed it off for them, met them at Coffee Bear, returned it, got in touch with them first. They had left it for dead. They didn't want it.
What a guy.
Speaking of a guy who's having himself a day and change, Chris Price on your screen right here. That last mile push into Silverton. You can see the buildings of the town peeking through the trees off to the right side of this last road climb.
Still rocking the awesome visor.
It's been the same visor the entire time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's seen some stuff.
It's a very functional piece of headwear.
Unless you're bald and it's sunny.
Yeah, you're right. Then that would be very inconvenient.
Any background there you can give? Nice. Chris doesn't care about his appearance. You know, it's all black outfit. In sunny, scalding weather. So many age stations. Black? That's old. It's working out. Actually, really good. All over the farm. One person believes that, right? It's better than the cafe. I don't know. This is great. SPF 50. SPF 50. Look at this hood I got. Fully protected in sunscreen. Okay, it's cold. I didn't get water. I didn't get water. Okay. I can open this.
I think the cutoff at Telluride is 4 p.m. today.
Yes, still trying to find that. Here we go.
Yeah, right turns coming up here.
That's cool. Open split
Taking
time
weight.
has like this cutoff analysis of who makes it out of what aid station and then typically DNFs
Oh.
after leaving or there. I think you were right about Yuray.
Is Yuray kind of the crux?
It's taken a minute.
So Chris has got about 14 more feet of elevation gain in his entire run. It's a false flat on the road, but otherwise it's all downhill from here, buddy. He's got a left turn, a right turn, and a rock to kiss to round out our top 10 men. Chris Price, hailing from Yuray, Colorado.
Top 10.
Ran past his house and was like, I'll come back tomorrow.
Take the road.
So I think this is Chris's 4th Hardrock attempt and his 3rd finish. His other 2 finishes were both 4th place finishes. One in 2014 and the other, 2015, and the other in 2013. And then he did not finish the 2017 edition.
Really good at going counterclockwise on this loop.
Yeah, I guess he likes climbing the ramps and descending the walls. So Chris Price is going to round out the top 10 for the men's race at the 2023 Hardrock 100.
Also unlikely that he will stop in the bounce house before kissing the rock. It's fine. Somebody will take us up on it.
Yeah, someone's got to do it.
Maybe Avery will.
Yeah, it's right there.
But he's got the bounce in his step, and that's what matters as he...
He doesn't need a bounce house. Chris Price is the anti-Zoolander. He can only turn left. That's what Aid Station Fireball said. Alright, we can hear the cheers outside. Got Chris Price coming in with the family. 10th place male in the 2023 Hardrock 100. Congratulations, Chris.
Kissing his wife, from whom he stole the visor. That seems
Not even his.
proper payment.
You better wash that thing.
It's his now.
It has become a part of his head. It doesn't come off anymore.
I think it's a tradition the 10th place male has to sign their visor or their headgear,
Yep.
I think.
Getting the fresh shirt and chair from run director Dill Garland. I don't think Prizzle's ready to get out of the all black everything kit, but he's got a clean shirt waiting for him. And that rounds out.
I was gonna say that rounds out our top 10 to have on the screen for everyone.
Next, we would be waiting for a third female, which would be Annie. Hughes is almost at the Putnam aid station. Less than a mile, probably.
Which, assuming Annie's able to hold on to third, that'd be 2 out of 3 spots going on the podium, going to Telluride. Not Telluride, Leadville. Sorry for Courtney and Annie.
It's a good place to live if you want to run a high altitude race. Well,
Yeah,
it's even
makes
higher than
sense.
here. Avery is close, so
Avery's making their way to
Might-
Putnam as well, or
he-
past Putnam.
no, he's just behind her, but he may pass her. I don't know. Either one of those would be our next. Maybe Jose, we don't know.
We might have a race.
Yeah. A race for 13th place.
Race is a race.
Lucky 13.
It might have been one of you who mentioned this, thinking about the Leadville connection. But because of how harsh the winter was, not being able to get above the sort of standard elevation of Leadville sort of took away from some of that high altitude benefit that many of the Leadville locals have come to know and love. I'd be interested to hear from Courtney and Annie whether that was a factor or a concern coming in, as the average elevation of this entire race is 11,000 feet.
Yeah, I think Annie did mention that she couldn't get up into the mountains until a lot later than she would have liked. She did come here and train for a little bit. Is that Annie? No.
This is a camera coming out of
Telluride.
Mm.
And flip to our women's leaderboard. Just so you can see tentatively who's where.
And while we have eyes on Telluride, a reminder once again that at the top of the chat, you got that link. Click that bad boy, and you can check out the GPS tracker for all of the remaining runners on course. We have over 100, I believe, still out there making their journey towards Silverton.
Yep, there's still a lot of action left today and tonight. And then going into our golden hour starting at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. I think historically it's been pretty common to see anywhere between 5 and 10 or even more finishers in that golden hour. Which, I mean, gosh, what a golden hour. That's going to be pretty nerve-wracking after 47 hours, cutting it all the way down to the last hour. Talk about stressful.
I think the. Go ahead, Scott. Sorry.
I was just going to say really quickly, out of the corner of my eye, speaking of stressful, I saw Arlen Glick really struggling down some stairs, and it was stressing me out. I thought he was going to take a digger. So I can only imagine if the person who took a top 5 here is struggling, what it's going to look like and feel like for those folks that are chasing that 48-hour cutoff.
It's good to know Arlen's human. I think it was 2021. I witnessed, I can't remember who it is now, but I witnessed Golden Hour, and I did see someone just miss it. It was kind of a bummer.
Oh, that's
I forget
brutal.
who it was right now, but
That is brutal, but that does happen. That is a part of our sport.
he finished, made it, but after.
Just outside of the course cutoff.
Yeah, I think the closest finisher has been about 3.5 minutes under the cutoff.
Okay, so
Somebody can open the spreadsheet and fact check me on that, or A Station Fireball can fact check me on that.
What was the fact again?
Closest to the cutoff. Closest finish time to the cutoff. I want to say it was 47:56.
I thought it was even closer than that.
It possibly is. That's why I said fact check me.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to being ego checked. Just ask my wife.
We got some vacuuming or blending going on in the background now.
I think it might be I think it actually is a blender. I saw it over there at the.
Oh, they did have smoothies. I got
Set
one
it.
last year when I finished.
Yeah.
It's
So
delicious. It was served to me by John Fegaverisi. Feggy.
He's out here.
And he is. And I was checking on him. He's doing pretty well. I think he left Telluride a while ago.
So, Bogey Dimitrescu of Boulder, Colorado, finished the Hardrock 100 in 47 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds.
Boom. Okay.
Like, someone's already gotten as close as you can get.
We can only tie.
You can only tie that one.
I mean, at that point, do you just all right, you're like, all right, I'm 20 seconds under. You just wait there in front of the rock, and at 59 seconds, just quick peck.
Yeah, I was actually wondering about that because it's if your clock doesn't stop, until you kiss the rock,
You have to
stand
run
there
in face first.
and play that game. Or he was just standing at the finish for 3 hours
Oh, until you're ready to kiss the rock.
and claim that
Yep.
47, 59, 59.
0.99.
I have a feeling though it was probably an organic finish.
Brian Powell is approaching Grand Swamp Pass, and just to point out, on the other side is Island Lake, a lake where there may be fish, and Brian Powell is fishing the whole course. So if he has not caught his other fish, I wonder if he'll complete the trout
he's
quad.
He would be kind of running out of opportunities.
Unless he wanted to pop over to Clear Lake for better fishing. You could go over to the
You
next
just got to make
basin.
sure you re-enter the course where you exited.
This looks like a fun little saddle here. And there's this whole stream. I don't know much about fishing. If you can get...
There wasn't a ton of water coming down that one. You could pop on over to Ice Lake and do some ice fishing.
Mineral Creek. I don't know. That looks like it's moving pretty fast to get any kind of fish. So this is his shot.
Just
Yeah.
barehanded, just gaga.
Mulan style.
Noodling. You ever heard of noodling?
No.
Is that a fishing technique?
Yeah, it's like it's like mostly the southern kind of South Carolina. I think it's largemouth mouth bass. You fish with your arm. Your arm is
and
the
then-
bait, and you stick it in the crevices in the lakes or rivers, and hope you get a bite. And you just pull your arm out.
I've seen that on TV, and
People lose like fingers and stuff.
yeah, I'm not sticking my arm into a hole in a muddy river in hopes of pulling out a fish that's as big as me.
There are some people that will.
Yeah, that's
I wonder what's crazier. That this probably sounds crazy to them. If you're a noodler, is
Yeah.
anyone a noodler and an ultra runner on the live stream? Chime in.
We just see Brian Powell with a 50-pound catfish coming down the mountain. I mean, probably not any catfish up in the San Juans, but
I wonder what the biggest fish they've ever caught in any of these lakes. They don't get that big, I don't think.
no, usually you get as big as the body of water you're in.
Right? They're not that big.
Well,
I've
we'll have
lo-
to get Brian in
Fish
here
facts.
at some point.
It's like I've
we
learned
clearly
so
know
much.
Well, Maggie, you know more about fishing than I do.
I know all about noodling, apparently.
Yeah,
And I probably gave you a lot of wrong facts about it, but that's generally what it is.
Say it with confidence. It'll be fine.
Noodling.
Have you gone noodling before?
No.
Oh.
I don't think I've ever even caught a fish in my life.
You got to catch at least one fish in your life. It's pretty fun. It's very
Mike
exciting.
Wardian is actually going to take his mom shark fishing next week when he gets home. It was a bucket list item that she'd like to go
wow.
fishing, and the next trip that was available was a shark fishing trip.
That sounds like something that would be hard to reel in.
Yeah, he's like, I wonder. He told her it's going to be hard. She's like, no, I'm going to do it.
Yeah, don't let that pull you over the boat.
No, I think she'll get some help.
You gotta buckle down. Let's do a little tracker update. See what we're rolling with. So Annie has left the Putnam aid station and is starting the descent down to Silverton. Perhaps putting a little distance on Avery Collins and Jose Cruz.
Yeah, one of the comments that her crew told me at Yuray yesterday was she was just struggling with the high altitude. So the fact that she is really only going down in elevation from here, this might be some of the most refreshing running she gets in, because she's now back below 12,000 feet.
Yep.
So it's not the easiest 3,000 foot descent, but at least the air gets a little thicker on the way down. So
Part of the descent, when you traverse under Bear Mountain or Bear Peak or whatever, is talus, dinner plate talus. So that's like those flat, movable, sharp rocks. Makes a cool sound, but after 90-something miles, it's not super fun.
Yeah, especially when they come up and bite the side of your ankle.
Mm-hmm. That actually, there's tiny, less annoying talus on the descent into Yuray, and those definitely bit me on the ankle a couple times. But
Yeah, it's not the most
it's
fun
not
thing.
anywhere near as treacherous as the Bear Creek descent here.
Someone in
Something
the
about
chat-
Bear Creeks and talus.
Yeah, you're right. Someone in the chat asked what kind of beverages we were dining on this afternoon, and I've actually been enjoying a Natalie's Orchid Island Juice Company orange beet juice. They're one of the sponsors of the race. They've had some commercials. Maggie, what about you?
I have the basic orange juice, and it's really good.
I had one of
It's
those this morning. It was
the
very
closest.
fresh.
Yeah, it's pretty juicy and orangey.
Yep. And I like orange juice with the pulp. Yeah, this one definitely tasted like beets.
Mael had a weird one.
So did
It's
Skylar. We told him it was strawberry, though.
You tricked him.
Yeah,
How did-
definitely lied to me.
Tell me about it.
Um,
It was tomato.
black pepper, Himalayan salt, and Richie.
And it's not like a Bloody Mary.
No alcohol in the gym. We are on a school campus. But this was
Oh.
Is
very
it like
delicious.
a virgin Bloody Mary?
Yeah.
Virgin Bloody Mary.
I mean,
A Virgin
isn't
Mary?
anything that has tomato and pepper kind of inherently adjacent to a bloody?
I would think so.
Yeah, it's got to be. If it has pepper in it and you drink it, it's Bloody Mary adjacent.
Sounds healthy.
Oh, this is by far the most vitamins that I've gotten in the last 31 hours and 55 seconds. So thank you for joining us on this journey around the San Juans.
For those who are just tuning in,
Hey everybody, I hope
Oh.
you're having some good conversations. We do need car license plate California V65540 to move your parked right in front of a fire hydrant, and the BOA dialed in precision fit van also needs to be moved.
the Boa van.
Again, BOA van dialed in precision fit and California license.
Hey, look, it's Mike.
Wardian.
V654V0, you're blocking a fire hydrant.
And that's,
Is this KT?
I
Yes.
think it is. That's Hillary
Hillary Yang.
Yang. Now Yang. I was going to say Matheson. She officially changed her name.
Mm-hmm. Looks like there's a
And-
bit of a party at the aid station. That's fun. So Hillary's pacing Mike in.
Mike had a bit of a goal to try and drop Hillary again. He didn't successfully drop her last time, but he was a little bit proud that he almost did. And Hillary is determined to not let that happen.
So has he been sandbagging up to this point to
That was my question.
keep something in the tank?
We went pretty hard down Bear Creek. We caught a lot of people, and I was like, "Are you sure you want to be going this fast now?" And he's like, "I want to go fast when I feel good." And we were getting lower and lower and lower, so he was feeling good. I think he's gonna do a really fast descent.
Yeah, Mike always seems to have a surprising amount of speed in his body at any given point, as we've seen with various. I mean, he just ran under 16 minutes in the 5K.
Yeah, he has
Couple
leg
weeks ago?
speed, and he has this crazy ability to like recover from this, like where you're like, "Oh, this is it," you know.
Yeah.
These lows or full depletion, and then he's like, he knows what he has to do. He forces himself to eat. He was the most compliant runner I've ever paced. And I was like, "Eat that," and Mike's like, "Okay," and he would try it.
Wow.
You know.
Every coach's dream.
Yeah, Mike's from Arlington, Virginia, but he lives in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, for the summer. So he literally comes from sea level.
And he's proven to people that, you don't necessarily have to live in the mountains to be able to complete the Hardrock 100.
Yeah.
You
So
can do
did
it.
Arlen Glick.
Yep. So Arlen did at least get to train on a couple mountains, whereas Mike was like,
It's true.
I ran a bunch of
Like last time we
5Ks.
got a lightning storm. Today we get the heat. It's just like. Did you get some lightning? No, last year or 2 years ago.
No, that was.
No, this was 2021. Like it was the same way. We got lightning up there.
A little bit of audio there.
Yeah, wait a little bit.
Eavesdropping. That's what it feels like.
Reminiscing.
Definitely seems like I'm getting vibes that it's warm out because everyone's pretty huddled in the shade.
That watermelon, not just a smart and practical decision, looks like a very good piece of watermelon. It's just
Only
quality.
the highest quality watermelon for the Hardrock 100.
Well, you would know something about quality watermelon, right, sir?
Yep. A bit of a watermelon connoisseur.
I wonder where they get good produce here, because it's super hard to get good produce in Durango.
Yeah, that is true. I'd actually be curious where these watermelons were grown.
Especially
Probably-
imported.
Probably Eastern Oregon. That's where most watermelons come from.
We have peaches.
actually?
Yeah. Trying to remember the town.
Oh, specific.
There's a big
town.
prison there, also.
Prisons and watermelon this town is known for. Maybe in the chats. this will
Pendleton.
ring a bell.
Pendleton, Oregon.
Pendleton.
They've got a lot of watermelons there.
The more you know.
I think you can also grow watermelons in like a pretty good amount of places. I bet they grow watermelons in California as well.
Sure. I don't personally, but
I've
maybe
grown a
Hillary does.
watermelon before.
How did it taste?
It was kind of skimpy. It's pretty small.
Sad, small
mostly
watermelon.
rind.
It's a personal watermelon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
they have
just,
personal watermelons at the water. Like, why do I need a personal watermelon?
it was like the size of a coconut. You just cut the top off it and then hollow it out with a spoon, just one bite at a time.
And you see the ice bandana on because
Who is that leaving the
I
aid station?
think that's
is
Whitney Cummings, I'm going to guess, just based on how people were dressed when I've seen them out there.
Okay. From the trackers, yeah, I think you would be right. Whitney Mickelson.
Nicholson, sorry. Yes, close. One of their names right.
179.
Yeah, that's better than what I was thinking. And then Claire Banwarth is actually not, maybe a mile ahead of Whitney at this point.
is this the race for
I'm gonna
Fourth?
pull the leaderboard
Fifth?
up. That would be the race for fifth. So we just saw the sixth female leave the KT aid station on their way to Putnam.
Was Claire wearing one of the buffs, like it's like pretty obviously a buff during the race? Because if it was, I'm pretty sure she was bundled up next to us when we came into Yuray last night. So if so, she's made a really good comeback because she didn't look like she was getting up.
Mm.
I'm pretty sure she has short hair, I think.
Yeah, that,
I
I mean,
think
that
it was
very well
her.
could be the case. I heard similar reports from Camino Miyazaki as well, where she had at least 1 or 2 naps at various aid stations. But for a race this long, they can be strategic.
I think people like really just want to get this done too. Like what we talked about earlier, if you can't get it done, it's Hardrock, and or if you're not having the race you want, it's Hardrock. You just get it done
Yep, 100%.
because you have a lot of time. 2 miles an hour, Dale says it's easy.
Yeah, the cutoff was designed around theoretically being able to finish this loop without running a single step. How's that for a self-titled endurance run?
And if you run a lot of steps, you could take some naps to even that out.
Yeah. I wonder, I mean, I'm sure there are people who have finished it who have walked every single step. I wonder what the
I think
walking
you're right.
course record is.
I think Howie told me a story of an old timer that does it, that he just hikes the whole thing.
I wonder how fast you could hike Hardrock.
2 miles an hour. Maybe Bogey did. Bogey hiked it.
Yeah.
59,
You
59.
just stuck exactly with the snail, the linear snail.
Mike's got the bucket hat.
Iconic. Bucket hat and a cup of coffee.
I feel
It
like
might
he
not
doesn't
be
drink
coffee.
coffee.
Yeah, it's
He's super
fun.
healthy.
The ones with the most energy don't drink
He doesn't
coffee
need
or like
coffee.
consume caffeine. Yeah.
He has tea, but I don't know if it has caffeine. He said the bucket hat saved him for his run across America. He just wore that the whole time, and it really is a game changer.
Bucket hat, just like the visor. It's a very, underrated piece of headwear.
Sure.
Skylar, how many bucket hats do you own?
One. My thoughts on bucket hats are well trodden. We don't need to go over it here, but I was given one for my bachelor party with just my face all over it, so I held on to that one.
I want a bucket hat with your face all over it.
You don't.
I would race in that.
There you go.
It would get very warm.
Earlier, we were talking about a rivalry. We went back to high school, kind of like not that you two went to high school together.
Because we almost raced each other in high school.
If we really dug into that season, we probably did race each other once.
Yeah, that's true.
So there will be some sort of score settling, right? Tomorrow at 7 a.m. after golden hour on the track.
Where we
the
both get
Silverton track.
spanked by Wardian.
Oh, yeah. But it's not with you and Wardian.
I get anxiety about the lack of oxygen after lap 1.
It's definitely, it hurts trying to run a super fast mile at 9,300 feet.
Well, Wardian's not thinking about that yet. He's
No.
thinking about the, 6 miles he has until the next aid station, as he's now leaving KT.
Yep.
Kind of a big climb.
Gotta
they
go
go
up.
down to the creek and then they start climbing.
Yeah. You see that background? It's going that way. Smart to take on the ice and the sleeves, though. Like, don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's 1 p.m. out here. We're like getting into the hottest part of the day yet again.
Yeah, Telluride still sitting at about 75 degrees. Same temperature here in Silverton. Take
Which
care of
is
yourself out there.
Definitely magnified with the sun being up
Mhm.
so high. It feels hotter.
Yeah, so they're probably not even getting that much relief going up and over some of these passes.
I mean, this is a significant chunk of the course still to be run above tree line. So the exposure is very real.
That was Wardian's crew that just popped in, gave me back my bottle. But that means their job is done and all they have to do is wait around for him.
Perhaps one of the hardest parts as crew. At least with the live stream, you can get a pretty good idea of where your runner is, especially from the 2 miles out. Oh, that's a
think-
good shot of the aid station.
I think it's safe to say that Mike will finish in daylight.
Yeah, I would say so. Like Mike has enough experience where he's gonna make that happen for sure.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, from Putnam to the finish is typically for runners that are finishing in the mid 30-hour range, like a 3.5 to 4 hour grind.
From KT to the finish.
No, from Putnam. So then
Oh,
you
from
tack on another, I think it's 2 hours from KT to Putnam. You have the spreadsheet. I'm just
So we're looking at like
lounging on the
5.5,
couch.
6 hours
He's
to
just
finish.
going from memory.
Yeah.
So that would be putting
That would
us at
be
like
right at sunset.
7, 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
I like these like open split predictions, so you don't have to think projections.
Don't embarrass yourself on YouTube. Smart.
Like, for example, it has Annie. It fluctuates depending on their last check-in, but
Mm-hmm.
has Annie finishing at basically anywhere from 2 to 2:30. And I think those projections get narrower as the distance narrows.
That would make sense.
The AI can be more confident. It's not AI.
Annie's trucker,
just math.
tracker, not trucker, tracker just updated. Jeez, about 4.5 miles out from the finish now. And it looks like Jose Cruz has overtaken Avery Collins. Jose is out of the Putnam aid station.
That's Pam Reed.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
it
We
And
got,
her pacer, Elena Costa.
a Pam Cam.
And Pam being over 60 could have a pacer the entire time, so she's got a whole team.
Do you know she had pacers for the entire loop?
I think she did, yeah. Yeah,
That would be
Right.
fun to be able to share all these miles.
yeah. She has a lot of stories, so. She's got I think those are those like old school headphones with
Yo.
wires.
Yeah.
Yep. She probably has a Walkman on her. I love her.
That is epic.
It's pretty rad.
No skipping on a cassette.
So Elaine is a really good friend from back home. She lives in New Jersey. Not to tell a super sad story, but her husband died of glioblastoma a couple years ago. But she carries his ashes with him everywhere, and so she sprinkles Tom's ashes at all the races she goes to. And she was chosen as the Catula-sponsored Trans-Rockies team with her and another friend. So that's super cool. So she's excited to be out here and to get to do that in August.
Wow, that is super awesome.
Yeah.
What a way to remember your husband too.
Yeah, she's super fun, really positive. Pam knows how to deal with heat. She probably doesn't even think it's hot.
No, she didn't even think Badwater was hot.
No, it was only 107.
Yeah, and it started at night. Badwater's not the same as it used to be.
Factually accurate, but also her opinion on it. So we're not just dunking on another race.
Yeah, yeah. Her words, not mine.
Yeah, Pam was one of
6.
6 women.
Oh, wait. I actually don't even know what you're saying. I should let you
Just
finish.
agreeing with you.
I was going to say, I believe 5 women over the age of 60 who started this race. And 3 may still be in. You guys can check me on that. Or you at home can check by checking that GPS tracker at the top of the live chat.
Oh, look who we have.
Hey, Skylar, I think you
Oh,
might need to make
snap.
a little
Yeah.
room on
Move
the
your
couch.
feet.
We have a surprise guest. Oh, gosh. I know the steps up to the stage are large. But we appreciate you making your way up here. Everyone in the chat, please say hello to Arlen Glick. Arlen, how are you doing?
I mean, I'm doing a lot better than I've been for the last day or so.
I saw you caught a little bit of sleep there over in the luxury cots of the corner of the Silverton gym.
Yeah, I mean, I woke up a couple times. I'm not sure how much time I was sleeping, but yeah, I've seen a few photos floating around, so apparently, yeah.
I think you're fair game if you're sleeping out there.
You're fair game.
So, Arlen, did you end up dunking in any lakes or rivers?
Unintentional hundreds, but no, none of them like where I was intentionally trying to get wet. My feet were wet quite enough.
Yeah.
As far as the rest of my body, it had to just endure the heat and everything all day.
Do you feel like this was a lot hotter? Did you feel hotter than Western states at times?
So I didn't do any cooling here because I was afraid that the cooler temperatures in Western states is what screwed up my race.
That's
so
right. You were going to race in a puffy to
yeah. So
help your
some were
situation.
suggesting if I ever go back to states to overdress, would be the first person in the history of the race. But anyway, so I decided at Hardrock I would take the happy medium where I would do no cooling, so I didn't like wet myself down or like put ice in the hat or anything. And it felt like just pretty good and normal as far as the heat goes, but it was hot. I mean, the climb out of Sherman that road was just on fire, but I just like endured it.
Good strategy, I guess.
Yeah.
So on the flip side of that, going over Kroger's and some of those colder sections at night that have historically taken folks down, were you getting chills? How were you able to navigate such a fire and ice situation throughout your day?
Yeah, fire and ice for sure. Yeah, like for some reason, so my effort level was up pretty good all day and all night and part of the next day. So I had a jacket with me every step of the race, but I only wore it for a total of maybe like 30 minutes of the entire race. So I was in a short sleeve pretty much all night. I mean, it was cold up there, like the ground froze at night. So I know it was like well below freezing temps up there. But I don't know, my effort level was up there. And I know I'm a real sucker for getting chills. but I think just the effort that I was having to put out just to stay alive at altitude maybe kind of combated that pretty nice.
I think when we summited Handy's, you were determined not to put your jacket on. It was kind of like chilly and windy up there, and everyone
Yeah.
else had a jacket.
No, Handy's was not cold for the
No,
record.
not compared.
Like, some of the other sections, yeah, but Handy's was not this time around.
You're staying at Perg, right? You're not in Silverton. So you're going to hang out here all day, you think? Or
Yeah, so my sisters went back to take a nap, and
There's only one car here, right?
Yeah, so they left me and to go unpack the messy car. They're great crew. So I'm just stuck here all day, which is awesome.
I think we did pass them on the way up to Animus. Your sisters were driving the car because I recognized the rental. And I think they were a little shell-shocked by the road, but they did a really good job.
Yeah. You should have saw what was on the inside of the car because they had it packed, I guess. But anyhow, yeah, it was quite a ride up there this morning. Yesterday morning, for that matter. Yeah.
You and Paul Terranova, I think, are probably two of the happiest people out on the course. Did you have any low moments?
I mean, yeah, there were a lot of tough things to figure out. A lot of not feeling so good moments out there. But I don't know how you couldn't be happy out on that course. The views are just so shocking. I was here for 2 weeks and probably seen 20 miles of the course or something. You just don't make good progress. But when you run the whole loop, the amount of beauty that you see in a day is just unlike anything I've ever experienced.
You do a recovery run on maybe the parts you saw in the dark so you can see them?
We're leaving Monday.
Okay.
So there's not a lot of time to do that, but maybe I should just schedule a long recovery run out there to see some of the parts that were at night. It's definitely not as scary at night because you can't see what's down there.
Will you put in for next year to see if you can get the other direction now?
I think so. I mean, even on chorus, I had decided mid-race, which it's not usually. You're I'm never doing this again.
Mm-hmm.
But I pretty much decided on chorus that this is my favorite race of all time. So,
Awesome.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that.
That's when you become a true hard rocker. It's both direction. It took Jamil 6 times.
Yeah, and that's why. Yeah, that it would be great to be able to do the other direction, to be able to see.
I think you'd like the other direction because you get to run down.
I
the
think
ramps.
I would like some of those. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would like the other direction better.
Camp Bird, I think you'd run a fast split. Got to be careful, but I think you could crush that section.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they all have their perks, but it would be really fun to do both, that's for sure.
I mean, it's super pretty. I want you to be able to see Kroger in the light, that pass, and it was probably dark for you. There, out of
probably
out of Yuray into Telluride, that whole section.
Oh yes, yeah, because I remember seeing Telluride for the first time at night.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. Arlen, were there any particular parts of the course that challenged you more than you expected going into it, or were oh, I didn't see this coming?
Yeah. So is it Virginia's Pass? I'm really bad with the names out here. Is it Virginia's Pass? That one.
That's the Kroger aid station.
Kroger,
yeah.
Okay, the
Same
Kroger
thing.
aid station.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that one I got there and looked up, and I had never seen that before. And at night with the headlamp, I just couldn't believe
There's an aid
I
station.
looked straight up, and they're cheering this is the way, and I'm you've got to be kidding me! Like a human can go up there? But. Yeah, that was very challenging, as well as Grant Swamp Pass. Another just how in the world is my body going to wind up there? Especially at night, because you see a couple lights, you kind of see the shadow. It was new moon, so there was hardly any light out there except for a few headlights here and there. and I can just remember like sitting at the bottom, like, how in the world am I going to get up there?
You practice coming down it.
Well, yeah. I mean, a week or two ago there was snow, and I was like, I hope so bad this snow melts. But then when it did, I don't think it made it any easier because
there's
you
been
can't
debate.
really kick in the rocks like, or the loose shale or whatever that is.
Yeah, I think the snow might help. I don't know. Although,
As long as it's not
icy.
super frozen.
Yeah.
Which
Depends on the time of day you
It
reach
was
it.
frozen when I was there, but we didn't. I mean, we kind of went around the snow, so yeah, it was challenging.
And you had two pacers the whole time that they shared?
I had, I had a pacer from, oh boy, sorry, I'm too tired to be saying.
Probably Yuray, right?
Yeah, from Animus to,
Animus.
actually, Animus to Putnam. Is that 40? Yeah, I had one pacer, Butch. He paced me that section there, and then Tessa Chesser did from. Is it Putnam?
Oh, maybe Chapman.
Chapman.
Yeah.
And then Tessa paced me from Chapman
cool.
to finish. Yeah, some good times out there. They were really good at keeping my head screwed on. Because it can get on, the bolts can come loose a little bit when you're out there for that long.
That's the longest you've been out.
It is,
running,
yeah. I knew going into it, it was going to be the longest time ever on feet, and it did not disappoint one bit with the challenge of the day.
Did you surprise yourself at all? Like that, I mean, this is a very mountainous, high altitude course, and like you have a lot of leg speed. Like running races suit you, but apparently so does this.
Yeah, I mean, I think it did surprise me how well I took to the course, I think, but it was also very, very challenging at the end. Every time I got up to 13 or whatever, it was very hard finding it. Like I had to stop and sit down just to get a gel down.
Fatigue
just because I was breathing, or to drink water.
Yeah.
Like I had to stop and let my breathing, because my breathing was so intense that I had to actually stop and let my breathing come down, and then I could swallow.
Makes you feel like you're out of shape, right?
Yeah, it definitely makes you feel like you're out of shape.
I don't think you are.
I have to ask, because I know folks in the chat are gonna hurt us if we don't. You came in with a very special flag. What does the OHIO mean to you, and to be able to represent what is known as a flat state here in the high altitude?
Yeah, it was great. It was an idea that we had, like, I don't know, the day before the race or something. My days are a little mixed up here. Something about going a night without sleep. You kind of forget which day was what. But we were standing out there and we're like, oh, wow, how cool. They have all the flags, all the states represented. They have the flags out there. And I saw the Ohio flag out there, and I thought, you know, how cool would that be to be able to carry that? So I went over and tried to see if I could, like, lift it up and, like, whatever. And I couldn't get it loose. And so I told my pacer to see if he could figure something out for me. And so he just came up to me, like, just before I rounded the corner, and he's like, hey, I got a surprise for you. And he just, like, pulled the flag out of his pocket. Like, this is awesome. But, yeah, to answer your question maybe a little more directly, I mean, we have an awesome trail running community in Ohio, and a lot of good competitors, and a lot of, you know, just a big deal. But not a lot of them have the means or whatever to come out here and compete out on the big stage, and so they definitely are. I think we have the best fan club back from Ohio. But anyway, so I thought it was a nice opportunity to remind everybody where this boy came from.
Michael Owen's still out there fighting. I think Wardian shared some miles with them, and he said he was really suffering from the altitude.
He's got to finish the loop, bring that Ohio finisher count up to 10.
Yeah, I'm going to lose my mind if we don't get him across the finish line, I think.
But there's two other Ohioans,
There is
right?
two others. I haven't been real faithful with checking everyone's progress out there, but I heard Michael was last I heard, he was at 80 or something. But yeah, I kind of wonder sometimes, like I know his approach was go out really slow and enjoy the course or whatever, but I wonder sometimes, like, if you go out really conservative and slow, which is the right thing to do, right? But like then you're spending more time at altitude, right? So I'm trying to figure out like how you can dodge this altitude the best.
We had him at last at Telluride. Is that right? There's no
Yeah, 'cause
Telluride at
Telluride was at
9
5. No, that was 5 o'clock. Yuray was at 9 o'clock. Cut off. So we should be all right.
Yeah, Yuray was the 9 o'clock cutoff. So
Oh yeah, he's still going. He is 3 miles out of the Chapman aid station.
oh, good. He's good.
Yeah, he's golden.
Yeah, he's a grinder. I'm not afraid of him quitting unless something really bad happens. He'll figure it out. Maybe not, you know, as soon as we'd like him to, but he'll make it. He'll make the loop for sure.
We've watched a lot of people fight that, you know, normally maybe they would stop because it's just another race, but
Well,
this isn't.
Hardrock there's a little extra pull to get to that finish line. I think that's why, being possibly one of the hardest races in the world, and yet the finisher rate is surprisingly pretty high. And I think
Yeah.
it just has to do with how grateful people are, the few people that get to actually put the bib number on and run the loop. The seriousness that they take, into this race and what it means to them to make the loop.
I think the harder it is to get into it, the higher percentage of finishers we'll see. You know, people waiting 10 years to get in or whatever.
Yeah, and I know Michael's been waiting for 8 or 9, so that has to, and also the fact that like I know he would want to come back again, which obviously the way the lottery works, there's, you really have a lot better chance after you have a finish. So I'm sure that's hanging over him very heavily as he's struggling out there.
He's got plenty of time.
Yeah, you got plenty of time. But like I say, like when I got up high, some of the times getting up high, like I was giving it a lot more effort than what I normally would just to get back down lower. Kind of redlining it to try to dodge the high points. But yeah, there's a lot to be learned out there on that course.
Yeah, mistakes can be magnified, but like nothing super disastrous happened to you. I think you ran that fine line, perhaps.
Maybe. Yeah, my legs my shins, I should say, took a pretty big beat, and I took a couple falls out there. And every time I went into the river, it burned like no man's business. But, you just got to you just got to look at the view. When something starts hurting, you just got to look at the view to kind of bring things back around.
That's what I noticed when I first moved here. Getting used to the altitude is the lack of oxygen makes your legs harder to pick up. Like they feel heavier or like more clumsy.
Clumsy.
Even still, like if I'm tired and up high, I fall.
Yeah, I definitely noticed that as well. Just everything takes a little bit more energy up here. Arlen, are there any big takeaways from this race that you'll be, taking into future races?
Wow. Yeah, I guess I probably, I don't know if I have any fears, but like I think I fear a little less, just like tackling something this big and just like not being afraid to just like throw what you got out there and just see what happens, because who would have guessed that the guy from Ohio would do half decent. Like
I guess.
What you guessed. Yeah, you did,
guessed.
Maggie. We trained together, so
Yeah.
you had the inside scoop. But yeah, it just having an experience like this just makes you want to like do it again, or else do something more crazy even, or whatever. So, yeah.
We can help you think of more crazy things.
Yeah.
Some people are out there doing even crazier things than the Western States Hard Rock Double.
Yeah.
Do we recommend that health-wise? No, but they're doing it.
Yep. There's definitely been some people in the chat asking. I know you've answered this question before, but for the people in the chat, they're saying, wasn't the potential Western States Hard Rock UTMB triple on the table for Arlen? So having free.
Yeah, I mean, I've
recently
answered that one
finished.
before, but just in case somebody wasn't familiar, I signed up for UTMB as well, and I had thought early on, I heard there was, a ton of snow at Western States and Hard Rock, and like in the back of my mind, I was thinking like one or both of these could get canceled, and I kind of want to have something on my calendar. But I kind of decided also that if Western and Hard Rock happened, the UTMB wouldn't. So, but for whatever it's worth, I am planning to be over there for the race. So I'll be over there enjoying it.
Doing recon. Call it what it is.
Yeah.
You're doing recon.
Yeah, scouting out a little bit. Hopefully someday I'll get to race that one too. So
I'd like to see that. That would be fun.
And I know a lot of folks in the chat and folks who watched you when you finished, Arlen's Darlings, want to see it as well. Two things before we let you go, because we want to respect your time and your overall energy levels. One, how do you feel about the Arlen's Darlings name for your fan club? Can we get just approval to continue rocking with that, or do we have to retire it? And then secondly, do you have a message to them? Because we obviously talked about the Ohio love, but there are so many folks internationally that have come to appreciate your body of work over the past few years. Do you just have a message to them and what their support means to you and how you hope to carry that forward?
Oh, man. Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't coin the phrase. I'm not sure. We've actually asked where that came from, and no one has stepped forward and said,
Like, who thought of it in the first place? I don't know.
who thought of it in the first place.
Is this because of your Strava? You just run with a lot of your friends that are women? Is that where that came from?
I first saw it on Twitter.
Okay,
Twitter.
so I thought it existed during an Aravaipa event in the live chat that people started referring to themselves as being Arlen's Darlings.
Maybe
Like,
it was
It might be Matt.
like 2 javelinas ago, or something like around
Yeah,
there.
like two it was either Javelina or else the next race, the next Aravaipa event that followed that, which was probably Desert Solstice.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm cool with them continuing to use that.
Yes.
You got the affirmation you needed.
Arlen's
As far as a
stamp of
message to
approval.
them, I mean, whatever. I think it's awesome that they enjoy watching me, do my thing. So whatever.
You're too humble, which we appreciate, and that's one of the reasons why so many people are a fan of yours and have come to appreciate what you've been putting down on the trails and into the community as a whole. So on behalf of Arlen's Darlings, thank you. Thank you for being you. Thank your family. I've gotten to cross paths with them a couple of times as they've been your rock steady crew for the past couple of years, and they're always a treat. So send our best to them as well, and make sure they get some rest as you guys get ready to travel back. And are you going to be safe to get off of this stage? I saw you.
Yeah,
I saw you struggling on the stairs over there, so I just want to make sure that we get you off here in one piece. But I just want to make sure that you're well taken care of, because you've taken care of us with entertaining runs and so much energy, man. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, hey, thanks for having me. It's always fun.
Thanks, Arlen.
Thanks, Arlen. Congratulations on a great race.
Thank you.
Jamil, can you give Arlen a spot?
Oh,
Oh.
look at that. Pro.
Oh, crushed
that,
it.
That
Never-
hour of sleep brought him right back to life.
We have a whole weight machine over here, and I just didn't want him to take an accidental fall into that. I don't think our insurance covers that.
Someone's looking ready for the depletion mile.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I should have asked him. I think he
I didn't
said
want to put him on blast that hard.
He said he would like to run it today. I don't know if he wants to come back tomorrow, but we'll see.
It might be a hard Sunday double to do the mile and then do the long run over the sections that he saw at night of the course. Might be asking a lot, but hey,
No
loves
rest
a
for
surprise.
us.
Probably have to convince his sisters to lend him the car to come back here. They might
Hopefully
be
they remember
tired.
to pick them up.
Someone will give them a ride.
Yeah, I feel
That's
like
true.
we can
Yeah, someone will give them a ride.
We'll find them a cot.
ultra Uber.
He's
Well-
just living here in the gym until next year.
Arlen lives here now.
Yeah, Arlen becomes a PE teacher at Silverton High. That'd be quite the flex. Do you have any interest in being a PE teacher for Silverton High? Okay.
All right.
He's
We
like,
thought
"I'm
we'd
gonna
offer
stick
in
to
case you got
running."
stuck here and your ride didn't come get you and you had to occupy your time for the next year. So respect.
He'd
He said
rather
he's
do it.
heading to the mountains if he gets stuck here, and I respect it.
So, Jose Cruz past Annie, possibly? I don't know. Let's check in on
Let's see, Annie's tracker hasn't gone
26 minutes.
Yeah,
so we
26
don't-
minutes. So Annie's probably approaching mile like 97, 98. Maybe
Close
right
to the
around the
river.
river or the creek.
Yeah.
Is it a creek or a river?
When
two
you're trying to
creeks.
cross it as it's flowing at that speed, it feels like a river.
Yeah, I crossed a much smaller creek the other day, and my feet were getting just washed out from under me. So I would for sure be just like a sea lion, just kind of
If
waddling
it's
myself
fast
across.
moving and it's like, reaching your shins or up to your bottom of your knees, then yeah, you've got some force going.
Yeah, I have no chance.
Scary. Courtney, I've noticed when we watched her creek crossing, did it really quickly.
Really
Yeah, so maybe that rope helps.
experience. Maybe she did like creek repeats
She probably did.
just to be familiar.
Yeah.
Those are the elements of the course that
She's good on land and sea. River.
get Courtney
water.
in a triathlon.
Somebody asked me that. We had Broken Arrow. We had a cardboard cutout of Courtney. Oh, we should have got that. We should have brought it here
that would
and
have been
placed
pretty
it.
funny.
But this guy, we did a meet and greet at the Talon booth, and this guy asked if this is the Courtney that won that Iron Man. And I was like, I don't know. Maybe she secretly
Oh.
did. But he was the first one in line to do the meet and greet. And he was super excited to meet her, even though I'm not even sure if he knew who she was.
Oh, you got the wrong Courtney.
She probably has a secret triathlon career we don't know about.
Yeah. Dortney Kowalter.
I'm trying to imagine her on a bike in the short knees.
That's true. That would be a lot of drag.
She is known to do some road biking as like recovery.
The more you know.
Let's see, who's this and where are we?
I want to say we're above Telluride.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is that like wide track up to the single track up that.
Yep.
Also Bear Creek. There's like 3 Bear Creeks on this. They're all long. Long climb up to Oscar's Pass out of Telluride. It's
Yeah, that
really,
climb looks-
really pretty though.
That climb looks gnarly.
Insanely pretty. Everything's insanely pretty. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not so sure there's an ugly part of this hard rock course.
Waiting for Annie's tracker to update. Probably at the river because they probably don't get much like pings in the trees there.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then
You're
as
kind
soon
of
as
in
she
like the
crosses.
side of a canyon.
Yeah, looking at the topo map there, it's pretty steep.
Yeah, there's like steep mountains on both sides, so it probably doesn't ping so well.
Avery Collins' tracker did just update. He's at mile 94, so we're looking 6 miles or so to the finish.
Let's see if Brian Powell's tracker veered off to Island Lake yet.
I'm thinking based on that red rock I'm seeing on the far side that we are by the river crossing.
Oh, there's Annie.
There's
She's
Annie.
crossed the road.
Boom.
So she's
Nailed
going to
it.
get on the Rainbow Trail.
2.5 miles or so from finishing up here in Silverton.
Brian's tracker's just on the trail above Island Lake.
Fishing time imminent. But Annie Hughes, another one who we definitely saw struggling a little bit earlier on course and has rallied. A lot was made of her at Yuray having to be spoon-fed while she was saving her arms a little bit from working her way down that long descent and using the poles. She's continued to hold a steady grip on that third place female position throughout the last 31 hours.
It's definitely not the longest Annie's ever run. Not by a long shot. Yeah, who is Annie's pacer now? I'm not sure. I know Devin Yanko paced her from Animus to possibly Yuray. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, you're correct about that. And I feel like someone told me at some point last night, but I was in no position to be remembering anything.
Okay, so the live stream wants to know who you are. Jake Cole.
Oh, she did tell me who this pacer was. I forget. It's a buddy she met at a race, I think. I heard him say his name, but I couldn't hear clearly.
When you have a pacer in a race, do you prefer the pacer be in front of you or behind you?
I think it just depends on the pacer. Probably in front. I guess it depends. I've had different preferences and then no preferences.
Yeah.
Zach paced me. He was definitely in front.
Yeah.
He's trying to
Dragging
tow
you
me.
along, towing you along, yeah. Yeah, the times I've had pacers, I've always opted to be in front of them just so I can see better out on the trail.
When at night, yeah, it's hard with your shadow. If
Mhm.
somebody, usually everyone has a brighter headlamp, and then it
Yeah,
kinda
why
competes.
everyone always has a brighter headlamp than me? I don't understand. No matter how bright my headlamp is, the person behind me is just casting my shadow on me.
Always in the shadow of someone else.
I know, gosh. I hear myself. Are you able to throw the feed back onto the main monitor as well? It'd be nice. Cool. Mm. Looks good. I think we're back. Our computer's, it's hitting its limits. The good old trusty iMac. Cool. Well, at the moment, we are awaiting Annie Hughes at the finish line. Annie's going to be our third female finisher of the 2023 Hardrock 100.
We're pretty familiar with this trail at this point.
Yeah, definitely seen it a handful of times now. Is Annie ahead of Jose?
It looked like it, and we haven't seen any follow cam from Jose.
Okay, so
Oh wait,
So
Annie's way back here in the tracker, so I don't think hers ting since.
that one's old. But if we've got Annie on the runner cam,
He is ahead of Jose.
Yeah, her tracker's still way back here according to this. So if Jose's at the river, maybe. 1 minute ago it pinned here. So Annie's is right here now.
okay. So Annie will be our next finisher, Ann.
Yeah, unless Jose catches her, but she looks to be moving pretty well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely smelling that finish line at this point for sure. Probably getting pretty psyched to be done. 31 hours and 52 minutes of anything really. It's a pretty big accomplishment.
To fix the lag, we're gonna do like a computer restart. So maybe if you could just let people know, like the stream's gonna continue, we'll be back in just a minute.
Do we have time for that before Annie finishes?
Before Annie finishes?
Yeah.
She's at the new shoot, yeah. It'll only take like 2 minutes.
All right, we have to do a full system reset. We will be back live before Annie finishes. Jamil promises. So hang tight. We'll be right back.
Bye.
Yeah. Yeah.
How many drinks are too many drinks?
Okay, what?
I said, how many drinks are too many drinks?
You just bring all these empty Flota cans, bring them back.
Then I would actually need to sign that.
That bottle of rum for this Flota, for the evening shift.
You what?
Rum and Flota. I feel like I want some carbonation in that.
I know.
I don't want just like flat.
I love carbonation. I drink bubbly water like as much as I drink water. I wonder how Corinne's feeling.
Are we back?
Yeah, we're back.
Yeah. I see.
Screen's up.
Getting booted, getting all of our monitors set up. I can see the live chat in a slightly delayed video. Yep. Nothing on anyone else's ends. This was us restarting everything. The computer is operated by, or it's powered by Jamil on a spin bike. He needed a quick break.
Needed more Flota.
Yep, we need more Flota to power the spin bike, to power this live stream.
And for those joining, this is Annie Hughes coming in on the Rainbow Trail. She will be hitting the road soonish. A little grind up the road until you make that right into Silverton, and it's pretty much all down. She's like a mile and a half now, or a mile probably.
Yep. Yeah, it's funny when you turn off this road, that little bit of single track before you get into the town, it's like still very much downhill. And you still have to think on that quite a bit. And then you hit that dirt road for 2 blocks, also still very much downhill. I saw a good amount of waddling there already this morning.
Annie will be our 13th finisher overall.
13th
Third
finisher into
female.
Silverton. 3rd female.
Can I hit the button?
Yeah, push the button. Do you know which one to push? Oh wait, yeah, we don't have a monitor to see.
This will be delayed.
Yeah,
I just wanted to push the button. They have these cool buttons you can
yeah.
pop up the
This
little
is,
graphics.
yeah, someone with Aravaipa made the coolest program for our stream deck. Not only is there every runner's face is a button, they're being organized by their place within the race as well.
Here's the board. So 4 through 10 could change, but Annie will definitely be 3rd.
Yes. Very, very high probability.
Yeah, I think when it goes down like this with that double track is when they get onto the road any minute.
And then there's that final little kicker of a climb. And then they turn down
Yep.
into Silverton. Okay. Pretty awesome then that we've got a follow cam for pretty much the final 2 miles plus of this race. Shouts to our on-course camera people for running in these miles. Like, we're not doing any e-bikes, no drones. They're doing it on foot, the old-fashioned way. Yeah, this is the first time we're doing a Hardrock live stream, but I'm already calling this the old-fashioned way.
I'm trying to see if Paul Terranova wants to come in for an interview maybe after Jose finishes.
Oh, that would be
Fun
awesome.
to chat with him. I think Jose's too close behind Andy to.
Yeah, he's probably pretty much right there.
Yeah. I think Andy will still be in the chute.
Is it possible to get our front monitor up and running? Jamil tried for a hot sec and then abandoned us.
Somebody said they want to see a sponsor list with each athlete. But for Annie and Toka, Tailwind, and Ultraspire, I might be missing other ones, but
Yeah, that's at least the big 3.
big 3.
Courtney is also a tailwind athlete, right?
She is. Yes.
Good tailwind representation at the Hardrock 100.
And we actually have well, we're not on the screen, but there's a Courtney DeWaltermelon. It's a DeWaltermelon with lime flavor. It's running out. We don't have much left at Tailwind, but we developed this flavor with her, and I think she fueled on that solely.
Yeah, those sticks of it back there, those are definitely making their way into my backpack
Yeah,
before I go home.
please feel free.
Yeah, because I really
I'm
want to try
surprised
it.
there's still some left. It's probably good hydration for sitting here for live streams.
almost as good as Flota. Maybe I'll dump it in my Flota.
Flota and DeWalterman with lime mixed.
That's a lot of flavors. That might be too
It's
many
gonna
cooks in
be
the kitchen.
Interesting.
Yeah, I have heard from multiple people now that the watermelon flavor is amazing.
We have our other commentator, Corinne, back. She paced Betsy Kalmeyer last night. So I might go check on Annie live out there and hand this off to Corinne if she's ready.
Yeah, that sounds great.
All right. And I will
I'll just stay hunkered down here.
If you need me, let me know.
Go. Yeah.
Otherwise, I'll be back for golden hour.
Yeah, Corinne. You get the desk seat.
Oh. We're not on the camera now.
Yeah, Corinne's rocking her short knees. Hey. We just had to do a little reboot of our full system a couple minutes ago, so still getting things all settled and back in working order. I think we're a few minutes out from Annie Hughes' finish. How have you been?
Thanks for catching me up. I've been a little out of pocket for a while. I was pacing for about 13 hours from 4:30 yesterday till about 5:30 this morning into Yuray. So we can talk about that. That was amazing. But yeah, I've missed a lot. So bear with me, live stream viewers.
Wow. Our commentating crew is above and beyond, just multiple people pacing, grabbing cameras, running out up on course, just doing everything. I feel like a bum because all I've been doing is just sitting here this whole time. So thank you so much for everything you do.
That's also very tiring. Thank you for what you do, Brett.
It's been a pretty exciting morning. I mean, I saw the two men's, two Frenchmen come in, first and second. I guess right as the sun was coming up, Benyat was making his way into the finish, and then Courtney coming in, third overall for new course record. She seemed pretty proud of this one. And
I watched the finish line video because I got a text from my husband about what was going on, and it looked, Courtney's not emotional very often. It looked a little bit emotional, and I think that says something. So incredible.
Yeah, it was a really, really large challenge, and one that it's a challenge this big. Like, knowing about something like this 6 months out, doesn't necessarily make it any easier. Yeah. That's almost too much time to train for either of those races. So you got to, spread everything out accordingly. And then, we spoke with Courtney before the race, and she was like, yeah, you don't really get to do any of those tester long runs or workouts up at altitude because I just ran Western States. So a lot of unknowns coming into the race, and it was a battle.
When did she take the lead?
Just a couple miles after Yuray, which was a bit of a surprise because
58.
Yeah, probably around that, because Annalise looked great coming out of Yuray, and Courtney looked okay, not bad, but had looked better at previous aid stations. And then all of a sudden, 20 minutes later, the trackers flip-flopped, and we thought it was just an error, but then it did it again and again, and we're like, nope, Courtney's in the lead. And then as the day, or up until that point, Courtney had been climbing stronger and Annalise had been descending faster. So a lot of the aid stations, Annalise had actually pulled away from Courtney, and then Courtney was catching back up. So this was one of the first times, over the course of the race where Courtney was in front. We were like, okay, well, will Annalise catch Courtney on the next descent? And that was kind of the pivotal point in the course where, you know, the metaphorical elastic had snapped, and then there was a gap, and it never got that big. I mean, it was 40 or 50 minutes by the end.
Wow.
So Courtney definitely had to stay pressing the whole time. Then Annalise came in, and now we're watching the third female overall in this race. Annie Hughes is making her way into Silverton. She's about to crest the final climb, make that right-hand turn off of the road, down the trail. There's one more left, and then a right. And then Annie will get to kiss the rock.
Incredible first Hardrock. Quick story, I was driving over Cinnamon Pass to go to Sherman, and we actually passed Kevin, and I waved out the window, and he said, hey, I said, how's Courtney doing? He said, she's rocking. So I was like, that's a great sign. I'm super pumped. So
That's awesome.
little inside baseball.
It seemed like once she hit past the Yuray, things started to click a little better. So, and yeah, it'll be really interesting to hear Annie's account from this race, because I don't think it's been the smoothest performance, relative to some of the other races that she's had, but she's done an incredible job of, problem solving and just kind of grinding out some of the moments that are not too comfortable and hanging on to third. Not only just hanging on to third, but putting a significant gap between third and fourth.
Yeah, I'm sure she learned a ton, and this is an incredible performance from her. So.
Annie's the youngest competitor in the field at 25 years old, the only runner under 30 in the 2023 Hardrock field. So she will win her age group.
Did she use pacers?
Yeah, she's had a few.
Okay.
I know she's had one, I think for the most part from like Animus to the finish. I think every eligible spot.
And Courtney was Mike Ambrose and Kevin?
Yes, I believe
her
so.
pacers?
Mike
Okay.
Ambrose from Yuray.
Yep.
And then Kevin from, was it Chapman?
Okay.
Chapman to the finish, yep. Yep, Annie's only 25 and already has such an established resume of 100-plus mile distance races. I'd said it earlier, but it's pretty amazing that, we can pretty much all agree that Annie is like very much a 100-mile specialist, or even beyond that. Being a specialist of anything at age 25 is kind of rare.
Mm-hmm.
She's got basically got her PhD in 100-milers.
I think she knows her strengths and she knows her passions, because I believe she stopped running collegiately just to jump into the longer distances, correct?
Yep, that's right. And, I think we're going to start seeing that more and more, where you just follow what you like to do. Because historically we haven't seen too many 25-year-olds who have run numerous big mountain hundreds and won a couple 200-mile races, being Cocodona 250 and Moab 240.
Yep.
Just heard Dale in the gym, the run director, make an announcement to everyone that's in the gym that Annie Hughes is on her way to the finish chute, so I bet we will be able to hear the cheers momentarily.
Yeah, I can already hear them.
We've got our finish line cam. It sounds like we've got volume there. It's always fun to hear the sounds of the cheers and the runners coming in. So this is Annie Hughes,
The third place female.
third place female, and is now
Everybody,
a hard
first
rocker.
time, Annie Hughes.
Can't imagine the emotions.
Yeah, I mean, you just go through so much over the course of a long race like this. 32 hours, 13 minutes.
It's a long time to be out there.
And I had heard a couple reports too that, even Annie was struggling a little bit in the altitude.
Maybe running at it for such a sustained amount of time.
And just a race effort. One thing that I heard that kind of made a lot of sense is because of the snow levels this year, it's just been hard to get much higher than 10,000 feet where she lives. So she didn't get up to the really high country, as early as she would have liked. And, that's going to play a bit of a difference.
Sure.
As well. And then also when you're just racing and like on that limit, you go over that line just a little bit early on. It takes, every minute that you spend on the wrong side, it might take 10 or 20 minutes up here to get back.
Exactly.
It was really impressive to watch you come out of that paint cave.
Colorado Springs local dream of Walton there.
I'm in awe of you.
Are you out in the sun?
You should get a group photo.
So first and third on the women's race are both from Leadville. Guess if you want to do well at Hardrock, go move to Leadville.
You just let us know what you need, okay? Annie, we're here for you.
European sweep on the men's side. I might have predicted that in my free trail. Hopefully I did pretty well. But the first American finisher of Hardrock was Courtney.
Yeah. And then, on the men's side, it was Arlen Glick, Benyat Marmasol, and Javi Dominguez. And then Arlen Glick was our top American male.
In fourth.
Yep, in fourth.
Did you see Arlen's finish? How was that?
Oh, he was exhausted at the finish. I mean, we had him in here for a post-race
awesome.
interview.
I gotta watch this.
Yeah, just not too long ago. And it was funny. He was like zonked after the race because he was just like, it was the longest thing he'd ever done. But, he got an hour or so sleep. He's probably out actually celebrating.
Yeah, just being on the course over the night. This course is so hard. Everything's steep.
Is.
Even when it's not steep, it's steep.
I think we have Jose Cruz coming in.
Oh, awesome.
As we were wondering, we thought Jose might be right behind Annie.
Yes, he was.
And that's Jose Cruz.
Amazing. Congratulations, Jose.
And Jose is the 11th male finisher and 14th overall.
$32 hours on the men's side gets you just outside the top 10 at Hardrock.
Yeah. I wonder how that compares to previous years. I'm not super familiar with the like 1 through 10 spread at Hardrock.
We'll get some aid station fireball in there.
I'm sure that spread is just only continuing to come down, as with, as the case with most other races out there.
What was the men's winning time?
23 hours even.
Okay.
Yep.
So we had a course record on the women's side with Courtney, but
Yep.
a couple hours off the men's course
Yeah,
record.
like an hour and a bit.
Yeah.
I think 21:40 something was Francois,
Right.
but this 23 hour was still well within the top 10 all time.
And Aurelian from wire to wire.
A true wire-to-wire victory. I watched the start, and I walked, just one additional block down. And by the time he passed me, he had like a clear 10-meter gap on the field. And even by Cunningham, it was, I think, upwards of 5 minutes. And there was no one near him the entire time. He just, full solo wire-to-wire victory.
And how much did Ludo pace him?
I think Yuray to the finish.
Okay, a long stretch.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So for those tuning in, we just had Annie Hughes and Jose Cruz. Ooh, that rhymes. Finish within 2 minutes of each other.
We're looking at the finishing river crossing, the Animas River. It's running. I mean, just being out there, some of the little water crossings we had, everything's just running super fast.
Yeah, it looks aggressive. It looks like something I would absolutely struggle on.
At mile 98.
8 miles
99.
in.
I was told by my runner, Betsy Kalmeyer, who's still out there and just kind of can't put it into words how incredible the grit is, but that they used to go across the Uncompahgre River in Yuray and had to take a rope, and that could be running real deep and real fast as well.
Was that one that we would see on the live stream at all when they're coming in, or was
so
that
it's just outside Yuray. You might be able to get down there, but they have this contrived thing after you come down Bear Creek Yuray, you're on the highway. You can see town. It's a mile and a half down the road. You don't get to run down the road. You have to go down a trail off the side of the highway, kind of steep, jagged, not super well maintained. Then you run along the river, and then you have to climb back up. I don't know, it's probably a 700-foot climb before you top out, and you get to come down the Campbird Road for maybe a mile of smooth road coming into the Yuray aid station.
There's nothing free here, is
Nope,
there?
nothing free.
That's what
The
I'm
air's
learning.
not free.
There's nothing free here in the San Juans.
But you're rewarded with some of the most insane views you'll ever see in your entire life.
I think that is 100% the trade-off.
Absolutely.
And I'm okay with it.
Yeah. We saw sunset at Handy's and have some pretty epic photos that
Oh, I bet.
it was just unreal. Here we have somebody else crossing the river.
Might this be potentially Avery Collins?
Wow.
He was the next one on the GPS.
What a day for Avery.
Yeah, bit of a vision quest for Avery.
I heard he and DeBo were in
They were
Chapman.
Caught buddies at Chapman, I think.
Okay.
I think Avery left the aid station a little bit before DeBo, but then DeBo actually finished earlier. But either way, they were both at that aid station for a hot minute.
Getting some sleep then.
Yeah, like 3 hours at that aid
3
station.
hours of sleep. Somebody else in our studio took a pretty long nap during one of his hard rocks.
Yep, absolutely.
But it worked out. Sometimes you gotta do that.
We've got a surprise guest crawling their way up into the studio with a bubbly water and an entire bunch of bananas.
Yes. I didn't get offered a beverage when I came on.
Well, we'll get you something. We got Maggie back as well.
Found someone.
Hello.
Found someone.
Welcome. You have a mic right there.
Yep. Need that. We'll make sure.
He's gonna read.
Gotta make sure all of our microphones are in proper working order.
Oh, was there a thing on top?
No, there never was.
Oh, just a hole.
Maybe there will be.
One day.
I'm not sure. They're
Here.
still making it. So we have.
Although you are very loud, you need a microphone.
Loud and proud.
So we have Paul Terranova in the studio.
Thanks for having me. Or was that too loud?
No, that's
No,
great.
you-
Welcome,
right.
Paul. Welcome.
Talk normal. That is normal.
They have
for
an
me.
AJW setting. Don't worry.
Yeah, the microphone goes down to negative.
So, Paul, you were 5th male, 6th
6.
something. I don't know. It was incredible.
Bronco reeled me in after KT, between KT and Putnam.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that guy, he's a gamer, so you know that that's coming late in the race. And I was feeling good until I wasn't. And, yeah, the wheels came off just a little bit at the end, but my pacer, Esser, cracked the whip on me and got me in sub 28, so that was really fun.
Yeah, it was fun to watch you come in because, yeah, I mean, you'd mentioned Jeff was, running pretty well. So were you. We watched you guys both come through the KT aid station. It was one of the quicker aid station transitions from either of you. And we're like, all right, yeah, I'm sure Paul knows that Jeff's back there. But I'm sure Jeff's also like, dang, Paul was moving really well too. So, yeah, how were those last, 10 or 15 miles?
Oscars and Grant Swamp Pass, those climbs just kicked me in the shins, and I spent a lot of energy just getting up those, and it was me and my pacer Stephen Moore, and those are really tough. Plus the descents on the far side of those, they're tough, and just kind of ran out of gas towards the end, but was trying to just keep distance. I knew that he was back there, 10 minutes or so in that ballpark, and hoping to get out of KT and get out of sight. And we heard the cowbells as he came through, and my pacer Esser jumped back in for that, and he caught me within a mile and a half or so of it, maybe less. I think probably about a mile, and he was just rolling, so he was gone.
I mean, this is your first Hard Rock. That was his seventh. So I feel like you did a really good job for your first one. How many years has this been coming?
My first year putting in was for the 2013 race. So I look back, I've got a Hard Rock binder, and for the 2013 race, it was a paper application where you ticked off the races that you did and you mailed in a check. And I made a photocopy of it because that's what I do. And I forgot that Western States used to be a qualifier for Hard Rock. So that first year in 2012, I did the Grand Slam. So I did Western, Vermont, Leadville, and Wasatch. Western, Leadville, and Wasatch were my 3 qualifiers. And those were 3 of my 4 first hundreds right that year. So I've been waiting, since the 13 race.
And you're doing a slam this year, right? The Rocky Mountain Slam?
I am.
Yeah.
I am. I've
you
been
and
waiting.
Bronco Billy.
Mm-hmm. I've been waiting to get into Hard Rock so I can Rocky Mountain Slam. And I'm going to do the original 4 Hard Rock, Leadville, Wasatch, and the Bear. And I don't think Jeff got into Leadville, so he's doing Bighorn, Hard Rock. Then he has a pretty good gap between Hard Rock and Wasatch.
Yeah.
So for you, this kicks off your Rocky Mountain Slam.
It does. It's good.
What are you doing for recovery?
Well, I got a
whatever Meredith tells you to.
Pretty good sized blister on the bottom of my heel that I have to tend to. So hopefully that's good to go by Leadville. I think it'll be fine, and it'll be just probably easy biking, maybe some swimming, some stand-up paddle. I think it'll be really, really light because I'm wrecked, right? I have pretty much full body rigor mortis.
I went out to try to find him, and he's like, I have rigor mortis. I was like,
rightfully
I don't know.
so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I tried to piggyback him in here, but he can't even pick his legs up to
you gotta
help
borrow
me out.
the
I can't
stage.
carry dead weight like a sack of potatoes. So
Good job.
I don't want to drop him.
But Meredith and Nick Petitella, who's on our crew, right? They cajoled me to walk over here to see Annie Hughes finish, who's from Leadville. So that was really fun, and I slow shuffled over here.
I'm just impressed you're not like in bed.
He's pretty energetic.
I'm just.
I got back, showered, took a nap, maybe,
Okay.
or just closed my eyes, right? Just lay down on the bed and closed my eyes for, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 minutes, whatever it was, just to
You probably don't
Do
want to
I?
go to sleep like now. You're going to wake up in the middle of the night and be awake.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna fall asleep.
Well, you will, but you think if you slept now, you would fall asleep all day?
Sleep for
And then wake up
17
in the
hours.
middle
I'd
of the
probably
night?
get hungry, and then I'd have to eat, and then I'd go back to bed.
What
and-
are you going to eat?
I didn't have a huge appetite when I finished. It took a little while for that to roll in, so I just had some sliced turkey with some avocado before I came over here.
Good
and
protein,
I
fat.
think I'm ready for something more substantial.
Like frozen margaritas?
Frozen margaritas, that would be pina colada would be great.
Delicious.
Meredith's been talking about them every time I see her.
Yeah, Safeway in Montrose. They have these frozen drinks that you put in the freezer and ready
Like
to go.
a big
so we're
kid
gonna try
Capri
those out.
Sun.
Big Kid Capri Sun.
Something to have at the aid station.
Sounds dangerous.
So, is this the hardest race you've ever done? Because you've done so many really hard races. Hardest 100, because you've done races that are long.
Hands down, right? The steep climbs, the steep descents, they are brutal, right? The footing isn't always great, right? There were muddy areas, but then in between the muddy areas, the trail was rock hard, right? So you had this mushy bog that you went through and mud, but then you transition into pretty hard single track. And some of that single track is really narrow, and for somebody like me with size 13 feet, right, trying to get your paws in that single track isn't that easy. So you kind of have to dance around it.
I run like a duck, so I also have problems with single track.
Had you trained much on the course before, or?
So I've paced last year.
Okay.
And then and then the year before, and then in 2017. So I've seen the course one direction or the other via pacing. We live in Twin Lakes, so I've got the Sawatch range but looking back, right, that terrain is just not as steep as the stuff here or the course here, right? Certainly you can make the course a little more gentler, but the way that they route it straight up,
I had a friend that he got there for, he got into Hardrock. He's from Pennsylvania, and he went out to the Sawatch just because that's where his friends were. And they did a bunch of mountains there and acclimatized, and he got here and was like, oh, wow, this is really steep.
Yes.
But you got up to Elbert a bunch. That was like your little,
Elbert, massive.
local run.
Antero, Tabwash.
14ers.
Chavano. So I can link up a bunch of those, like what I did for prepping for Nolan's last fall. But it's just different than, right, the descending is different off of those. So next time when I come run clockwise, that they'll be definitely more steep uphill climbing and steep descending.
I think we heard AJW talking about the ramps and the walls. And as I was out there pacing and just having been, in the area, I think that clockwise direction sounds like a little bit more fun, because just the ability to run some of those downs versus having to just not die and fall on your super steep downs, right? Plus how much, it's impacting your legs. So hope you get to do that clockwise direction. Looks like fun.
It can be dangerous, too. But
Hey.
I was hiking
ready.
up with
I'll
up
be ready.
engineer with Wardian, and I was like, this would be fun to run down.
Yeah, exactly. And up out of Sherman, running down that.
Camp Bird is smooth.
Running down Camp
Camp
Bird.
The
Bird is
smoothest
really
part
good.
of the
Absolutely.
entire course.
Yeah.
I mean, you're probably very familiar with it. living
Jim
in
Brown
Europe.
Hill is the first pitch. That's what it's called.
Oh, okay.
Just out of town. So just above the ice park, there's, as you start on Camp Bird Road, the first half mile is called Jim Brown Hill, and it's, I think you get up to like a 18-22% grade. It's the very beginning of the Imogene as well. So, but yeah, I've run that road a lot of times, and I'd much rather run down it than
Probably, I think a lot of people in Silverton go to Yuray.
Yeah,
The
train in the
winter,
winter.
just because Camp Bird is like that
Or
one
Sabrina
spot.
Stanley trained a ton on Camp
Yeah,
Bird Road.
that's
Just
all you
in the
got.
winter. Yeah.
But it's
'Cause when
good.
it's snowpacked, you can run on it.
Did you
So-
run that? Did you run? How much running did you do at Camp Bird?
probably 50 to 75%.
Wow, that is.
We did, and I had talked to or texted with Ryan Smith, who went sub 24 2 years ago. Here he was he third, I want to say, and he's like, hey, if you want to run a good time, you got to run as much of those as possible. Camp Bird, Engineer, coming out of Sherman. So that was in the back of my head, right? Run as much, and I had Zach Miller pacing me, and he was fantastic. He was.
We did have him on to get some dirt.
Zach
He didn't
attacked.
really give his dirt, but he definitely had maybe a little bit of a more fun time pacing you than me. I won't take it personally. I feel really bad about last year. I'm sorry, Zach.
He got the full experience.
He did,
Yeah.
and then you gave him a nice, fun time. This is how it's done. How not to do it. And Paul.
So it was good. It was
super
good.
impressive to run
we
up
ran
that.
with headlamps off for as long as we possibly could, because we knew people were behind us, kind of going up and.
Was it Camp Bird when the sun set for you?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep. We had to put lights on right before Governor, as we came in there. Before that, so.
What was your favorite aid station?
I did not spend. I am sorry for the aid station. I was just in there and out, get what I need.
Don't need to apologize.
Yeah, don't-
that sounds like some
not
smart
partake.
racing.
Right. They offered all kinds of great food, which I would have loved to. I knew that it was hot, and didn't want to chow down on quesadillas or
Smart.
which is fine if you're going a little bit slower, but at that pace and with the temperature of it, hard to eat a lot of solid food.
They do liquid nutrition, or what's the strategy? Okay.
Yeah, liquid nutrition, gels, those maple syrups were great. Couple chips here and there.
I mean, the theme of, we were talking about this early in the morning, it seems like yesterday, but the stoppage time, Skylar was pulling up the stoppage time for the winners, and then, overall, and the theme, it looks like the less, we're trending as, like Courtney, I don't know how accurate all of the stoppage time is, because there's crewing outside of the check-in, but it's pretty minimal. You just have to keep moving if you want to be competitive. Well, Aurelian's time was combined Aurelian and Banat were like under an hour.
Yeah, it was like 35 minutes for Arlen, and then Banat was 25 minutes. Because there was actually a couple aid stations that he full on skipped, which was pretty ballsy to see.
Yeah, which ones?
Let's see, let me pull up my map just so I don't butcher it.
Did he run through KT?
He skipped Burroughs Park.
Right.
So he went from Sherman.
Which is risky because there's not a creek until higher up on Handies.
Yeah, he ran straight through it, and then he skipped KT.
Okay. And that's a long stretch after KT.
Oh,
to Putnam.
skipped Governor Basin as well. On the
That
way to
one's
Kroger's.
crazy to
That
me.
one, he just blew by that.
Because
just on the other
Burroughs,
side of the road.
you've just come from an aid station 4 miles ago, so I guess if you don't drink anything, whatever, but...
Unless you have it on you.
Right.
Right. Plus you could scoop. I scoop so much water from creeks.
Yep.
A lot
totally.
of runoff.
I think most people probably... I ran with a filter last year. Especially when it's this hot, you might as well utilize the creeks.
Totally.
Oh, yeah.
It tastes super good, too.
Yeah, icy cold.
Very cold.
Don't eat the red snow, though.
No.
Bacteria. It's very bad for you.
Not the good
Isn't
kind.
that the orange spray paint that they had out there?
Don't eat either of those. Actually, that spray paint's probably better for you.
Yeah,
It was
I think
approved by the
there's-
Forest
Then
Service.
the minerals.
Yes. Turns out, that spray paint took, what they say, 4 months to get that approved with
Yeah,
the
it
Forest
was like a whole
Service.
thing.
It was helpful.
Good.
It was helpful. There were some spots where you definitely needed to keep your eyes open and look for either the markings on the snow or the flags to know where to go.
So from our point of view, you were one of the happiest people out there. Always, we were like, oh, he looks the best so far. Were there any low moments out there where you found yourself doubting what you were doing in the mountains, or things stay pretty solid?
No, they stayed pretty solid other than at the end, right, where our just downhill legs were compromised, and I could get it a good shuffle. I think we did under 90 minutes from Putnam to the finish, so that's pretty respectable.
Yeah, definitely. Not worried about not finishing, though, at that
Right.
point.
Yeah, there was none of that. It was full confidence all day, and just grateful and a sense of gratitude for finally getting the opportunity to, I call it my San Juan thesis defense, right? Because I call this a graduate level run. So this is
Postgraduate, isn't it?
postgraduate,
Level
yeah,
run.
thesis defense. So I passed. I feel like I passed. Maybe I give myself a B plus, A minus, just because that last stretch wasn't as good as it could have been.
What would you have done differently?
Well, the training, right? Not necessarily in the race, but just more steep uphills, steep downhills to have better legs, and maybe give Jeff a run for his money. But he blew by us so fast.
I'd say you did pretty well.
Yeah. Well, Paul, thanks for joining us. I don't want to keep you too long because I don't want the rigor mortis to set in fully.
It's feeling good after
Otherwise,
this
yeah,
flat soda.
and
the
maybe
Florida.
maybe that's like a good recovery drink. I mean, you could hang out on this couch the whole time.
I get stuck here
Yeah.
forever.
Meredith will
Congratulations.
go
Thank
on
you.
without you.
Yeah, is she still here?
We
or
were
is
trying to
she-
get her up here.
Oh,
Right here.
Oh no, she's
Meredith, come up here. Tell us some fun stories. She
there.
doesn't have. She's not.
About Zach picking up trash on Camper Road.
Zach pick up trash. Like you're the
Being a good
storyteller.
trail
One of my
steward.
passion projects. So if you follow me on Strava, you'll see that I'm single-handedly trying to clean up Lake County roadside ditches and cans and bottles and you name it. Fireball and Keystone Light by far the biggest offenders. Modelo is making a big push, but hats off to Zach Miller for helping clean up Camper Road, because I've got a good eye for those shiny objects, and there were a couple of plastic water bottles in the ditch and some cans that he picked up and crumpled and put in his pack. So thank you, Zach.
Nice.
love
Way to
that.
go, Zach.
That's awesome. Yeah, those damn little fireball things. They're everywhere.
All sizes.
Yeah.
The little shooters, right? The pint, the quart, the big bottles, you name it, you'll find it.
I never see anyone drinking them. They just like pour them out and throw them out the window or something.
Well,
Paul.
thank you, Paul.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks
you
for
very
coming
much.
by.
I will.
Be careful on
well.
the stairs. If you
I'll
need a
help you.
spot, yeah, Maggie's got you.
All right.
All
That's
right,
what I'm
Paul
here for.
Terranova, everyone.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of people in the chat. They're like, how is Paul forming complete sentences right now after running Hardrock? It's very impressive.
That one there, I'm going to take this in my sparkling.
Doing some time and he's making his way
Good
downstairs.
thing we got that gym equipment over there in the
Yeah.
corner.
It's helpful.
It's sturdy.
Congratulations.
Thanks for having me.
All right.
So a few minutes ago, I think we saw Avery Collins crossing the river,
Yeah.
and we got our runner Cam. I believe Avery is being paced by Sabrina Stanley on their way into Silverton.
Yeah, there's Sabrina.
Avery was not afraid to lay it all out on the line this year at Hardrock. You know, I mean, I can imagine he probably had a good amount of confidence coming into this race. Living in
Absolutely.
Silverton, like,
Training on the course all the time.
I knows every inch. And,
Yep. You never know what's going to happen on race
and
day.
it takes a huge amount of bravery to go for it, especially during your first Hardrock as well. You know, as much as you train on this course, there's still the unknowns because, you know, he's never gotten to Yuray with 56 miles in the legs.
Right.
That's something you only get to experience during the race. So I bet I wouldn't be surprised if Avery's even hungrier for Hardrock now than he was before the start of this one. Just with everything that he's probably learned from this race experience. Because fitness-wise, like work ethic, training, I know that's all there. And now he's got the experience piece of the puzzle.
And you can't train for the race day specific conditions either. Don't know what those are going to look like.
Yeah, that's very true. You just have to Go and experience them just like everybody else.
I mean, we heard from Paul about some of the, up high. I think there was some mud. The alpine tundra is melting, and so that's what kind of leads to that little bit wet, conditions. And according to my geologist father, a couple of miles down, it's pure ice, but that's what it is. It's not necessarily a bog. It's alpine tundra that's in melt phase. So.
Okay.
It leads to the wet feet. He came away with, it sounds like, only one blister. I mean, I think that's a
pretty
win.
good. I wouldn't have feet.
Seriously. We heard Maggie's stories about her feet. My feet with 30 miles were just
so the
soaked.
Alpine tundra.
Yes,
was
the
actually
alpine
fascinating.
tundra.
So that's because like the ground, below is all frozen.
Correct,
Like
and it's melting.
and
The
it's
very,
starting to
very
melt at the very
top layer is melting.
And that's also part of the contributor to why the trees aren't particularly tall, because their roots can't go down through. Because I know that's how it is in Alaska.
Yeah.
With the
'Cause it's pure
permafrost.
ice.
Yeah.
And then because we are in hard rock land, the rock is so
Mhm.
hard. This rock literally goes to like the magma of the earth. It's
Yeah.
In areas they've just recently learned at 1.5 billion years old.
It's an old rock.
Up to 60 million young rock, depending on the layer.
I wonder how old our hard rock is. Probably do some testing.
We
It's
can
at least
see what that's
10 or
made of.
11 years old, according to Brian, the
It's
finish
28
line
years
director.
old.
Well, there's actually the second
Oh,
rock. Dale said that
I know.
live, he seemed okay. Like we're not gonna try and keep one rock. He's like, rocks are rocks, and he said harsh environment, a lot of freezing, thawing, and the first one just kind of split down the middle, and they glued it back together, but it's a little too fragile to be traveling.
I think I remember that rock, and I have a photo of my uncle finishing the race with his Mountain Dew on top of that rock, and that's maybe just too much Mountain Dew got spilled on it in this place.
Yeah, I'm sure Mountain Dew's corrosive in every way. But that rock is that one's placed over at the Kendall Mountain, like little ski area right there by Camp Hardrock.
Yep.
So all the runners did pass it, 3/4 of a mile into the race yesterday morning.
So I learned in trivia the race originally finished in Memorial Park, which is just at the end
right
of
over
town.
there, and Dale forgot to build a finish line.
Yeah.
Which
So
is
they
how the rock started.
Just tap the rock as you're finished.
Yep. Yeah.
So we're still looking at Avery Collins and Sabrina Stanley coming in to the finish here. I don't even know what time it is. It's like lost all track of time. It's 2:45 in the afternoon. Okay.
So we're very much in the peak heat of the day.
Mhm.
And yeah, I mean, enduring just yesterday of the heat, massive task. Thinking about Avery, he went all through the night when we had, Arlen Glick on here not too long ago. He was like, when I was up high, the ground froze. Everything got really hard and it was really cold. So now you have to endure all of that. The winds always pick up and whip a little bit over the crests.
Yeah.
And now the sun comes up and it starts getting hot again. And now he's been in the heat for the last 5 or 6 hours.
Yeah, I think even through the night, my runner and I took our jackets and multiple jackets on and off like 4 or 5 times because
the
on
temperature
Handies
swings.
it was very windy, quite cold. You're at 14,000 feet. Yeah. And then you come down a little bit or you get into a bit of a kind of a canyon that's insulated or one of the basins, and it's warmer. So it was very pleasant overnight. All things considered, I think it's great.
Yeah, that's
running.
what I'm hearing. They're like, it's hot, but I'm not getting stuck in a lightning storm.
Exactly. There's no lightning, no weather this year.
And I agree. I would much rather take a day of warmer temps than getting thrown into like some sneaker storm, because that's I don't come from the mountains. That's not really my thing.
In lightning, it's quite loud when you're that high.
Yeah, it just sounds so scary.
And quite exposed. And yeah, runners have had to hunker down for hours during Hardrock. Ditch the poles real quick.
Oh yeah, I would probably break the javelin world record. I would check those things so far.
I was practicing my lightning pose. Like, get
See, I
down.
didn't even know there was a lightning pose. I was talking to Jamil's brother Nick the other day, and he was telling me how one of the years he was running hard, and he gets down the lightning pose.
It's quite difficult to do when you're super.
That's what he said. He was like, my legs are shaking as I'm standing here in the lightning pose for 10 minutes. I'm
Right.
getting cold. I'm getting hypothermia. And
Yeah.
the quads are on fire.
Yep. The lightning pose, so that you minimize the number of, becoming a single rod of a current to go through. So you get down and you're on your tiptoes and your legs are spread out and your hands are over your head. So that if it does hit you, it doesn't go straight through you.
It goes all around
Yeah.
you. Huh. I don't know. I see lightning. I'm like, there's no way that works. I mean, clearly it must work. But I'm like, that's like the oh, yeah, when you see a bear comes to attack you, just play dead. I know the bears made that up.
Yeah.
That's just the bears spreading lies. That's like lightning pose, too. I want to make you feel comfortable.
Make you not die a little less. We've had runners hit by lightning during Hardrock.
Yeah,
Adam
we
Kimball.
know one for sure.
Adam Kimball.
And then
Was struck by
maybe
lightning.
also Chris Price.
This year?
No,
Oh, I
this
was
year.
going to say there's no. But
No,
once.
this was Chris's like fourth.
Yeah.
Hard
Yeah,
rock.
yeah. Oh, okay.
We were trying to confirm if that fact was actually true, but yeah, it was Adam Kimball. That's what it was?
Adam
Was he-
Kimball, I believe, who
Yeah,
was
like,
actually
this
struck.
is like headlamp exploded or something too.
Give you some adrenaline for the rest of the race.
Yeah, just unbelievable.
Yeah.
But that's what you get in big mountains like this. Kind of
Yeah.
like you'd said, nothing's free. Everything costs a little more up here, but you get one of the most beautiful courses. Like Arlen said, whenever he went through a low point, he would just look up and look around. He was like, centered me, I was
Totally
like,
get that.
feeling like crap. And he's like, could be worse. I could be feeling this bad, not in these mountains.
Right. And you could just tell from his Strava, which is his social media, how much he just loves nature. What was the quote Maggie said that he said, Van? Running around out here, there's a lot of world in the world.
There's a lot of world in the world. Yeah, that's a classic quote right there.
There is, and yeah, the San Juans are so unique to just anywhere else. We just anywhere else in the United States. They call Yuray the Switzerland of America for a reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I guess breaking down the uniqueness of them, it's a pretty it's not like a long and skinny mountain range like we see. It's like pretty wide and circular, it seems like.
Yeah, and they're all over. When we were at the top of Handy's, 360 views, I was looking at what looked like layers of probably 12,000 foot peaks. They're not named. There's thousands of them.
Yeah.
You can just see them all for probably who knows how many miles in every direction. And then on the other side, you've got, a mountain that's half the Red Mountain, iron deposits, and the other half is this green, grassy, and you got a stream of snow up the middle on the ridge, and it's just it's a picture. It doesn't even look like it's real.
Yeah, I was noticing that too. Just, scanning across from just one side to the other, the mountains changed quite a bit.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're endless. They're very steep. They're pretty pointy at times. And yeah, it's just amazing to try and imagine all the miners and the mines going on back here.
Yeah, we were over in Silverton driving over the pass. My dad said, hey, you see that tram? It's like this old mining tram that's on, it looks like, what you'd see at a ski lift, but it's like a metal bucket.
Mm-hmm.
It's that's what your grandpa used to ride to work every day.
Just across the valley.
Get in the bucket
Couple
and
thousand
ride
feet
it
up.
up to the mine.
Yeah, and I'm sure there was tons of safety regulations and everything.
Oh, yeah. That was super safe.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing. I only got to do a couple of runs during my time here, but every time I'm like, wow, I'm so high up. There's got to be nothing up here. And then it's just massive mine. I was like, dude, not only were people just up here, but they were working, and there was a huge mine up here. It's amazing, what got built in that time there.
Yeah, you got to come do more runs.
I know.
Take
There's
you
so
around all
much,
over the place.
so much exploring that I need to do here.
Yeah. Where'd you go?
So the very first run, which that was like Jamil's orders, he was like, "You got to go up to Grand Swamp Pass."
Yeah. What'd you think?
Oh, it was incredible. It was
Betsy told me
cool.
that's her favorite view. And
Yeah,
her
that's what
favorite part
Jamil
of the
said
course.
too. And he was like, if this is your first time in Silverton and you're going to go on like your first bigger run, he's like, go up that one. And, you know, he was right. It was awesome to stand up at the very top and turn around and look back and then try and get down it.
You got to go to Kroger's Canteen.
That would be a fun one. Did not get to do that one, but
Yeah.
that one looks incredible too.
You got to do Bridge of Heaven. That's one of my all-time favorite runs and hikes in this area.
Yeah, see, I'm
Make
sure the
you a
list
list.
I'm sure the list is endless.
Mm-hmm.
I guess doing Hardrock is a nice way to knock out a whole bunch of them in one run.
Yeah, why not? Just put them all together.
And there we have the Hardrock 100.
There's a reason that loop was created. Yeah. How far away is Avery?
So he's still going through the trees here, and after a bit, he'll pop out and then go up what we've been calling the gut puncher climb on the dirt road, where it then plateaus a little bit, which would, I guess if we could see through the windows here in the gym, we would be able to see him going by. And then he would be dropping down into Silverton. So perhaps a mile. We had a really far out runner cam for Avery, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
We're going to see him come in probably 2 full miles at least into the finish.
Very cool. He's moving well. Did we learn any more about the Speedland protos?
No, they're pretty under wraps in terms of like details being shared. I didn't pry too much.
I know.
I've heard that they're like essentially kind of an update to their first model or second model, the SL PDX and then HSV. Oh, look, we got a little camera footage there.
Oh,
so,
yeah, thank
so
you. We don't have audio on the camera, but obviously they can hear us.
Nice. Thinner than Dylan's shoe, lower to the ground, a little more nimble. And what I'm also hearing is lighter weight than the PDX. So maybe we'll see that at some point.
I have a pair of the PDX. PDX are pretty light. Aren't they? I guess I'm just thinking more minimal.
They're more
I was
minimal.
like, I'm not running more than a 50K in these.
Yeah, because I've got shoes with similar amounts of cushion that are quite a bit lighter, but they're not as bulletproof as those. Those ones you could pretty much take anywhere, and like you're not going to wreck them.
I don't know if we talked about it, but I think DeBo had them put a very, very sticky, maybe the similar HSV bottom on his TAMs for this, because this course.
That would be helpful.
I don't know. There's just so much, not only scrape, but super slick, loose.
And the course was pretty wet this year too. Like there was actually a lot of wet rock across the trail. Like I even noticed that going up Grand Swamp Pass. While there wasn't that much snow, there was just water going down the trail because it was just all melting off. And I was just going up through a little creek.
So the drainage has to be there. But you definitely don't want to slip in some of the sections of this course.
I'm sure Dave and Kevin of Speedland are very thankful that Avery was willing to test out a prototype for the entirety of the Hardrock 100.
That's going to give them some serious info.
It's going to give them some good feedback, that's for sure.
He's going to sign it and turn it in.
And then they'll probably tear it apart and make them a new one.
Yeah. Liz Canty lives a mile and a half down the street from me, so. Seeing her, she's become a good friend, and it's pretty cool. She was actually the first commission with the HSV, and that's a sweet looking shoe. I love the black with just a little bit of green.
The black's cool. The aluminum boa dials, those are pretty spiffy.
Yeah, these have that on them?
I don't know if those ones. The HSVs did.
Are
that
they
was
aluminum?
one of. Yeah,
I don't know if I knew that. That's
yeah,
cool.
I don't know. I've never come close to breaking off a bow dial, but
Are they black?
they're
Okay.
like shiny black.
Shiny black. Very
Yeah,
cool. And then you've got the white on the tams.
Yeah, and that one's just more of the classic plastic bow dial, same as the PDX.
Yeah.
But yeah, the HSVs had aluminum, which I was like, that's just like, I just feel like extra flair.
Yeah.
Okay, so Avery's gotten onto the wider part of the roads, going to be approaching that climb. It'll plateau out, and then Avery Collins will be making their way back to Silverton, running home, I guess. Not the only Silverton local in this race this year. Brian Powell as well.
Yeah.
And then we did have Howie Stern. He missed the cutoff at Yuray, unfortunately.
You know, I saw him
Yeah.
at Animas Forks, which is an amazing aid station. Did we have any coverage?
We had some great coverage
That
from
thing-
Mael and Jeff there
that,
at
like-
Animas Forks.
Yeah. I mean, there was like a hot food tent and a cold food tent and the warming tent and the multiple cots. It was a little too comfortable, but yeah, Howie was in there when I was in there with my runner, Betsy Kalmeyer, and he was going to take a nap. He was getting a leg massage by a couple people, and yeah, sorry to hear that, but he gave it his all.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt that for a second. I'm taking a quick look at the snail tracker on the GPS. It's just like a linear snail that just slowly scoots along the map at cutoff pace, even though people could be behind it because they're climbing and then immediately leapfrog it. But it looks like Rick Hodges, Rick Hoops, and Jocelyn Briggs are the three that are right around that cutoff as we make our way into Telluride. The next cutoff is Telluride at, I believe, 5 p.m.
Okay.
So they have 2 hours to descend down into Telluride. Well, and then I guess also leave the aid station, because that's the kicker there. Is you got to be out of the you got to be out of the aid station by 5.
How's Chris Price doing? Or did he?
Chris is finished. He must
When
have.
did he finish? Speaking of locals, Yuray local, Chris.
He was 12th
Price.
overall.
All right.
And then I think that would make him. I think he rounded out the top 10. Let's pop that leaderboard up there.
Great.
Yep. Chris Price
Woo.
was our 10th male
Congrats.
finisher.
All right.
For the time being.
But Mark Hammond. Oh my God. I'm so behind. Sorry, everyone. I was looking at that top 10. That was
here, let me
awesome.
pop that
No,
back up for
thank
you.
Mark Hammond.
It's just steady moving.
That's
like,
just his MO.
He ran it like a pro. He didn't make any of those like rookie mistakes. But one of the things that he did say in his previous interview, he's like, I'm just gonna do a lot of things that Jeff Browning does. I'm just gonna try and shadow him. And
Hey, that's not a bad way to be.
nope.
Just be super consistent. Every year I run Western States and be top 10, and just come out to Hardrock and be top 10. Brian Colmo. Oh.
Yep. Brian's finish was amazing. Dale made a full announcement over the speakers being like, hey, we have an interesting hard rocker coming in. Brian's actually the one who built and set up this entire finish line, so he is now going to get to enjoy it. So everyone in the gym cleared out, and he had a big fan club there, and there was no one who was coming in behind him for a while, so he just got to spend some time hanging out with The Rock, because he had said too that, like, I guess finishing this race has been a dream of his since middle school.
Oh my God,
and then he's been volunteering,
what a
helping
memory.
out, starting to put into the race, becoming the finish line director, and then finally getting to go do it, and then coming into town, like everything you've been picturing for so many years, and then to get in the top 10.
Dude, somebody needs to make a documentary about that.
That would be a cool one.
Maybe there's footage that could be pieced together. Run Steep, Get High Productions. Steep Life Media.
I think we do have a full finish video of him coming in. It might already be on the Run Steep YouTube page. Jamil has just been cranking out content. As soon as he films someone coming in, he's on the other computer, cutting it up, uploading it to
Hardest
YouTube.
working individual in this sport.
Definitely one of the top. Avery is just jumped down the trail, making his way into Silverton to be a Hardrock 100-mile endurance run finisher. This is a big one, and another one of those ones where I'm sure it wasn't the race he was hoping to have, but this I imagine this is probably a finish that he's pretty proud of having. When Dylan Bowman finished, you know, we had audio on his finish, and one of the questions we had, we were like, I wonder if he's going to be more proud of this race or his 2021 race, where it was like the best race of his life.
Right.
And right when the audio turned on, we heard him say, "Oh, I am significantly prouder of this one, hands down." So I thought that was interesting, and that was kind of cool that he had easily had his mind made up.
Yeah. Just what you've overcome. The character you've built out there for the 30 hours.
Yep, absolutely.
And he had roads, I assume. I'm so bummed I missed it.
Oh yeah, it was a very emotional finish.
They're making announcements here in the gym.
Yep, Dale just said, "Hey, you want to hear see what a Silverton ultra runner looks like?" We got
Sirens.
a lot of noise going on out there.
Maybe he's going to have a brigade of
You have the
trucks.
mayor coming in.
I'm hoping.
Did he drop our finish cam?
Or he has to go back to somebody else. All right, coming into the finish of the 2023 Hardrock. Silverton local Avery Collins, Speedland athlete.
Here he is. If we have a live finish cam, all right, there it is. We're flipped to it. Yeah, Avery's moving now. First time Hardrock finisher.
Spent.
That's a look at someone who spent 33 hours out in the mountains.
Out in harsh, brutal, raw mountains.
A lot of heat. And not to mention, like the slushy snow, too. That's what wears you out.
So we got some intel that he went down to 5:20 pace and did drop our video cam.
Ah, confirmed.
That
Jesus, went down to 5:20 pace and dropped me. Wow. What an honor.
it's the way you finished. It's the way Sabrina finished. I remember that finish line.
That's awesome. Yeah, huge kudos to Avery for gutting that one out. You know, it's tough when it starts to go sideways and you have to, I'm sure there was never anything in his race plan that said, you know, I'm going to sleep for a couple hours at the aid station there. But you have to pivot and do it because this is Hardrock.
There we see the, is that Kevin or Kevin? I think, yeah. Speedland, co-founder.
Kevin's got the beard.
Yep, that's Kevin. Now he's smiling now. Just realizes
Realize what you just did.
Realizes
Like,
what he just
oh, man.
accomplished. Oh man, do we have audio? We don't have it out there.
He might be muted on his end.
Yeah. There we go.
Finish, man.
What's up?
Yeah, man. Oh, look, you guys did take short ones.
Yeah, I mean, hey, give him a hug, give him a hug. You gonna talk to me? Yeah, I ran into some trouble last night. No, we were up on Grant's Swamp until 4 a.m. Oh no! Yeah, we had a little bit of service. You had the right idea. I think we figured that like saw like the extremes for a long period of time. Oh, I vomited.
I'm not sure he knows he's
Oh no.
his audio's on the live stream.
That's what we're here for.
It's okay. It's real.
Mm-hmm.
You had the right idea though.
I've been to a lot of races. I've been to a number of hundreds. I've never actually heard about or seen as much vomiting in this race as I have in others. I know Western States happens a ton too, but I don't know. There's a lot of vomit at Hardrock.
I mean,
Altitude, heat.
yeah, I would say
exertion.
altitude. You just, especially when the adrenaline picks up and you kick it into the finish, then your body's just like, what did I just do? And you're just in such severe oxygen debt. It's like, you're,
They're hearing about it having during the race. Like, what percentage of people running Hardrock this year have thrown up during the race? Do you think?
yeah, I mean, we heard about it a couple times on the live stream. It's probably higher than most. Yeah, post-race survey.
Yeah.
Did you puke? Yeah, I bet it's largely the altitude, but this year you got to, throw in some additional heat, which, as Mael had said, is the double whammy.
Yeah.
You just
That's what.
don't get much blood going to your stomach.
That's what's so unique about this race: the terrain and the altitude.
Yep, there's just a lot of elements that you have to battle.
Did we talk to any of the top 3 men that finished? No. I was kind of curious what they thought. Just I know some of them had seen the course, but what they thought of it.
I got to talk to Javi Dominguez before the race, but I haven't chatted with anyone afterwards. But the main thing for Javi was he was really excited to just do the loop in the mountains, and just kind of be in nature. And he raced like a veteran. One of the things that he had said was like, yeah, a lot of the races I do in Europe, yeah, sure, they're in the mountains. They're big races. There's always people around.
Right.
So one of the things that he said was very unique about this race was how small the field was, and he was excited for that because he was like, yeah, I'm in a race, so I get aid stations, but I also get solitude.
Mm-hmm.
So he was very excited. He also came over here with no crew, no pacers, but as soon as word got out that he didn't have any,
got the hookup.
He had crew. I don't think anyone ran with him, but he had crew at I think every crew aid station just to help him out.
That's awesome. That's the community for you right there. 200 coming in.
I think this is coming out of Telluride. Yeah.
Oh.
I think we're looking at the Telluride camp.
Sam Richie is Bib 200.
Is that?
One at the top of.
That's the shad cam.
So where is Sam Richie? Oh, Sam Richie's on the way to the finish. You'd think I'd recognize this area
Boulder,
by
Colorado. It's okay. It's been a long.
I've watched this section.
There's a few different
now.
Aspen groves on the course.
That's what I figured. I didn't want to assume all these Aspens were the same, but turns out they are. We got Sam Richie on the shad cam.
Sam Richie on the shad cam coming into the finish. In the corner, you're seeing Avery Collins, who just finished Silverton local, who came in, what place? 12.
It was 14.
14th. In this year's race, around 30.
15, excuse me.
15th, around
12 now.
33 hours and 10 minutes, something like that.
So Sam Richie. Sam Richie is no stranger to long races.
Let's learn about Sam Richie.
It's been a few years since he's finished a long one, but in 2021 he did the High Lonesome 100. 2018 he did the Tahoe 200. 2016 I Am Tough 100 mile. So I guess 2014 he has a Wasatch. 2014 a Leadville. 2013 a Leadville. So yeah, definitely some Hardrock qualifiers in there. But this would be Sam's first Hardrock.
Just getting it done. Were there any notable DNFs?
So far, I haven't gotten to see the full list. So it looks like officially we have 1, 2, 3. We have 20 registered drops on the timing site so far. Couple notable names. So we had Howie Stern, Blake Wood, Kirk Apt.
Oh, man. Bummer. Kirk has the most Hardrock finishes of anyone.
Yeah.
26 of them, I think. So.
And I think these were all due to missing cutoffs.
Okay.
So I think every single person is out there until they get pulled.
Yeah.
You know, they make it not their decision. Which
We've
that
heard
makes
that
sense.
because the race is what it is. People have been waiting so long to get in. People have been trying. It's a dream race for so many people. The self-voluntary DNF is
It doesn't happen here.
it's
It
like
seems
not
like
a thing. No, I actually heard somebody in the aid station, and shout out to all the volunteers that make this race happen. The aid station volunteers are top notch, to the point where they know some of these people, and they've seen them year after year, and they know exactly what they need and what their demeanor is and what their buttons are. I was getting tips on how to push Betsy she was in here 2 years ago by herself, and she just sat here. We got to get her out. She's motivated by competition, things that are, which we should talk about that because that's awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
But we were in the Animus Forks, and Howie Stern's in there, and someone, one of the volunteers said to him, because it's Hardrock, you find a way to get it done.
Yeah, and I think that just if you know that that's how other people are treating this race when you go into it, that's how you're going to treat it as well. Kind of that team mentality as well, where it's like, oh well, if we can all collectively do it, then I'm going to give it my all, so I can get around the mountain. You see a little bit of that here at this race.
So at this broadcast, have you come around to more and more? Do you want to do this?
Well, so the problem is I have to run a qualifier.
I know. There's a lot of qualifiers.
Yeah, but I have to want to do them, and this course is so inspiring, and I don't know if there's any qualifier that's as inspiring of a course.
No,
because it's trying to get to this one.
Yeah.
So that's part. This is the problem that I'm having.
Is UTMB still a qualifier?
I don't think so.
Okay. It was.
It is? Is it
I
still?
think it is because I think in the women's panel we heard of a couple of the women. They were going around saying what their qualifier was, and I think a couple of the European women, or perhaps it had used UTMB as their qualifier.
So. Oh, I'm not sure. So back in the day, the Pine to Palm 100 was a Hardrock qualifier. And I'm on a mission to get that one back on the list. I'm not sure what we have to do. We might have to spend a few more miles up high on the PCT, but if Pine to Palm becomes a Hardrock qualifier again, I would 100% then put into the Hardrock lottery, because that's a race that I just like personally really need to finish. But I haven't taken a deep look into the full qualifier list. I'm scared too.
The Bears won, Mogollon. I'm doing Run this year for that reason. There's like
Cascade Crest is
15 or
another
20.
one.
Yeah.
I Am Tough.
Bigfoot, Tahoe.
I'm not doing a 200 mile to qualify for Hardrock. No, thank you.
Some people are.
Yeah, are there any 50Ks? Any 50Ks? Give me
Maybe the World Championship 50K would have been a qualifier, or not the 40K or the 80K.
That one was really hard. I think the Bear is a course that I think is super cool. And
a lot of people do the Bear as their qualifier for this.
yeah, that's one that I would probably do. Because prior to this weekend, I was like a pretty hard no on ever doing Hardrock, just because it was like not my thing. I do too much running and not enough hiking. But now, just being out here and seeing it, getting to experience it in person, even like outside of the actual physical part of having to do it, it's like being a part of that loop is really special, and like I get it a little bit more now. I have more understanding for this race, getting to kind of witness the whole thing in person, because I got here on Tuesday, so I got in when it was still pretty quiet and got to see things kind of build up and go all the way through the start of the race. So yeah, I have a deeper understanding for this race now, and also now having been glued to watching people do it. And I didn't get to do as much exploring on the course, but we had so much great video footage.
Got to see it quite a bit.
I got to see quite a bit more, so it's like, well, damn. Things to think about for sure.
Yeah, we had 72 first-time hard rockers in the field this year, 49% of the field, so those people are...
Yeah, that's a high percentage.
Yeah.
And we're watching Sam Richie, first-time hard rocker, make their way into Silverton. They're just exiting the Aspen Grove and going up the Gut Puncher. And then they will make their right turn down the trail into Silverton, where they get to kiss the rock and become a hard rocker. Someone in the chat asked where Mike Wardian was. At least the way that the live timing has it organized, he's 5 runners behind Sam Richie. So still a bit away out of the finish, but you did not miss his finish.
Getting there. What about Jesse Haynes?
Jesse Haynes is 3 spots behind Mike Wardian.
Okay.
And 1 person in front of Jesse Haynes is our friend Yasin de Boon.
Yes, Yasin. Let's go.
We got a few familiar faces making their way down off of Putnam, out of the Putnam aid station.
So another interesting little side story, or one of the, just kind of a unique thing. I was out there running, and we kept leapfrogging with a gentleman from Panama. And
oh yeah, I met him.
Yeah, his name's Jose. I can't remember his last name. We'll find it. But if Jose finishes, which I think he's determined to do, he will be the first person from Panama
First
kiss,
Panamanian.
to kiss the rock, and he was being paced by his niece at the time. She says, "Yeah,
Yeah,
he's gonna be
Jose.
the first person from Panama to kiss the rock." She was so excited.
That's super cool. Jose Orlac.
Yep, exactly.
Let's see. So he checked out of Telluride at 2 hours ago, almost 2 hours ago. So
Doing good.
escaped that 5 p.m. cutoff easily, and is, that climb out of Telluride is pretty nasty, isn't it? I heard it's beautiful, but pretty hard.
I don't know that section, so I'm not super familiar. I mean, every dang section on this course is hard.
I know. Looking at the profile, I'm like, oh yeah, that climb's steep. Well, so is the next one and the next one. But the climb out of Telluride does actually look quite steep. Let's check a few miles of it. I got the Strava profile up here. So just some of the miles as they're rounded off. So it starts out somewhat gradual. So in terms of the feet that you gain per mile coming out of Telluride, we're looking at 350, 500. But then we go into back-to-back, like a 900 and a 950, 600 and 700. That's pretty relentless as we're, above 12,000 feet yet again. So climb out of Telluride, not an easy one.
And speaking of those around that time, I had to check in on my girl Betsy.
How's Betsy doing?
She's doing great. This is outstanding. She's at 72. She also checked out of Telluride. Okay, so I talked with her crew beforehand a little bit on strategy. What are we going to do? She's run this race in under 30 hours before. So she knows it like the back of her hand. But at this point in her career, she needs to not spend time at aid stations, and that's what was getting to her, is she was taking too much time.
Okay, so we're getting to that point where it's like everything you're doing matters.
Everything you're doing matters. So that was one of our goals, get her out of aid stations. And a couple times, I think we got her in the habit of that because she just was like, okay, I'm going. And I was like, wait, I need to fill my bottles. Hold on a second. I'll catch up to you. But she's out of Telluride. So she's already 72.8 miles in. She was out at 2:07. So she's doing great. I handed her off to my friend and a Free Trail Femme friend of mine. We met through Free Trail Femmes, lives in Boulder, Naomi Josevich, who just offered to jump in and pace her another 25 miles. So
that's awesome.
She's stoked. She got to go up to Kroger's with her in the light, so I bet that was epic.
I wonder what the total pierogi count up at Kroger's was
boy,
this year.
I want one of those pierogies, man. So if Betsy Calmer finishes this race, it will be her 21st finish, and she'll just increase the number of finishes. She's currently the female with the most finishes in the
21 years of finishing. You can buy the Hardrock 100 a beer now.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And she didn't finish a couple times. Last year she dropped in Yuray, and I believe once before that, so she's started 23 times.
Wow. I wonder who has the most finishes with no drops.
With no drops.
Because that would be extremely hard. Just to have that kind of consistency, because like there's so many things that are just out of your control that can, derail the training for it. But yeah, I'm curious what that is, because
yeah, if anyone has that info, let us know for sure. People want you to go run the bear.
the bear looks pretty cool. I mean, it's cool.
Isn't that like
point to
Leah's
point
favorite race?
Yeah, I think she's run it twice.
Yeah.
It's during the fall. It sounds like you get some nice leaves.
And it's pretty high. Quite a bit of climbing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any easy hard rock qualifiers. That would kind of defeat the purpose of it. Although, I think it was Paul was saying that at one point back in the day, Western States used to be a Hardrock qualifier.
That's
I think the list used to be a lot bigger.
Yeah.
And then they kind of had to whittle it down as the number of applicants went up.
That's kind of like the whole UTMB and Western States being UTMB being golden ticket. Now this year at CCC.
Mm-hmm.
These races that are already super hard to get into, adding them to the list of. No.
Yeah, I mean, so UTMB is probably by far the biggest Hardrock qualifier race.
Yeah.
And I guess one thing I've heard too is a lot of people are like, yeah, all these Hardrock qualifiers, there's not that many of them, so they all sell out. One that routinely does not sell out that you can go do is the Mogollon Monster.
Mogollon Monster Aravaipa race.
Yep.
There's a great documentary
Is it
about.
Arizona's only Hardrock qualifier? That's what it was? Yep.
Yeah. Looks like a cool race.
So if you want to...
There's like a monster that lives out there in those woods, so that's the...
I bet there's monsters that live up in these mountains.
There's Yetis.
I can feel it. So Sam Ritchie's just getting off the trail, making their way into Silverton.
My husband's in the chat. Says nice CRRC sticker on my computer. Castle Rock Run Club. Shout out.
Castle Rock Run Club.
Yes. And I think my son was in the chat, and I missed him saying hi, Mom, like 3 times yesterday.
I saw it.
You saw it?
Yeah,
oh, you should have told me.
It was funny.
Dude, yeah.
Because it showed up as you. Like your
because
name.
He's on the iPad. It showed up as me saying hi, Mom, to myself. That is hilarious.
And he said, like, hi, Mom, it's
Dash.
Yeah.
My son, Dash.
Yeah, he said, hi, Mom, it's Dash.
Oh.
From Corinne.
Yeah. From Corinne. Shout out to Dash. Here, can we show this? My son, Dash, painted this picture. Can you guys see this? I don't know.
Oh,
okay.
There we go. Nice.
Here it is. This is Handy's Peak with at sunset. That's the sun. This is my finger. This is Betsy and I coming down the mountain.
Oh, right on.
And the pink clouds. So he did that this morning after he heard about the story of the sunset, which I'll show the actual picture that was the inspiration. But
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Do we have a finish cam video? Okay, we're getting it live, getting it set up right now.
That's the actual photo.
It looks just like it.
I know. Yeah.
That is cool. Our finish cam is just getting booted up. Stay on the runner cam for the time being. This is Sam Ritchie. Where does the button go? Yeah. Boop. There we go. We got the Sam cam back for you.
Have you drank any Floto today? I think there's a...
I pounded 2 flotas before 5 a.m.
Ooh, impressive. Before 5 a.m. What time?
Because I was on from like 4:30 to 7:30.
Oh, yeah, that's a rough shift.
And it was slightly impromptu because Skylar would have been solo. So I was like, yeah, I'll hop in with you. And then we were both like, hey, we both forgot about the whole food thing.
Yeah.
And like now we're stuck here for the next few hours. So naturally we're like, let's just pound some flotas and kick this can down the road, figure out the food thing later.
I think I need a Flota, or I'm going to need one soon. Here comes
Here's
Sam
Ritchie.
Woo! Let's go, Sam. Right on the
mouse. Yeah.
Oh, he looks so stoked.
Ups and downs. It's my crew, right? Nice.
Top of the line. Top of the line.
Found her in a local bar. Seems like she knew something. Seems like she knew something about running. She's like, turn right.
Sam seems pretty together in the head.
He does. Hi.
Yeah, I can't like slack the last. Yeah, right. Sorry. Yeah. Oh. Hey, we got a teacher for us.
Hey, Kyle.
Standing.
Yeah, baby.
Congratulations to Sam Richie. Getting the Hardrock 2023 done in 33 and a half hours.
And this is Sam's first Hardrock.
He's so spry, he might just want to pop in here and do a quick post.
Oh, we could. Or this is just all the finish line adrenaline, and he's going to crash hard. Like,
We could try to bribe him with a floata.
yeah, maybe.
Like breadcrumb cans of floata coming in here up to the
Like, ooh, a floata. Ooh, a floata. 33:33. I wonder if it was 33 seconds as well. Oh, all threes would be pretty sweet.
No, unfortunately. But as promised, we are bringing you all footage of every single finisher of this year's
Yep.
Hardrock, crossing that line. So if you have someone you're following,
And even if there's any moments where there aren't commentary, there will be at least cameras going.
did you know that there's a drinking game going on in the chat?
Well, I see a lot of people say drink
Every time we
all the
say
time.
Florida.
Yeah, I know that's one of the rules. There's others. And apparently there's a lot of things that if I say it, people have to drink. And yesterday people were getting rowdy.
Uh-oh. In the after dark or in the midnight?
It was like during the middle of the day. It was a day drinking game.
I think we all need a drink after the live streaming. And if anyone in Silverton wants to bring us food from like the best restaurant in Silverton, we'll give them a shout out. Because we need some food too.
What's the best restaurant in Silverton? Well, Skylar's actually eating right now. So he was going to replace me at 4-ish. So maybe then it'll be my job to go grab some food.
Okay.
Maybe we'll see what. I think Jamil eats food. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I've never seen. I mean,
He
I've never.
doesn't eat meat.
I've never seen him do a lot of things. Like I've never seen Jamil sleep. Actually, that's a lie. I saw him sleep for like 7 minutes in that little plastic chair over there this morning.
It's impressive. And Bryce. Also
Bryce was wrecked this morning.
Quick nap. Well, I mean,
Understandably
we're all
so.
wrecked.
Well, because Bryce was going nonstop for 25 hours, I think, of producing. So like he had to like keep his finger on the pulse. Oh, speaking of Skylar, you just walked in. I'll have to see where he went. See if we get some recommendations.
I want a hat. Everyone has hats. Where are
We'll
the
get you a
hats?
hat. Lost you know.
I like that one with the under the brim. Their hat, the hat. It's like, yeah, repping it. Yeah, there's some new run steep, get high gear. People can pick up in the on the website. I also want the hat that Jamil's been wearing.
What's he had on?
It's like a runner. It's more of a technical soft, and it's got the
Oh,
mountains
yeah, it's just
on
like
the
all
side.
white.
All white with the mountains on the side, and then the
Yeah, that one looks like a really nice
of course
floppy running hat.
Yeah.
And of course, as we say that, he walks in too. Look at that, we're like summoning people. Who else should we talk about to just like summon and like, man, it would be really cool if like Courtney popped in for an interview.
Dang it. Maybe in a
Nope. Okay.
couple
It only
hours.
worked for the two people that have routinely been in the studio most of the time. So the next runner that we are expecting to make their way to the finish is Brandon Worthington. Brandon's, I think that's a runner cam is going to find and intercept Brandon. Let's do some internet sleuthing on Brandon. Aurora, Colorado. Has been very efficient through all the aid stations. The longest that he spent in an aid station was 14 minutes at Governor.
nice.
Oh no, 17 at Yuray. Most of the other ones have been kept to under 10 minutes.
Wow, nice.
That's good. Good, efficient aid station protocol. Oh, I totally forgot. We changed the name of aid stations to glycogen stores. So you go hit up the glycogen store.
Oh my God, that's
Skylar does not approve, but he's not here right now. So that's what we were saying yesterday. Because you were like, you got to replenish your glycogen stores. And I was like, what if
We called them
they were at the glycogen store?
Love it.
So that's what all these people are coming into. They're like, I got to go to the glycogen store. And they're like, what kind of sugar can I get you?
Well, I was thinking about it, I was thinking about that term aid station, and at a race like this, dude, it seriously is aid. It's let us fix you.
Yeah. There's
mentally, physically, emotionally.
Mm-hmm.
It's crucial.
Ooh, so fun fact about Brandon Worthington did the Triple Crown of 200s in 2021.
Dang.
The Bigfoot,
Yeah.
Tahoe 200, and Moab 240,
Amazing.
which is August, September, October.
You know who else is doing that next year?
Who?
Third place finisher Annie Hughes.
Oh.
Signed up for that.
Damn. So now we're just wondering when Cocodona 250 is going to get added to this Triple Crown to make the Grand Slam. I don't know. They already call it the 200 Slam. I feel like
It's called the Triple Crown if there's 4.
Yeah, you can't. It's like quaddle. That sounds dumb. But Bigfoot, Tahoe, and Moab, they're all within the same race company. So Cocodona was kind of the outsider looking in.
Right.
So then we were calling it just the championship.
The championship. Quadbuster.
I wonder if anyone's done it. I mean, there's a lot of people trying to do the Triple Crown of 200s. Cocodona's in May, so you get that one out of the way before August.
I might have to look up.
There's no such thing as a unique idea. So I'm not just thinking of this.
Deb Hamberlin. She's run Cocodona twice, and I know she's done multiple of the 200-mile races, but I don't know if all in the same year. But she had an insane racing calendar this year.
Yeah, I don't.
Another fun fact.
I don't know how I feel about these whole back-to-back racing things. I mean, I think it's amazing. I don't know if it's for me though.
Oh.
I get so trashed after races. The ability that some of these runners have, their ability to recover, it just absolutely astounds me. I do one dinky little flat 100 and I'm out for 2 months.
Yeah, I was out for 6 months after my first 100.
Yeah, I don't like these.
I mean, Pam Reed.
Yeah, Pam.
Case in point, though, I think that she doesn't train. She just races.
Well, that's what she said just for this, though. Normally, she runs 3 times a day.
3 times a day?
She doesn't like sitting. No. She said, it's very common where, if she's with her husband and they're in traffic, she'll just get out of the car and start running, and then he can just pick her up somewhere later. Yeah, she's always
ran quite a bit
moving.
With Pam Reed last night.
Yeah.
Back and forth, and there's competition even amongst the 60-65-year-old category.
Were they racing?
Absolutely, and it's motivating Betsy right now. I mean,
yeah.
She's saying stuff like, "Don't say my name around her," so she doesn't know who I am.
Yep.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I love that.
Can you imagine having stoke for racing and competing when you're 60?
Yeah, that's good. I mean, that's why age group divisions exist. It's if it was just only the overall, then we'd only be looking at a very small percentage. But I mean, I had such a fun time all yesterday. We had the group of Javi Dominguez, Jeff Browning, Paul Terranova, Jesse Haynes. They were all within 48 to 51 years old, and they were all within 30 minutes of each other. And we're this is an amazing race. Yeah. It's not at the very front, but it's a race within the race.
It's also not too far.
Well, they weren't too far from the front, actually, but yeah, I mean, and then taking that to 60. It's awesome.
Cool. It's so cool.
So cool.
So other stats we were talking about, because this runner's from Aurora. Remind me his name. Oh, is this a female coming in?
Jocelyn Briggs. Let me get a tracker update.
This might be out of Telluride. Is this? Okay.
Yeah, that is.
This
That's
is out of Telluride.
Telluride.
So we had a runner getting close to the finish from Aurora, and there's 47 Coloradans in the race this year. That's the highest representation from a state perspective.
Oh.
California
Yeah,
has
that makes sense. Actually.
12. New Mexico has 10. Utah has 9. Washington has 7. And Oregon has 6. But there's
Wow.
also 11 foreign countries represented.
That's pretty cool. I'm just trying to think, like, per runners per capita, like for the state. Actually, Oregon having 6 is pretty high up there because Oregon's got quite a few less people than Colorado. But New Mexico doesn't have too many people either, and having 10 or 11, that's pretty up there. Oh, sick! We got a giant moth circling our studio light. That's not going anywhere.
So in the lottery, there were 47 states represented. People from all over the U.S. are trying to get into Hardrock, and there were 60 foreign countries. That's kind of one thing that boggles my mind is like how many people from outside the United States know about this race.
It's a little race. This is a little race.
Yeah.
And there's people from everywhere trying to get into this race.
I mean, Jose from Panama's
From Panama is still
kiss
going.
the rock.
Yeah, it's incredible. Yeah, I can't imagine training for Hardrock out of Panama is the easiest thing in the world.
Sounded like he wasn't a foreigner. Has raced quite a bit in the States and
Yes,
done Leadville and all
has
that.
been putting into the lottery for 10 years. So that's quite. We've got some qualifiers in there. Yeah, on another podcast that I recorded a while back, we were talking about like, places where you could like train for Hardrock, and one of the spots was
I listened to that one.
up in Quito, Ecuador. There's a couple of towns over up like in Mexico, like out of Mexico City as well.
Wasn't it the discussion about the ideal training places in the world too?
Yeah, like we were just looking at like the globe and then picking spots, and it was like, oh, Quito.
Quito, high out.
It's
altitude.
on the equator, so the weather stays pretty similar all year round. It's like 50s, 60s degrees. They do have a monsoon season, but like other than that, you're pretty much in perfect running weather all the time.
What's elevation?
I think Quito's like 10,000 feet,
10,000.
but you can run up to 16,000 from
16.
town, and it's like easy to go up. And because the weather's pretty nice, like you could do that year round.
How low can you get within
10,000 feet.
drivable distance?
I actually don't know, but
Because
yeah.
that's the thing about Flag, right? You can go south 2 hours and be.
Yeah, but there's only like, I might get blasted for this, but there's not as many big mountains out of Flagstaff as like
Agreed.
here.
Agreed.
I mean, I think Flag's like one of the most ideal spots to train for like something like Western States, and you can definitely train for something like Hardrock here. But I was thinking in terms of places where I could like drop down in elevation to Silverton, and then like you're actually like in a large city as well.
Yeah.
One of my buddies from Ashland, he went and taught English over in Quito for a year, and the highest mountain that he summited was 20,000 feet. Now at that point, that's probably not really benefiting running much, but he then was able to just like routinely run like 12 to 14 all the time.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
I don't think I'm moving to Ecuador anytime soon.
I'd like to visit.
It looked beautiful.
Yeah. We heard in the chat here, Sally McRae is doing the.
Oh, someone in the chat said,
So-
fun fact about Brandon, he's done rim to rim. He's done rim to rim to rim times 5. So like
Oh yeah.
5
I
rim to
think
rim
rim
to
to
rims.
Yeah. That's insane.
It's a
I've done it
dizzying
once
amount.
and that was enough. But that's right. Sally McRae is doing all 4 this year because she did Cocodona
Oh, yeah.
and she's doing the Triple Crown.
I should have known that because I was commentating on Cocodona.
Cocodona.
I was like, I knew there's someone who was doing it. Sally's doing the quad.
The quad. She's calling. What's she calling it? She's calling it something. I should know this. Because last year was the Choose Strong project. Boy, it'll come to me. But she has termed it something already. I mean, she calls 200s epics.
Mm.
And, you know, we've heard from many people saying that Hardrock really runs more like maybe 150.
Oh, it definitely runs like a
even some
long 100 mile.
200 milers. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, in 48 hours, there's definitely a number of people that can cover 200 miles over the course of 48 hours.
Deb Hamberlin herself is in the chat. 5 people did it last year.
Oh, there we have it.
West Plate did it and had a podcast on them. There you go.
I knew it.
Thank you, Deb.
I knew it had to be done. As soon as a race like that comes out,
Somebody's got to combine it.
you got to stack them.
Yeah.
It's all about stacking those races. Just like during bulking season, you got to stack those supplements, right, Skylar? Oh, you're muted. He nodded his head in
He'll
agreement.
be on
This was
soon.
one of the
He's
few
getting
times
geared
we
up, ready
agreed.
to go.
So if you're doing Hardrock, what shoes are you wearing?
I ran 30 miles in the shoe that I race in mostly, which is the S-Lab Ultra 3. And I'd probably start with that, but I mean, I'm still looking for my 100-mile shoe.
Yeah.
I have a kind of a narrow, shallow foot.
Mm. Yeah, that S-Lab Ultra 3 is probably one of the better, well-rounded
And
shoes.
the Genesis is amazing too, but it's because it's lighter, but it doesn't have quite as much, you know, cushion. Like I feel like
It's softer, but
not.
you can pack it out a little bit
yeah.
sooner. I have noticed that, like, for the last year, it seems like Courtney's, for the most part, made the switch to the Genesis from the S-Lab Ultra 3.
When you're playing in that game, the minimal gains, the 1%, it is lighter.
Yeah, that's true.
So if it doesn't beat up our feet, it is lighter, and it's got everything that the S-Lab Ultra 3 has. Boy, we're doing a lot for Solomon here.
Well, I mean, I guess there are some.
I'm wearing my short knee.
Short knee?
The short knee shirt.
The shirt knee and the short knees?
They're both called short knees. It's just the shirt and the shorts. But they're short.
It's the short knee line.
The short knee line.
Except it's a shirt.
Yeah, it's got the tagline on it.
I feel like that was a little bit of a missed opportunity to not call that the shirt knee.
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, I don't have any problems putting the Solomon marketing team on blast with that one. Not calling it a shirt knee. When you have short knees, you can't have a short knee shirt. That would be
Fair
about
point,
as
fair
that would be about as good as us having a floater with the bubbles added.
So people talk about how these shorts are so long, and like, are they bothersome or whatever? I'll tell you, these shorts, they weigh nothing.
I know
they are
the fabric
so
looks
thin.
so thin. Probably nice with like chafing and stuff too, because you get
And you can get it
fabric
wet and-
all the way down to the
Yeah.
knees.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the shirt fabric's super thin as well.
Right. Says, no one else can run those miles for you.
Yeah, that's true.
Courtneyism.
That's the truth. It's a Courtneyism.
And Courtney's mantra, at least for Western states, maybe if she brought it into this race as well, was be brave, be patient, believe.
Be brave, be patient, believe. Yep. All three of those check all the correct boxes for this race.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's also cool that she had somebody kind of pushing her in both races.
Yeah, I love that. And I think that's been talked about before. It's like the Courtney effect. Whereas when Courtney's in the race, even if she wins or wins by a lot, the rest of the field performs higher than it previously has. So it's like when you have that one person who raises the ceiling, like everyone else's ceiling gets raised as well. And that's great. That's what we need for the sport. Like that grows the sport, you know.
Yeah. That's what's
It
happening.
gets more eyes on the sport. And I'm sure Courtney loved that she got to share miles with Annalise all the way through almost like 60 miles basically. And yeah, that would just make it so much more engaging. Like I know Courtney's for the most part in these events to challenge herself, but having someone else there too would be fun.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if we have audio on. Brandon Worthington, he's getting ready to finish the race.
Yep, Brandon is. Ooh, you can see Silverton in the background.
Are you on, Skylar?
I don't know. Oh,
You're on.
there it is.
We hear you.
Word.
What's up, Skylar?
Arkansas.
Just finally got lunch,
The natural.
and I've adjusted to light again
We do have a
after
diamond
having
mine
been
there,
up for the better part of the last
Yeah, I'm doing
35
it.
hours. So,
Awesome. Up
so we're
trying to
here. I'm
acclimate
stoked
Good luck.
to be back here, cheering in more folks coming in, including Brandon. You see Silverton literally right below him there. So just half a mile or so to go
That's
for
Kendall
him.
Mountain, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Skylar, did you go eat food?
I did.
Where'd you go?
I went to. I want to name drop them correctly. It was the same spot that hosted the fundraiser on Saturday for the search and rescue crew.
The something saloon. I know.
Correct.
that's-
It is the saloon. It is. If my
That's
Google
about
Maps
top
would lock
there.
in.
Yeah, I've been running out of water every few bits. I don't know how y'all are drinking.
The Lacey Rose Saloon.
The Lacey Rose
There you go.
Saloon.
Had a very nice sandwich. Had a very nice conversation with some folks who weren't even crewing anyone in the race or had a runner participating, but were like, hey, you seem like you know what's happening with this race. Do you know where Avery Collins is? And I was like, yeah, he's like a mile out. And they were like, cool, can we get our check? And then they closed out and ran out to the finish line. So the Silverton locals definitely out here and supporting just as much as those who've traveled in are.
Man, good thing you were there.
Glad I could be of service.
Saving the day.
Keep it up. Yeah, for sure. Good
Brandon
job.
was just saying he'd run out of water a lot of times.
Yeah. That was one thing that we noticed, even at the front of the pack is pretty much everyone towards the front was taking on that third bottle super early on because, they have the packs that have the 2 bottles on the front. They were all sliding a third bottle into the back somewhere. And in most cases, chugging 1 or 2 full bottles at every aid station.
Yeah. Do you have a filter in one of those or not? The runoff's pretty.
I guess maybe that could be one of the differences is bringing that filter or not. Well, if I was really thirsty, I would probably just
It's
fill my
running
bottle.
really fast, and if
Especially
it's
up really high. I mean, I did that the other day, and I'm still here. I'm not telling everyone to go do it, but I'm just saying that I made an educated decision.
There are sheep, but I haven't seen any around lately, so.
Yeah,
That's
I
maybe
didn't see
your
it.
only risk.
Well, I was like, I could like see the snowfield and then a massive waterfall, and then to me, quarter mile later, I was like, I'm feeling pretty good about that.
We'll check in with you in a week and verify.
All right, I'll text you.
Thank you. Trust but verify.
But it's true though, with like the new like Catadine filters that you can just screw on to pretty much any soft bottle. So easy to have a nice clean filtered
Yeah.
water with you.
Credit for
No
those
more
guys.
iodine tablets and waiting 30 minutes and drinking nasty flavored water.
Yeah, and for context, it is currently registering as 80 degrees here in Silverton. So
Toasty. 80 degrees at 9,000.
Yeah, that long sleeve is a sun shirt.
Yeah.
That is not for cold temperatures. That's protect from the exposure up here.
I can already kind of see a tan line on shorts.
Yeah, sunscreen or, shirt with sun protection, like that is an absolute must up here. Good sunglasses. Get your zinc-based sunscreen. Really cake that on.
if you don't come through looking like Hasselhoff and Baywatch, you might be setting yourself up for failure.
How did Arlen look? Was it another level of sun, tan, burn? About the same.
Yeah, it was about the same.
It's like he and Courtney. They're just like tan all the time.
Yeah, they're really getting up to this level.
You hear the cheers.
And then they both have really white teeth, which makes it that much more.
Very contrasty. Making that final turn at the bouncy house. The flags are blowing. This is Brandon Worthington. Of Aurora, Colorado. Kissing that rock.
Sliding just under the 34-hour mark as we cross over to 4 p.m. local time here in Colorado. And just 14 hours left in our Hardrock 100 endurance run.
48-hour cutoff for this race. Race director Dale Garland, who greets every finisher who crosses the line.
He really is a great run director. The skeptic in me thinks he just really wants all the GPS trackers back.
Yeah, that was
You think
very
that too?
thorough. He's like, "Congrats, here's your medal," but in the same move, it's just
He's like, "These are
one
expensive.
fluid action.
Give me that tracker back." And the best way for him to make sure they all get back is if he does it himself.
If you want something done right, do it yourself.
Which is what makes Dale special, is because he has the superpower of trusting other people to do important jobs.
Speaking of superpowers, 4 o'clock also brings the cutoff for the Telluride aid station.
I thought it was 5.
1,600 hours military time.
Oh, yeah, you're
4
right.
p.m.
4 p.m.
And so, checking in on the back of the race, our last runner on course, chasing the Snail, Rick Hodges, 12 minutes ago, about 13 minutes ago, pinged 2.5 miles up from the aid station. So don't want to call anything before it's official, but our oldest competitor in the field and the person aiming to be the oldest ever finisher of the Hardrock 100 may have just met an unfortunate time fate at Telluride, but we will await confirmation officially.
Same with Rick Hoops, because it says he's still outside of Telluride, but the tracker was almost an hour ago.
Yeah, it actually says he's 10 miles to Chapman, so it partially recognizes he's past Telluride.
Interesting.
But just physically shows him on the map pre-Telluride. It's kind of wild that we actually only had one person bumping up against.
Yeah, because a couple hours ago there was like 5 people who were, in the danger zone.
Yeah, we saw Jocelyn Briggs was on on the stream for a good amount there. She was taking off from Telluride. That would make her the last person on course if Rick is, I guess either Rick is timed out at Telluride. So we'll keep tabs on that. We don't have a hard cutoff at the next aid station, do we?
The next one?
Chapman. We do have a hard out at 8:45 p.m. So 4 hours and 45 minutes to go 10 miles with 4,500 feet of ascent and 3,000 feet of descent.
Yeah, that's a tall order. But
in the heat of the day as well.
We're about to crest the heat of the day, and the temps are about to start getting better. So that's good. But we're still, that's a lot.
Not out of the woods.
Not impossible. Definitely not impossible. Like these cutoffs are, as far as I know, pretty scientific. Like they didn't just make these up.
No.
They've been adjusted over the years.
And for those keeping tabs at home, you do have that link in the top of the live chat that takes you directly to the GPS tracker. And for the race at the back of the field, you're just racing the Snail. We talk about this being an endurance run, but the one race that really does exist is the one against the Snail.
Yes.
To ensure that you meet that 48-hour cutoff. So keep tabs on that because that Snail's going to keep moving. And we have...
Does Hardrock have wavelight technology for the cutoffs yet?
I wish. We have several dozen people that are currently on that climb between Telluride and the Chapman aid station.
I think if you're on that climb out of Telluride, now that the Telluride cutoff has happened, I think I would put them into the metaphorical danger zone until they get over the climb and start descending.
I mean, we've seen a lot of carnage happen in this area of the course. Pretty much all of our long naps have happened at that next aid station, and you have to be out of that aid station by 8:45, which will then be right at sunset, basically.
Yep.
And then you got to just follow the train of headlamps as they move on down towards Silverton.
Yep. Everyone's got to make some moves because the Snail has just called check. I feel like that's probably pretty solid, right?
I'll allow it.
Yeah. Definitely not a checkmate move. It's just check.
Check. You can get out of it.
Yep.
It's not final.
And even if it's just like one square over and the Snail's like, check. You can do that. Your way all the way to the finish. And checkmate the squirrel. Snail. Squirrels are too fast to be cut off animals. It's time for me to get out of here.
I'll allow it.
Thanks for allowing it. Okay, well, with that, I think I'm going to go find some dinner or something. I'm sure I'll loiter my way back in here at some point.
You're welcome anytime, Brett.
Thank you.
But go take care of yourself.
I got to take care of myself.
The
I don't
first
think
rule
I've...
of the crew is to take care of the crew.
I think the only real food I've had today is like a breakfast burrito at like 7 a.m., so...
I had huevos rancheros made by my mother.
Nice.
Oh.
Way to share. So
yeah,
thanks
for
that.
bringing some.
It was like 8 hours ago, though, so...
With that, I'm going to leave it to Corinne and Skylar. Thanks for holding it down. Have fun. Make good choices.
How many hours into a live stream? 34 hours into a live stream.
34 hours. I can't believe we're like counting down to the end now. They're really going to start ticking away.
I don't know, but...
Oh, grip it and rip it with the floata. Let's go.
I have to be on for 4 more hours. start sipping this.
I feel that.
All right, guys.
Yeah, move that mic. I'll saunter over there.
If you see anything delicious, grab me something. I'll pay you.
We'll make moves. I'll look at the production booth. Since we were chatting about Flota, would this be the opportune time for an ad break? Cool. So while we're making moves here, you can also make moves. Get your sustenance of choice and make moves to our sponsors they're going to see coming up here. And we'll be back in just a moment.
Flota! All the energy of soda. Not the fizz.
My name is Jeff Vierling, co-founder of Tailwind Nutrition. We make drink mixes for athletes to help you fuel, hydrate, and recover for all sorts of outdoor activities. Running, cycling, hiking, climbing, any sport where you're working up a sweat. We manufacture our own products in Durango, Colorado, and we test and use them on the trails of the beautiful San Juan Mountains. Our mission and our passion is to help athletes achieve their goals and to feel great while doing it. We couple proven nutrition that's simple to use, easy on your gut, and tastes great with encouragement and education. You can think of us as your support crew. We're right there with you doing whatever it takes to help you get across the finish line with a smile on your face.
All right, we are back in the studio. Corinne, how you doing?
Kind of exhausted, but I can't say anything because everyone in this place is exhausted. Whether you're a runner, crew, working the event, working the media, everyone's tired. But the stoke is high still. I mean,
Absolutely.
we love this sport. This is incredible. How are you doing, Skylar?
I'm good. Yes, also in the same boat, just grinding along, but not nearly as many complaints from me as the legs of these runners as they are coming in.
We have another finisher.
And I want to say that's Dan Barger, if I can
Just
hard confirm that.
the emotion is coming out. And congratulations. Help us IG this runner, guys.
Yeah, pretty sure that's...
People have now changed so many times at this point, you can't follow what they were wearing.
No.
Oh, 1-5 something. And maybe we could try for audio. Paul Jesse. The chat's saying it's Paul Jesse.
All right. 158.
Florissant, Colorado. I do not know where Florissant is. I think that's I'm going to have to look that up. Colorado natives should know these things, but I do not.
So that's a great close by Paul Jesse coming in. ran that last 5 or so miles in about 50 minutes. So just crushed it to finish in 34:12 and change. So good job to Paul.
Way to go, Paul. Florissant is a tiny town up kind of near Woodland Park. So 41 years young, 15th male finisher of the Hardrock.
Sweet. And shortly thereafter, we actually should be seeing Camino Miyazaki. Should actually be in the last, maybe about the last quarter mile. If not just a tad bit more approaching. And she will be our fourth female.
Congrats, man. Thank you. There you go.
Would you mind taking a picture of my crew?
Yeah, no problem.
Awesome.
Guys, come here.
Still, after 34 hours, super gracious. Would you mind taking a picture of me and my crew?
Yeah, you got
Awesome.
it. Yeah.
Good job.
Paul's amazing.
Gotta love that.
We hear.
And it takes a village, you know? Like very, very few people have we seen get around without pacers, without crew here at the Hardrock 100. And even those individuals are still being supported by the outstanding volunteers in these aid stations around the course. So appreciate when the runners out there are kind to the folks that help them get around the San Juans.
Yeah. Jeez. Jeez.
Gambate Camino, someone says in the chat. It must be mean like, let's go. I don't know.
Yep.
What, you know
Yep.
what Gambate?
Exactly. Yep. Gambate, let's go.
Yep.
It's kind of like ale. Exactly. And our folks from Japan can hopefully fact check me on this. Are we going Miyazaki-san or is it Camino-san? I'm not sure which is the surname and how they loaded it here in the system, but want to make sure we show her the appropriate love.
Here comes Camino. She's running it in. 34 years old. She will be your fourth female finisher of the 2023 Hardrock 100 endurance run.
And looking good. These are bouncy strides coming in. Getting it done.
I bet that smooth surface feels real good after everything she's been through. It's where you can actually, one of the few places on the course where you can actually like open up a stride instead of picking your way down a scree field.
It's like there's still a few rocks, but not nearly as bad as you've come across up to this point.
This is basically like pavement compared to everything you've been on.
Just delightful. Camino Miyazaki.
Camino, way to go.
From the Kanagawa Prefecture, just south of Tokyo. I believe Yokohama is the sort of the flagship town or city of the prefecture. So
everyone from the gym is making their way outside to greet Camino in person.
Our fourth female coming in to kiss the rock, 34 hours, 17 minutes. Give it up for Camino Miyazaki.
Awesome run, Camino. Oh, she had to go. True fashion. She asked, "Can I touch it? Do I kiss this? Is this the rock?" Oh, she's giving it a hug. I love that.
You worked hard to get here. Take it all in.
I love that.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Doi tashimashite. Randomly, I took Japanese in high school. Every now and then, I remember just enough.
What a pro.
So great news. Thank you.
My pleasure. Our pleasure.
This is awesome. She's like, yes, I would like to now sit down.
Congratulations. Yes, of course.
It'd be fascinating to hear how, I know she's run a lot of races all over the world and otherwise, but just like how they compare to the trails in Japan, you know. A couple of friends of mine have talked to me about UTMF and how technical it is. It'd be interesting to hear like what she thought of this course. I mean, I wonder if there's the kind of exposure, probably certain places in Japan, but you know, just somebody who comes from that part of the world, what do you think of these trails?
Yeah, I mean, there's some pretty wild terrain, very rooted out trails, and some very urban areas out that way. I think a lot of folks who've run UTMF would speak to that. But she's been all over the world. Obviously, had a 24th place last year at UTMB, but also won this year's Istria 100 and was second at this year's Tarawera. So it's getting the frequent flyer miles in and getting the frequent fantastic race results, because this is her third top 5 of the year already.
Wow, she's having a year.
Congratulations. Thank you. You're a hard rocker. Yes, thank you.
Megan
It was
Hicks,
fun being with Anthony.
editor-in-chief of I Run Far there.
Anthony, your pacer. That was fun. Was fun. Did you have fun with him?
Oh, she's going into straight post-interview mode.
Did you enjoy?
That's what she does.
The pacer? Yeah. Did he tell you jokes? He told jokes?
No, many.
He told me he was preparing jokes.
Yes, he is very mindfulness, and he brought
8 times. Bloody nose.
Oh, that's what this is
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, she punched me so many times.
You had a fight.
Yeah.
Congratulations. So good.
I wonder if the language barrier was a challenge at any point. Was it difficult in aid stations? I'm sure she has people, you know, helping translate, but
Yeah, that's kind of been a common question, especially with the front end of our race on both the men's and the women's side having some international flair. 3 folks from France being in our podium spots between the men and the women, and some Spanish, I guess really Basque influence as well. So,
Of course.
and as we see Camino sort of step aside, the camera won't necessarily, because we have one Mr. Mike Wardian coming in towards the finish, and he's going to continue a bit of a train of individuals coming in short order, because shortly behind him is going to be Dan Barger. Someone at home may be able to correct me on that. And then also on this side of the river, within the last 2.5 miles of the finish, you're also going to have Claire Banwarth and Greg Brandt all in the mix here. It's a party. It's a party here at the finish line, and we're stoked to be able to bring it to you on the inaugural live stream for the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run. So thank you all for joining us in the chat. And if you're like, hey, my runner's in the next 5, but I want to be able to find them as they come in, you got that link at the top of the chat, which will help with GPS tracking. It'll ping every 20 minutes or so and give you an idea of where they are on course. And then we're going to be bringing Finish Line Cam at a minimum all the way through golden hour and up to 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, Colorado time. So buckle up, get your refreshments, and hang in and hang out as we continue the coverage of the Hardrock 100. Look at Wardian grinding through that last gut punch of a climb. And it looks like he should be almost to the right-hander and hitting that nice, beautiful moment where you finally get to say, it's all downhill from here.
Wardian was paced at one point by fellow commentator here, Maggie Gutierrez, also Hardrock finisher. She said he was moving super well when they were together, so it's great to hear. Mike ran a couple races last weekend just to prepare, for Hardrock, so he just jumped into Silverton Alpine 8-miler with the Kendall Mountain Run the next day, get up to 13,000 feet, just do a little double, tune up.
Check in. Just make sure everything's ready to rock, all systems are go. It's a smart move. But as we're watching Mike, he is but about 150 meters ahead of Greg Brandt. And so we've talked a lot about Wardian getting ready for the mile tomorrow morning, which we will also be live streaming on the Run Steep Get High channel. So make sure you are subscribed so you get that notification when we go live with that. But he might actually have the low-key kick here if he wants to hold on to this, 18th male?
And
20th. 20th overall. Math is hard.
Yeah, that's okay. I was going to say that Mike ran Hardrock in 2021, same direction.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to have a PR today. He ran 36 hours 2 years ago. So he's going to have a significant hour and a half plus PR on the course in this direction.
Nice.
Got to be happy with that.
I mean, when we saw him at a couple spots on the live stream, always seemed in good spirits, but didn't look like he was always like super like ready to run. So to be able to still put down a personal best in this direction on the course, shout out to just an absolute legend of a runner and of a human being.
All right, I'm going to correct myself. It looks like 2017 he ran 31:24. That would have been the same direction, but he is improving over the last time he ran this direction 2 years ago. So all relative. 49 years old, finishing in an outstanding time here, and the laundry list of races that he has run on Ultra Sign Up goes on and on and on and on and on.
Yeah, somebody can do the sort of age-graded percentage of where these all stack up. But what matters is that this year, on this day, he is stacked up, squared up against this course, and won as he finds his way. Last turn at the gym.
I kind of saw a kick. It's a little hard with the footage, but I think he's pushing.
Ladies and gentlemen, finishing up 34 hours, 26 minutes, Mike Wardian. You can tell that he's very popular, one, because of all the cheers that we get here on the camera. Two, because so many people wanted to film this finish that it's jamming up our signal. And Greg should be here literally any second. And so while our run director, DG, snags Mike Wardian's tracker, Uncle Dale steps aside. And right behind Mike, we should see Greg Brandt running in. Dan Barger, Greg Brandt, some sort of kick is going down. One of them is coming in. Let's see what happens.
Can't imagine having to kick after 33,000 feet of climbing, 33,000 feet of extremely difficult descending. But you also get that little adrenaline rush that you see the finish line.
All right, I believe this is Dan Barger on screen. One turn to go.
And Mike's out there cheering.
57 years young, coming
Looking
out of
back.
Steamboat.
Behind him. Yeah.
We'll see if he keeps that youthful energy and heads back to that bounce house. But right now, he has a date with The Rock. 34 hours, 28 minutes. Dan Barger, congrats, buddy, on your completion of the 2023 Hardrock 100.
57 years young.
Hotter than Western States? No, without Wardian.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I think that's it.
So Dan finishing for the first time, one of our Western to Hardrock double competitors, ran a sub 24 at Western just 3 weeks ago. Runs a 34:28 here at Hardrock.
Amazing.
He's been on a tear.
15-time Western States 100 finisher, someone says in the chat. If that's
I'm looking at it. He's finished in 22 as well. Finished in 21. Finished in 19. He's on a just a hot streak at Western. So shout out to Dan. And again, our attention turns back for yet another finisher. The train continues. This should be good old Greg Brandt. Congratulations.
I saw Greg multiple times this week. This is so awesome. I saw yes. Wow. Running through with his family out of Texas, Corpus Christi.
Not getting altitude training, but getting a lot of humidity training. The heat shouldn't bother him anyway. I think that's from Frozen, but just like flip it about temperatures, whatever. It doesn't matter. He got here in one piece. Greg waving to the fans at home.
Daddy. Now you must switch immediately into father mode.
Yeah. The last 34 hours and 30 minutes were about you. Now back to us.
Yeah.
Love it. I love it. Family affair. Congrats.
Daddy, let's take a picture. Don't sit down. Can't sit down yet. Looks like he's got 3 daughters. That's so cool. Hopefully they all grow up to become ultra runners. If they want to, if they love the sport.
I've joked a lot about people hanging out at the bounce house with 3 kids. One of them probably is like, all right, but I'm going to go hang out over there. So,
Is
Greg,
there a bounce house?
have you not seen the bounce house?
No.
It's literally just like right at the intersection.
I haven't been over there. I've been in the side door every day.
Yeah, no, if we whip around, you can see the bounce house on the corner.
Okay.
It's a whole block
Media
party.
Team meeting, post coverage at the bounce house.
No, it's a block party out there. A lot of the town hanging out.
Yep, Maggie's out there to also welcome Mike, part of the crew, and pacing. And we were also told that Mike Wardian dropped to 5:40 pace on that finish. It was the tune-up. It was the Silverton Alpine and the Kendall Mountain that allowed
True.
that to happen.
Absolutely phenomenal.
People will now start running the Mike Wardian training plan if they're doing Hardrock.
Often attempted, very rarely replicated, the Mike Wardian plan of success. Now that being said, as we see them taking photos, we do have our 5th place female, Claire Banwarth, should be in range about the last, within the last mile or so of the course.
Impressive, because Claire has quite a lineup of races or runs, adventures she's going to be doing after this. Yeah, Tahoe 200. We heard Colorado Trail. So this is, Claire is just getting started on her adventures here in the U.S.
Indeed, hailing from France. So once again, we have another citizen of the great country of France riding that Bastille Day high into a second day and running their way into a top 5 place here at the Hardrock 100. So as we get eyes on Claire, we'll bring that to you. We're, as you see, tracking back to find her. Shout out to the runner cam. Is this Shad going back? Who we got on?
Matt? Shout out to Matt. Out there running the runners in. Trying to taper for something. So he's going to be There are 3 runners coming in hot.
Yeah, so Claire, as you see our runner cam trying to go back and track her down, should be within the last mile or so. And then we're going to have a little bit of a gap, not going to be as much of a kicker's battle to the finish, but we're going to see some combo of Whitney Mickelson and Yasin de Boon should both be approaching the river in short order, which would mark less than a 5K to go to the finish.
And Claire Banwarth, not a stranger to very, very difficult races. Tour de France finisher in 2021. 104 hours to cover that insanely difficult course. So she knows how to be out there figuring things out for an extremely long period of time.
I mean, there's something to be said for having been through those types of adventures, whether they're organized races, FKT attempts, to be able to troubleshoot for that period of time and have an understanding of how your body's going to react, where your mind's going to go and wander. That comes into play, and that can be very helpful to have that reference frame as you approach an event like this. And it would appear I see some dots in the distance. This is a pretty popular spot for people to hang out and watch runners come in, so we always want to make sure that they are either competitors, crew, pacers, versus spectators. Don't want to mislead y'all too much. But feeling pretty confident that Claire's going to be, if it's not one of these two persons, following in short order here with about a quarter mile to go to the finish from the current position of our finish cam.
And at this point, we've passed the 4 p.m. cutoff at Telluride. It's already 4:40, so.
Indeed, yeah. Let me take this brief interlude to see if we did get an official ruling on the Rick Hodges tail. Still not officially showing as a drop, but also not showing as officially in and out of Telluride either. So don't want to report on that inaccurately, but we were watching our oldest competitor in the field, Rick Hodges, chasing the cutoff into Telluride. That cutoff was a 4 p.m. Cutoff, so 38 minutes ago. It appears we do actually have a recent ping from Rick, and it still shows him in the descent into Telluride. So conjecturing, that probably doesn't bode terribly well for Rick being able to continue on course, which is a bummer, as he was attempting to become the oldest ever finisher of the Hardrock 100. But still a valiant effort and just a beautiful 70 plus miles and 35 hours out on course. Still not a bad way to spend a weekend.
For sure. Apparently it took Claire Banwarth 2.5 days of traveling to get to Silverton. So.
Yeah, we've talked about how remote a lot of this course is as a function of signal and trying to bring video and the lack of cell signal and updates from areas on course. But also, you have to drive pretty extensively to get here. I mean, if you fly into Durango, which is probably the closest airport, that's still an hour away from Silverton. You fly into Denver, that's 6.5 hours driving. You fly into Albuquerque, that's 5.5 hours driving. Like, we're not just hanging out outside of a major metropolitan area. We are deep in the western slope, appreciating all that the San Juan Mountains have to offer. Always got to appreciate the help of volunteers, ensuring that with a half mile to go, runners don't go the wrong way. Appreciate the this way support, just the good traffic guard.
Another shot of downtown Silverton with Kendall Mountain in the background.
Incredibly clear day. A far cry from years past where we've had lightning and hail.
There's been zero precipitation.
There is.
In the last couple days.
Yeah, there's
in
a
the last
cloud.
few weeks, actually.
Yeah, one singular cloud in the distance. There's more white from the snow caps than there are from the clouds out here. For better or for worse for these runners. You know, it's still 80 plus degrees here in Silverton. Hotter here than it was in Auburn at the end of the Western States 100, a race that is notorious for forcing people to navigate through the heat. So while folks were often talking about the snow and having to navigate some treacherous conditions this year here at Hardrock, the heat may have also been the bigger actual X factor as these 146 runners set out from Silverton just 34.5 hours ago. There's some Sound of Music vibes here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've seen some of the pictures through, these basins. They just scream to be photographed with your arms up in the air. The wildflowers everywhere. Because of all the snow and how much melt there was, it's extremely lush and green this year, as in many parts of Colorado. So there have been many photo ops galore, and I just hope some of the front runners just even had a couple of moments to look around. It's hard because you got to pay attention to your feet most of this course, but they hopefully took in many of the views along the way.
Yeah, even when we had Arlen Glick in studio earlier, he was talking about even in your worst moments, you just kind of looked out there and you're like, this is so damn beautiful. So hopefully the runners out there got to appreciate all of the natural beauty that the San Juans have to offer. As we continue to traverse backwards on the last what we're terming the gut punch hill of the course. The last time runners have to actually head uphill. And Claire should be probably just below that lip. You're like running through the trees on sort of single tracky mountain bike type trail. You have a little S-turn chicane, and then you hit this dirt road and pretty much immediately start climbing. So I see.
Looks like her.
That looks like Claire, ladies and gentlemen.
Did she go no pacer? She's not
Either
with the
no pacer or
now.
drop pacer. But you got the headphones in. She's locked in. Your 5th place female finishing up just under a kilometer to go here at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run. And as you can see, now that we flipped around, you can tell we weren't lying to you. This is actually quite rudely still a hill, still a considerable little bit of last elevation gain. But then you have 3 turns, a right-hand turn down a nice kind of steep little trail that hits a dirt road. You turn left in the neighborhood, and then the final right at the bounce house at the school to kiss the rock and complete your journey through the San Juans.
I think I saw Claire take a sip of water right there. She's taking care of herself to the very, very end of this course. Someone who obviously knows very well how to do that. She's a topo athlete. I gotta get into her Strava later because it looks insane. But according to Strava, she's got 14,000 miles on a pair of Topo Ultrafly 3s, so likes that shoe a lot. Amazing job, Claire. It's got to be exhilarating knowing you can see town and the finish line is super close.
So this is going to be quite a different beast than Claire's last race. She ran the Ultra Trail Snowdonia out in I believe the UK, and finished 3rd for the women there in 31:54 for basically 100 miles out there. Which would make this her 3rd 100-mile race in the last 8 months. And then also just throw Trans Gran Canaria in there as well. So just a stellar resume that Claire's put together. And as you mentioned, hanging out for next week when the Tahoe 200 kicks off. And we talked about some wild triples that people were making happen, be it the Pam Reed, Western, Badwater, Hardrock. But the fact that Claire is doing 300 miles in 2 weeks instead of 3 might be trying to one-up everybody else. So shout out to her.
And then tack on a Colorado Trail.
Yeah.
Who knows if she's just experiencing that, potentially going for an FKT, but doing it at all after 300 miles of racing.
So as I mentioned, you got this last sort of speedier downhill. Still a little tricky. You gotta be paying attention. You can still roll an ankle or do something crazy here. But once you hit those houses, it becomes a very nice dirt road, and you get to enjoy the finishing kick into the finishing chute and kiss the Hardrock to complete the journey. The fifth female, just cruising all day. Never slipped too far back in that overall women's race. Was, I think, pretty much, she might have been up to third at one point. Mostly was hanging out in fourth and fifth. Never really slid back further than that. So firmly putting her stamp on this race and rounding out our top 5 in the women's event here at Hardrock.
One unique thing this race has to offer is post-run showers here in the gym. What other race offers you that luxury? Just come on in, take a shower.
Checking the watch. You're like, am I going to get under 35? Yes, Claire, you're going to get under 35 hours. I really do want to know what she's listening to.
Yeah. Do we have audio? I don't know if she's responding to our camera person out there. She's zoned and in the zone. Oh. Okay. Well, we can pontificate in the chat, but I heard some Daft Punk. Was someone threw out there Daft Punk? I think it's. I don't know. I'm gonna. She strikes me as maybe like a Pixie Ninja vibe of some serious heavy metal. There's some serious heavy metal going on. Like some.
Respect. I was gonna go French house.
French house.
We got some phenomenal producers and DJs from out that way. Most of which are probably hanging out in Ibiza this weekend, but
We're probably both wrong and just listening to classical.
something wild like that, yeah.
One of the renditions of one of the heavy metal songs done by orchestral, right? There's lots of those. So, Fade to Black, orchestral version.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, smile! We got a smile.
Well, because from here she can see the bounce house. No, showing love to the folks that are lined along the side of the road, cheering her in.
And the emotions sometimes start to just flood.
You can hear the cowbells bringing her home. Your
Claire-
5th place female.
Claire Banwarth.
Everyone from France, Claire Banwarth. Sit down. You don't have to get up. I promise.
I got the code then. When you have the code at 2000 it's okay. When you have the code at 4000 it's just so I couldn't breathe and I couldn't work.
Is your breathing okay?
We need just a code. So
Yeah.
in 1 or 2 days it should be okay.
Yeah.
Well, it was I almost died 2 times. So.
Wait, why did you almost die?
And the snow.
And the snow.
And the ice. Yeah. It was ice. So.
Yeah. Which places?
Before August 19 and the Yes, not the last climb, but the climb before. When you have at the top, you have some snow.
Is there any way the finish line volume can be turned up just a little bit? We're going to try to do that.
Oh, yeah, I mean, without the call, I should have done 33, but 35 is quite cool. I mean, I said, oh, maybe I will do 40, so no, I'm happy. And it was amazing. It was.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Whew.
Are you ready for shade?
So,
to get out of the sun?
Yeah.
Ready to get out of the 80-degree Silverton sun.
That seems fair.
Reasonable.
What size are you?
You got to get your finisher shirt. They're verifying sizes here and hand delivering you your Hardrock 100 finisher shirt.
Yeah, it's a trade situation. Give us your GPS tracker, get your shirt.
Again, you guys are looking at Claire Banwarth, who has just finished.
Yeah, meanwhile, we're sending our runner cam back up the course as some version trying to figure out. Could be Whitney Mickelson, could be Yasin de Boon. We know for certain Yasin has crossed the river and is within the last 2 miles of his journey around the San Juans. Whitney should be pretty much around the same spot. Her GPS tracker hasn't pinged in 45 or so minutes, but she was just 2 miles up from the river at that point, so would wholly expect that she is also within the last 5K of the Hardrock 100 endurance run. Claire actually had a very strong finish to this event from KT to the finish. Some 11 miles, including a significant climb to Putnam. What are we at, 3,000 feet, I want to say. Yeah, pretty much from KT to here at the finish, about 3,000 feet of gain and 3,500, almost 4,000 feet of loss. She ran that section in just a touch over 4 hours. So very strong, very, very strong finish from Claire, and just a strong way to wrap up this top 5 on the women's side. And yet Whitney Mickelson, currently in 6th place, is going to be approaching here very shortly. So it's not like Claire could just waltz into the finish. Right. Still was battling for that top 5 finish.
Yeah.
So as our run cam heads back out, we have a few more folks to check in. That descent that I was just talking about from really Putnam down towards the river. You got Jesse Haynes back there, about 2 miles up from the river. Same is true for Matthew Burdine. They may actually be running, if not with each other, very, very close to each other. And then our 7th and 8th women on course, Christina Bauer and Becky Bates, are also pretty much running together with about 6 miles to go in their journey to Silverton as well.
Might be kind of nice to have someone to be running with in the later stages of this race. As we've mentioned before, unlike a lot of European races with similar terrain, this is a race of 146 individuals, and it can get spread out. You could be spending a lot of time by yourself. Another unique thing about Hardrock, if you're a participant who is 60 years or older, and there are quite a few of those in this race, we have a breakdown. There are 18 60 to 69-year-olds and 2 70 to 79-year-olds. If you're one of those individuals, you can choose to have a pacer from the very beginning of the race. And so, for example, my runner, Betsy Kalmeyer, she's 62. Pam Reed, also 62. I ran with Betsy starting at Sherman, which was around mile 29. And that is a benefit, the safety, being in the dark earlier on, maybe because you're running a little bit longer, having that company and that support. I think we saw even some of the Europeans excited to take advantage of that pacer piece.
Absolutely. Everybody wants to run with friends. Like, we've seen folks who didn't have pacers, they were grouping together, had been training together for weeks up here, and then get to spend significant amounts of time this weekend running with each other. It's just a good way to vibe out.
We're waiting for our next finishers to come in. There was a question about how the course gets marked and how it gets cleared. And I know that, it is largely volunteer-based, so have a little insight into the clearing, because many of the people that run this race or have run it multiple times also participate from a work standpoint. They do something, whether it's aid station, medical. Betsy is the organizer of the sweeping of the race. So that takes a volunteer crew of 20 plus individuals, I believe, to cover the course post-race and remove all of the flags that are out there. Individuals like our own Maggie Gutierrez are out there the days before marking the course. And huge amounts of volunteers making sure that it's clear. I think they even regraded a couple of small sections in Yuray, like days before. They were smoother than I've ever seen them. So there's been a lot of work done to make sure the course is not only in runnable conditions, safe, well marked, and unless the elk end up eating the course markers, most people have a pretty easy time following it. The infamous Kroger's Canteen, the aid station, is one that takes a ton of work to set up. And this year, even more so, apparently they couldn't drive to where they normally start the climb. So they had to hike all of the water, all of the supplies. I mean, we've seen Jim Walmsley photos in the past volunteering, carrying up the steep climbs, but they had to do that for 2 miles before they even hit the pitches to get up to the top of Kroger's Canteen in that notch where the aid station is set up.
Yeah, and we saw some photos from Kroger's, and you see that, it's not a large aid station by like square footage, I guess, but it's a large order to get everything up there above 13,000 feet in a place where the runners had to use a cable to get up the last pitch around the course this year. So
water is not light either.
No.
And they're pan frying pierogies, so
someone who may have taken advantage of the pierogies. We'll have to ask her when she gets here. Your 6th place female on course, Whitney Mickelson, within the last kilometer of her Hardrock journey on this final ascent on the dirt road. She looks to be probably about a quarter of a mile up on Yasin de Boon.
Hailing from Salt Lake City, Utah. She's had some experience training in the snow this year. And one of the younger participants in the race at 33 years old.
See, now I'm wondering if she is potentially the 2nd youngest woman in the field. I'm going to do some snap research. Yes, she would be the 2nd youngest woman in the field, behind only Annie Hughes, the only under 30 participant in this year's race.
And according to Ultra Sign Up, someone new to running. Jumped right in 2020. I Am Tough 100. Then a couple of 50Ks in 2021, and then the Wasatch 100. But that's it. And then let's go do Hardrock.
Light work. Yeah, has a 7th place from Speed Goat in 2021. So you want to say, yeah, it's got some wheels.
I think that's perfect because now everything she does going forward will be easier. Starting to build that frame of mind and the perspective that is going to allow her to do whatever she wants to in the ultra running world.
Yeah, it doesn't strike me as someone who is intimidated by this race, by this run, in any way, shape, or form. And I'll say overperforming her community pick rating on the Fantasy Free Trail. So good job to Whitney, overperforming.
Where was she?
She was predicted 9th.
How did that community do? Hey, pretty good. Courtney, Annie, Annalise up there. Camino.
Yeah, swap around the second and third there, but not terribly far off.
Did you participate?
I did.
I don't know how I did. If they've loaded.
I will say on the men's side, I did nail 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
Way to go.
In order, so that's going to help me out.
That's going to be huge.
The women's side, I did get the top 3, not necessarily in the correct order.
I have the top 3 men in my top 4. Not in order, though.
Well, when all is said and done tomorrow, of the 475 folks who submitted rankings, I'm sure there will be someone flexing on Instagram or Threads or Twitter or Facebook or MySpace or WhatsApp or whatever the kids are using these days. TikTok.
Is that even still legal?
Somebody else who's flexing right now, Whitney Mickelson. So close to that last right-hander where she gets to say it's all downhill from here.
shout out again to all of our follow cams and the entire media crew that's gathered to put on this inaugural event and bring as much as they can to you at home.
Yeah, we've been talking about the effect of the heat on the runners. Runner cams are also runners, and they're just doing repeats, especially this section, just up and down this hill, and then down the steep part to the finish, and then hike it back.
And sometimes driving out to tough to get to points in the course to bring that footage. So
yeah, there were some shots we got on the graveyard shift, 4, 5, 6 a.m. that were incredibly clutch and spectacular to watch. Sunrise from some of the most far-flung aid stations where you had never really even seen still photos from, let alone videos. So thank you to everyone who helped bring this live stream to you, and thank you all for joining us throughout the last 36 hours, given the pre-show, plus all the interviews and things we did during the week. And stick in for the last 13 as we prepare to take you all the way through golden hour to the 48-hour cutoff, and then another 20 or something minutes of the Mike Wardian Memorial Mile. There's a real name for it
the depletion
mile. I keep wanting to say demolition mile, as if the first 102 miles around Hardrock weren't demolishing to the legs enough. Just go send one last one.
The depletion mile is getting so legit. There's a flyer this year. We've got graphics, live streaming, prizes.
Oh, we got prizes. I didn't know there were prizes.
It's my debate on whether to show up or not. Do I sleep or do I go for prizes? I'm always a sucker for prizes.
It depends on what the prizes are, because I imagine there are some things I unpack from the bag when I get home, and the wife is like, "What happened? Why do you have this?" I got to see if it'll fit in my carry-on.
Tailwind is one of the prizes.
That could be interesting at the Durango airport. TSA would be like, "What is this?"
Us runners and our white powders.
Someone who's not worried about their flight home, just worried about flying into the finish line. Whitney Mickelson, 2 turns to the finish. And then we'll turn our attention. Oh, we got kids.
Yes.
They ditched the bounce house to come hang out. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. And shortly behind Whitney will be Yasin de Boon. So we'll make sure we get him coming into the finish as well. And if you're like, hey, I wish we could do this picture-in-picture, come on out next year when we run this whole bad boy back. The more runner cams, the better. Get your training in now and be a part of the community, not just in Silverton, but on the interwebs as well.
I had the chance to do some volunteering at Cocodona 250 this year, finish line cam, and I got to film Sally McRae's finish, and that's going to be one of the top memories in my memory bank for a really, really long time. It's just extraordinarily inspirational. We'll have a golden hour here to see individuals who have been out in these mountains for 2 days and 2 nights covering this course.
Absolutely. Yeah, it takes an army, and we appreciate everyone who's been able to assist in bringing it to you. It's a different way to be able to contribute and find something rewarding for yourself as well, in a way that you were not
we heard
always prepared for.
Uncle Dale back there say, could be Yasin, could be Whitney.
Oh, it's Whitney.
It's Whitney.
Coming in to kiss the rock, 35 hours, 13 minutes. Your 6th place female, Whitney Mickelson.
Can you believe it?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Whitney Mickelson. It's a hard course. Oh, did you give me advice?
Understatement of the live stream. That's a hard course.
Well, that's
Maybe the hardest.
Yeah.
But you did it, Whitney. That's what matters.
3 years officially in the game, and you can call yourself a Hardrock finisher.
Hey, Jason, what size shirt?
That's your Swiss Alps 100. You got to beat the race director.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, yeah. He's been here. He's cool.
She did it last year.
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
Really?
We crewed Felix and Winter.
She might have gotten some tips, but
Well, better
from
prepared for this. Yeah.
appears to be, partner Jason Schlarp. He's run this race
He's so
quite
great.
well. So
What size shirt?
sure that was beneficial in her lead up.
Small or extra small?
Oh, you did so good.
Congratulations again to Whitney Mickelson finishing the 2023 Hard Rock 100 Endurance Run.
And off in the distance towards that bounce house, any moment, we'll see Yasin de
I
Boon
was teasing her that she looked less
coming
more
around
than
towards
I
the
did.
finish. He is within his last 1,000 meters.
I would say.
And while we wait for Yasin and show some love to Whit, if you have some other runners you're trying to show some love to, but you're asking yourself, I don't know where on course they are, go ahead and click that link at the top of the chat. It's pinned there. And that'll take you to the GPS tracker and just search your favorite runner or runners, add them to favorites, and you can keep tabs on them as they ping around the course every 15 or 20 minutes. They don't all ping at the same time. They don't all ping in the same exact point on course. There's no timing mat like that. But this will give you a pretty good approximation of how they're moving and how far they have to go. And towards the tail end of the course, currently chasing Jocelyn Briggs, who we saw leaving the Telluride aid station about close to an hour ago now. We have the Snail. And this is the Hard Rock 100 Endurance Run. And we've heard many folks, their goal being to finish the run, get here under 48 hours. That Snail is the only thing you're actually racing, because that Snail marks the 48-hour average pace to beat the cutoff. Jocelyn Briggs, our last runner on course, is ahead of the Snail. So we'll keep tabs on her and all of our runners, Mike Smith, Matt Anderson, Greg Bargo, Greg Schrapp. Who else is towards the tail end? Vince Molosky, Larry Huffman, Brittany Kilmowitz, all making their way up the absolutely brutal climb, and I can imagine is only more brutal in this heat, from Telluride up to Chapman. And meanwhile, in the lower box, we're waiting for Yasin de Boon to come in, celebrating 19 years sober this week.
Is he the founder of the Waste Club? I think so. The Waste Club out in Portland, Oregon. I know they're a run community. They put on an amazing first class aid station every year at the Gorge Waterfalls race, but other races as well, where Yasin is dressed in full tuxedo, serving either Red Bull, electrolyte, or champagne out of flutes, whatever you need, and greeting you with a smile. As we said, he has such a positive demeanor.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can't verify if he was one of the founders, but he is a co-owner, so I think it's probably
safe to say.
we can make some guesses. as to that. But a thing we are not guessing about. We know for a fact this man is going to finish any moment now. And we are excited to bring it to you. I first found out about Yasin from a 2016 trail film as he and a couple buddies were trying to set the FKT on the Oregon section of the Pacific Coast Trail. And in that 15-minute video, I'd never heard of him before. I was like, this dude is awesome. That energy is infectious. And every time I've come across him at a race, he has lived up to exactly what I thought he was going to be. Like they always say, don't meet your heroes in person because you're going to be let down. Yasin has never let me down with the energy he brings. So I'm super excited to see him bring that same energy here into the finish line shoot at the Hardrock 100.
He's a father, and one of my favorite things is that he does these Friday night dance parties with his kids. And the dude's a good dancer, too. He's got some moves. So, I don't know. It'd be amazing to get him in here for an interview, see if he had, could break down some moves. Well, we're not promising anything. He might need to rest. But, yes, he's an awesome person to follow and an outstanding runner.
Yeah, we might let him sit down a little bit first.
Maybe, yeah. Huge part of the community, just someone who brings so much to the overall trail running community.
Absolutely, and we're happy to bring him to you all as we head backwards just about a quarter mile out from the finish. He pinged just over this lip. There he is. Off in the distance.
I think something of note on the trackers, right? If you see someone who might appear lost, who hasn't pinged in a while, they're not 100% accurate all the time. I think, I heard of runners whose tracker wasn't working for a couple hours here and there, so don't panic. They might be okay, and they might be on course, hopefully. Just know there are every now and then some glitches with those, and we're in the mountains where that GPS signal is not always
super accurate. Yeah, it likes to bounce around. How many people have you seen run in the Grand Canyon and their GPS files just an
dropping
absolute
350-minute miles downhill?
Exactly. Same thing happens here. Yeah. So welcome to the remote nature of the San Juans, and welcome to this view of Yasin making his way, about to hit this right-hander. Boom! In the descent into Silverton. Still smiling, still vibing, still moving well, too. Yeah, I'm not sure if our runner cam is muted or unmuted. We might be able to get some, if they can hear us in here. Thing about running back and forth, usually don't have headphones in to the live stream. So if they can unmute themselves, great. Otherwise, we'll be sure to get some of the noise and general hypeness that will be occurring at the finish line in short order. As Yasin makes his way in, he will be our 25th finisher of this year's Hardrock 100. 20th male.
Is this his first Hardrock? I'm trying to check that out, but
I believe
I feel like
so.
he's on that list of people who've been trying to get in for a really long time. So running with the gratitude and just appreciation of being able to make the big loop around the San Juans.
Indeed, yes. This is Yasin's first journey around the San Juans.
He's been training and racing for it since 2007.
Wild. Absolutely wild. You had a pretty good series of tune-up races. I know that he ran Tiger Claw, a popular race among the ginger runner crew. So
Choose your own adventure race with an insane amount of climbing. That's probably a great training run for Hardrock.
And then ran the, is it Y East? Is that how you actually pronounce it?
I think it's Y East.
Y East Wonder 50 miler just a few weeks ago. Just a nice last little long run. Also the same weekend as Western States, so not quite the same double, but still put in a solid 8-hour day out there on course in preparation for his adventure here in the San Juans.
Everyone who is in the gym is going to make their way out to greet Yasin. In the finisher chute, he's got a look there. He's coming in with, this is one of the daughters I've seen some of the Friday night dance party videos with. He looks so happy. He always looks happy, but he looks extra happy right now. Is that Mario Mendoza?
I don't know. I got sidetracked by the pants. 1, super warm. 2, super fly.
I feel like it looks like.
But
It's
we're
hard
here.
to tell with our, again, everyone outside is wanting to film Yasin because he's such a fan favorite. So the finish line cam is a little choppy because there's only so much fiber optic cable in Silverton, Colorado.
But there is a lot of hype for this man. 25th overall, 20th male. The pride exuding from Yasin de Boon.
Not only a kiss, but we had audio with the kiss. A mwah.
Welcome back, the Hardrocker. Yeah.
Getting the hug and medal from Uncle Dale.
Has he taken off the GPS tracker yet?
Here it comes.
Okay.
He's never get tired of hearing it come. He knows so much for everything. Little loop. Yeah. Where's Eric?
Yasin celebrating that finish line fields with his family.
Without fail, Dale's like, don't walk away. I'm taking this tracker off you.
Oh, somebody said that was Joe Yuhan. Also a vibe, Joe Yuhan, who now is rocking the long hair, running in with him. Makes sense.
In those pants. It's 80-something degrees outside.
If you want anyone on your crew, though, help out with anything mid-run, physically, I think Joe Yuhan is a good pick for that.
That's fair.
I've actually had my own running assessment done by Joe Yuhan, helping out with tips on form. He's excellent.
Even the dogs are excited to see Yasin come into the finish line here. And our attention turns back. Jesse Haynes hitting the river right about now and then crossing the $1 Million Highway. So we'll look to pick him up on the runner cam here. It's probably about a mile until he gets to a place where our runner cam and their ever fatiguing legs from all of these repeats will pick him up.
Jesse Haynes out of California. Partner to infamous race director Kira Henninger.
Oh. I had no idea. Cool.
Yep. And I feel like he also runs a lot of races with Bronco Billy. Although Jeff Browning just runs a lot of races, so.
True.
But I do feel like maybe they run and train together, perhaps friends, but Jesse is a veteran of the sport. I'm sure super excited to be out there.
Yeah, I mean, he
has
and-
a 5th place finish at Hardrock in 2018. So the opposite direction. That would be interesting to know what he thought. Do you like one way better? I don't know what the conditions were in 2018, but he's now, as they say, becoming a true hard rocker,
yeah.
doing it both directions. Something our female winner, Courtney Dauwalter, also accomplished this year. You know, she just decided to break the course record in both directions as well.
That's Courtney doing Courtney things. Jesse doing Jesse things. Yeah, like we saw him so much in the early stages running with not just Bronco Billy, but also Mark Hammond.
Okay.
I mean, all the way through Yuray, they were separated by, a function of 10 or 15 minutes at most. There were some of those early aid stations, maybe like Animus Forks. I think we might have seen them all come in together on that dirt road zoom shot, and they're just like a boy band just sauntering along.
What do we name the Jeff Browning, Jesse Haynes? Who was the other one?
Mark Hammond?
Mark Hammond boy band. Boy, that's a good combo. You got a little everything in that one.
I mean, JMJ Music Factory, done. Boom. Done. That's it. I'm not taking any other suggestions. That's what they are now called. Yasin, as we just saw at the finish line, a master of TikTok, might be able to help us on some direction.
So,
Je parle français un petit peu.
Oh, okay.
But en anglais.
Yeah, that would be better. So you just ran 100 miles. You've just done the hard work. How do you feel?
Yes, I feel. I just ran in with my daughter, and I told her that, it doesn't have to be running, but you have to dream something up and do it. And this was one of my dreams, to run Hardrock and kiss that rock. And I mean, I feel very satisfied to get it done on a very difficult year with all the heat, the snow, the fact that I had a high ankle sprain about 30 miles into the run, and I had to deal with so many different things out there, on top of one of the most difficult hundreds in the world. So I feel the fact that I was able to rally from those things, not throw in the towel, very proud of myself for that. It's not the performance or time that I may have hoped for, but, just getting to kiss this rock, getting around, is a dream come true. So I feel great.
You can really be proud of yourself.
Thank you.
Tell me a bit about the landscape and the scenery you have been.
So I live in Oregon, and Portland, Oregon to be specific, and I just didn't realize how buffed out and manicured our trails are until you run out here, because it is rugged, very steep. I mean, that's how I ended up, turning my ankle. But the actual landscapes, that's how I ended up spraining my ankles, because I was looking out at everything, and then it was just like, but it is, I've had the good fortune to be able to travel all over the world, and honestly, the San Juans are up there in the most beautiful place that I've ever been to. And when I climbed up Grand Swamp Pass, I came over the lip, and I never saw that, is it Ice Lake? Is that what it is? Island Lake. I've never seen that before, and I almost got choked up when I saw that. It was so beautiful. I've seen photos, of course, on Instagram, but that doesn't do it justice. Seeing it in person, especially after you just ice climbed up a wall. Yes. Yeah.
You did.
Yeah. This place is stunning, and I'm actually surprised that this is the first time I've been here, and I can see why people come back year after year.
Tell me a little bit about the atmosphere, because when we talk to people about the hard work, one word will always come up. So we're family. Mm-hmm. Do you feel that? Did you feel that?
Absolutely. I mean, that's one of the things that attracted me to this sport, more than a decade ago. And this event, I noticed that it's very tight knit. It's very, very community and family oriented. And I mean, even from everything from the kids run out here, you know, that was getting me choked up too. Seeing all the little kids running around the block coming into the rock. And, I mean, I was ugly crying coming in with my daughter, you know, and but just seeing my good friend Joe up at Kroger's Canteen in the middle of the night, and we haven't seen each other in a while, and you know, just there's so much history with this race too, with this event. It's not a race, it's a run. And you feel it, you know. I cried again when Dale was doing the meeting, the pre-race meeting too. You can just feel it. And, you know, it's cool to have my wife and daughter here to experience that too, because then they understand more why I love the sport so much, this community.
And you know, but what did you think about when you kissed that run?
I just thought about, again, just how proud I am of myself for kind of rolling with the punches out there this weekend. And just all the sacrifice that goes into doing something like this. I mean, it's a big sacrifice with training, with traveling out here. Sometimes I almost feel like it's a little bit selfish, you know, to be out here while my family's waiting around for me for 35 hours, you know. But this is something that I wanted to do, and I wanted to get that notch in the belt, so to speak, and become a hard rocker. And just immense gratitude.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And now you can say you are a hard rocker.
Yes, I'm a hard rocker.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Thank you, mate.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you. Yep.
Very nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Just heard Yasin de Boon doing an impromptu interview with, I don't know what media outlet, but a French media outlet, which is pretty cool. So thank you to that group for helping us get some audio on Yasin's thoughts after completing the hard rock and becoming a hard rocker. He stated that the San Juans are some of the most beautiful mountains that he's ever seen, and he's traveled all over the world racing. That the pictures don't do the justice. The island lake that you see once you summit Grant Swamp Pass and look over, he said you just can't put that in a picture. So
how's it going?
Congratulations again to Yasin, 19th male this year, completing the loop after, sounds like suffering a bit of an injury with a high hamstring sprain, not high hamstring, sorry, a high ankle sprain on some of the technical, footing out there, finishing in 35 hours and 36 minutes. Congratulations, Yasin. And the next runner we'll be awaiting at the finish line here in Silverton is Jesse Haynes. We will keep eyes out for Jesse. All right, while we do that, we're going to take a super quick commercial break.
Soda! Oh, the energy of soda. Never fizz. We bop and hippity hop. I'm as happy as I can be. Whoa, boom, boom, and hippity zoom. I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love. I don't
Hypoxico first joined the Hardrock community over a decade ago, and we're proud to have supported so many great athletes as they've trained for their high-altitude journey through the San Juans. Since 1995, athletes from a wide range of disciplines have been sleeping in our tents to conveniently pre-acclimatize to high altitude, as well as wearing our mask during active exercise to simulate the workload they'll be experiencing on the big day. Altitude training has even become an essential tool in the world of sea-level sports and performance. While we're best known for our home systems, Hypoxico also provides large-scale altitude and environmental solutions for Olympic training centers, sports teams, gyms, rehab centers, military, aviation, research, product development, wearable technology testing, and even medical therapy. For Hypoxico, the sky isn't the limit, it's the goal, and we're never going to stop looking up.
Hi, I'm Avery Collins. This is Silverton.
Drinking in a new experience. Chasing the sweetness of surprise. Getting one last drop of persistence. Enjoying a refreshing moment of peace. This is why we do it all. It's why we handpick the best fruits and squeeze them into pure, authentic juices. It's all we do for all you do. Natalie's.
Have you been there? Been tested? Been tried? Been true? Have you been in the spotlight? Been forgotten? Been places no one should go? Have you been waterproof, cold-proof? Where the hell am I? And what did I get myself into this time proof? If you've been there, then you know there's no such thing as solo. Wherever you've been, we've been. Wherever you go, we go. Every step, every wall, every climb, we always have your back.
We're back.
Woot woot. Loaded up on some quick calories. Yes, it is Flota time. It is 5 o'clock somewhere. It was here 40 minutes ago.
Lost all
Oh,
track of days and times. As we're 35. Well, if you add the hour before the race started, 36 hours and 40 minutes into live coverage of the Hardrock 100 endurance run for 2023.
indeed. Yeah, we got a lot of folks that are going to be coming towards the finish line here in short order. So we are getting our runner cams back out on course. And if you're like, hey, where is so-and-so? Insert name here. In the chat at the very top, you got a pinned message from Run Steep Get High. Click that bad boy. That will open up the GPS tracker, and you can find any of the runners still out on course. I believe we have 126, potentially 120. Well, we had 146 start. I have 126 that have either finished or are currently still going. So, so if you're like, hey,
Never question Skylar and the stats.
well, now that I'm fueled with my quick sugar and caffeine hit, things are coming.
So I wasn't around because I was probably on the side of handies. What was the feedback? Anything happened with Flota? Was there a lot of Flota consumption in Yuray? Because I completely missed being able to partake in that whole thing.
Okay, so I was at Yuray doing infield commentating, and there was a point where in my field of vision were all of the top crews, a kiddie pool filled with floata, kids just like beelining back and forth on like these, what do you call those? Bicycles with training wheels. There was a full-on softball game going. There was a Smokey the Bear.
Yes.
And there was a Woodsy, the give a hoot, don't pollute owl. That was my like viewfinder. So that let's just put that in context. Float vibes were high.
Yuray does it right. I'm not biased or anything, but like 4th of July, Hardrock. My 8-year-old was probably out there and drank way too much Flota.
No such thing.
Yeah, well, I did say, hey, Grandpa, take him over to see Smokey the Bear at the aid station.
I got a selfie with Smokey the Bear and
okay.
Woodsy. I believe it's Woodsy. If that's incorrect, somebody correct me. But yeah.
Okay, so when you said Woodsy, I didn't know what you were talking about. When I hear Woodsy, that is literally what we used to call the parties up in the woods. When you grow up in Yuray, that's a Woodsy when you go drink beer in a field up in the woods.
I don't know if any of that happened. I left Yuray and came directly back here, attempting to not hit deer on the pass. But the one Woodsy I saw was telling people to respect our public lands and don't pollute, save the environment.
Very important.
Here for it. And then if there's another Woodsy happening, I was not party to it. And if the greater sheriff's department of the county is looking for anybody involved in that, keep my name out your mouth. That's it.
Speaking of the preventing pollution on the trails, we had a interview earlier with one of our finishers, and we heard that Zach Miller, who was pacing, was picking up trash all along the trail while pacing, as Zach Miller does. So all those haters who think he, takes too many plastic bottles at aid stations.
He gets it. He literally lived
at bar
camp. I was like, I have to hike everything in. I'm not wasting stuff. So respect.
There have been I've seen a lot of who's who of ultra running out there at aid stations. Ran into Casey Lichtig last night in the middle of the night. Both just using the restroom at Animas Forks. Hey, Casey, how's it going? She's out here after crushing Western States, getting her 9th finish. There's so many people, names and faces, that are coming out to just see what this crazy, insane race are all about. They might be pacing. They might just be running around the San Juans. Wouldn't blame them for either. It's pretty cool, though.
And sometimes people just like to hang out. But folks who are not hanging out right now and are still moving forward are our runners here in the KT aid station, 91 miles into the Hardrock journey. That person looks way too young.
Is that?
Oh, that's a pacer. Okay, we're good. I got it. I got that.
But still, pacing Hardrock. I don't care if you're doing 5 miles. You got to be a good runner to do that.
That's what's up. It's a family affair. I'm going to see if I can get an ID on.
Thank you to the Shad Cam. We've got that at KT. We're going to go back and forth between that, and right now we've got Jesse Haynes coming into the last couple miles of the race, going through the beautiful Aspen field here before the, what are we calling it? The super punchy climb?
The gut punch.
The gut punch.
Road. This should actually be pretty much
right there,
a third of the way into it.
Okay.
Yeah, so you come out of this section that's single track, sort of mountain bike trail to the right. If you look down, you can see the highway in between the trees. You get a little chicane, and then you start going up this unfortunately rude climb. And that means you have about a mile to go to the finish. So he's cruising along, and we'll start to see through these trees Kindle Mountain, and then down below the structures marking the beautiful township of Silverton.
We're going to follow Jesse, but just some interesting other tidbits here. We were talking about the top 10 men, and Brian Coolmo was one of those in the top 10, 6th maybe. He is one of 5 entrants in this year's field who had 512 tickets in the lottery in December, the Never Lottery. They've been accumulating tickets for that long. Paul Hughes was another. Is Paul still potentially chasing cutoffs? He was back there kind of around the Snail. Hopefully he's making it through. Brandon Worthington, Chuck Canopa, and Andres Aguirre. Have all been trying to get into this race for a very, very long time.
Absolutely insane. We actually saw Brandon finish. Actually, might have been when Brett was still here.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we did see Brandon finish. Brandon and Brian have both come in out of that group.
And meanwhile, I do want to give an update that we do have officially a GPS ping from Rick Hodges, having finally made it into Telluride. Boom. Magic. People might be breaking into closets to make things happen, but we are back with the stream just in time to see one Jesse Haynes making his way into the finish. He's got one right-hand turn left. That was a confusing sentence. He has one right-hand turn remaining to enter the chute and finish up his journey through the San Juans and the Hardrock 100 endurance run. Uncle Dale summoning the troops, telling them to stop eating and get outside to cheer on. One Jesse Haynes making the turn. And the only thing between him and a finish is kissing the rock. Ladies and gentlemen, 29th overall, 21st male, Jesse Haynes.
So did you have a good time? Yeah!
Oh man. Yeah,
Actually, fact check me on that. 26th overall and 20th male. Made some.
20th male. Yeah. I was hoping we didn't miss somebody.
No, he closed well. That's my fault for not being able to count. Again, public math when you've been awake for the better part of the last 36 hours.
Okay, it's going to get busy at the finish line. We have 4 more runners making their way. Looks like Becky Bates, Christina Bauer, Matthew Burdine.
All good. And Shad Mika. Yeah, Matthew Burdine should be next on course. and should be within the last half mile or so. Actually not terribly far from that pitchy descent after the gut punch climb.
If we do an interview?
And then you have Becky Bates and Christina Bauer separated on course by about 200 meters. And a race for, what are we at, 7th female? Yes, be a race for 7th and 8th female. So they're going to battle it out, but we're going to try to capture some audio from Jesse as he chats with his good friend and compatriot for many miles during this adventure, Bronco Billy.
Did you hear that? Did you
Usually volume on the audio at the finish cam if possible. Otherwise, this is Jesse Haynes and Jeff Browning probably telling tales about what occurred out there.
Oh, better days. True hard rock. Both direct. Only because of first. I almost dropped. I'm glad to be done. I'm super tired. But I'm elated. I got this. Actually do both directions. I almost dropped. My wife said you're not dropping.
Maybe it's already done the Hardrock also. We want to make you come back.
Oh. Hardrock. Yeah. Mountains are amazing. This year we didn't have much weather.
What was your favorite part?
Bear Canyon.
Bear Creek?
Bear Creek.
Into Yuray?
Into Yuray. Yeah. Bear Creek into Yuray. Although it's still hot, it's just so beautiful. And then my second favorite was heading up from Chapman.
Grant Swamp Pass.
Telluride to Chapman.
Chapman.
Yeah. That
Wasatch
that
Basin
area
over Oscar's Pass.
That area in there is that crazy waterfall. Wow. Yeah.
Keep running.
So I put the barge on a Camp Bird Road. I don't know a mile of it.
Yeah.
And I was, me and Jeff and Alan just had a nice rhythm. But then when we got up into the 12 to 13,000, made it difficult on my run. So I had to take a nap for like 4 hours. You've been there. I had to take a nap for 4 hours and then bucked up, tacked on, and went back out. But as soon as I got from Telluride to Chapman, I was a little afraid that I was going to carve the sheets for the race manager. I thought my lungs were filled with fluid. And because of that, I didn't know if I was going to cause a problem. So my wife said, "You're not done. You are going back out. Just take it easy and go. You got all kinds of time." Oh, hard workers? Oh, hard rockers.
Yeah. No worries. Yeah, we definitely share. Everybody wants everybody to succeed. Hard Rock is one of the times.
Congrats, man. Way to stick it out.
Dude, I was climbing like this fast.
If you're just joining us, Jesse Haynes just completed the Hardrock 100, 20th male. He's talking a little bit to the reporters out there about just the difficulty. He had to take a multi-hour nap during the race. His wife, who knows how to get people out of aid stations being a race director, got him out of an aid station and continued on. He said a couple of his favorite spots on the course were the Bear Creek Yuray, Bear Creek to Yuray. So there's 3 different Bear Creeks. There's Bear Creek Silverton, a Bear Creek Telluride, and a Bear Creek Yuray. But Bear Creek into Yuray, which is actually it's a part of the course that was not part of the original idea, but when they could not go over wilderness area, decided to go over Bear Creek Yuray, which it's really cool because there's a bunch of slate up there, and when you're running on it, it sounds like you're like, it's not glass, but it's got this almost, musical sound as you're running down it, and it's quite steep, but you have massive just exposure and drop-offs on the cliffs on each side, so it is also a little bit of a scary section. Going now to
crossing the river about 2.5 miles from the finish. I believe this is Ryan Birch. Indeed. Yep, got that bib number 121. Ryan Birch we're going to say he did that on purpose, cooling off because it is still 80 degrees outside at 6 p.m. here in Silverton. He's going to be part of a pretty big train of runners coming in here. We have 7 that should be coming in. They're all within the last 5K of the course right now. So we'll be bringing it to you. Thanks for joining us as we have eclipsed 3/4 of the way through the Hardrock 100 endurance run. I'm Skylar Hall. That's Crenshaw Boy. Yeah.
Super excited to be here. This is a lot of fun. I'm just trying to learn from Skylar, who's a pro at this stuff. So, yeah, glad he's over here on the right.
I would not say pro. This is not what pays the bills, but it is a.
You can be a pro without it paying the bills. You're still really good at it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's a passion project, much like these runners have undertaken for years and years to not only qualify for this race and get in and train for it, and now find themselves at the river crossing with less than 3 miles to go to the finish. And that river is raging. We've heard.
The Animus River is running hard.
Folks have been like, yeah, it's really going. I don't think Brian Powell's going to be able to fish it. Yes, confirmed.
Okay,
and
other fun fact and fun story as we look at the river crossing here. I was getting ready to go pace, and I was stopped at Burroughs to check in on how my runner was doing on the way to Sherman. And as we're leaving, peeked to my left, right before the Burroughs aid station, there was Brian Powell fishing. Just tiny little creek right there, but he was out there just throwing his rod in. Did he catch all 4? Do we know? We'll have to get an update.
Yeah, we'll definitely get an update from him as he continues to move down towards this river crossing. He is about 2.5 miles up from the river crossing. So we will.
Yeah. There's I think there's, something in the runner's guide about expect your feet to be wet 90% of the time in this race. And whether it's alpine tundra that's melting,
Good job.
the trail that has now become a creek
Crushing it, man.
or crossings, you're going to have some wet feet. We are now looking at this runner has been wearing this outfit
entire
since the start
time.
of the race. And this is quite the outfit. There's no guessing who this runner is when he rolls up, even with an old school, looks like neon green waist, little fanny. That's impressive. So
Matthew Burdine, just a absolute vibe. Yeah, when I saw him crossing Arastra 3 miles into the race, wearing this exact outfit while everybody else was in like jackets, I was like, I don't know if this is gonna pay off, but it has, and it has quite well.
The light jacket in the pack there, but whenever there's camera around, this is the look.
And I've been telling you people, bulking season is here, and Matthew is the epitome of it. Sun's out, guns out, let's go. But I will say, he actually does need to go, because right behind him, literally on that steep descent, with about 45 seconds back, Shane Martin. So Matthew, if you can hear us, keep moving, buddy. Make that left turn and run towards the bounce house. You can hang out in the bounce house afterwards. Kiss the rock first.
Matthew Burdine out of Centennial, Colorado. Kind of a neighbor of mine. Actually, I think I know Matthew. Doing an outstanding job here, finishing up this extraordinarily difficult run. We could potentially have a bit of a race to the finish between these two men and the upcoming 2 women who are next in line here.
I mean, honestly, we might also have one of the women beating one of the men, because Becky Bates is no more than 250 meters behind Shane Martin.
Ooh. Okay, any combination of Matthew Burdine, Shane Martin, and Becky Bates are going to be arriving here shortly.
And Christina Bauer is also in that mix. So 4 folks within the township proper of Silverton. But nothing's going to stop Matthew from having his moment, kissing the rock. He makes the final turn. Colorado's own coming in to the finish. Ladies and gentlemen, Matthew Burdine.
Not getting caught today.
Whoa!
Stop that watch. Very important data there.
Thank you. Congratulations. That's horrible. Yeah.
Need to start making a list of adjectives people have used at the finish line here. I just heard horrible.
I mean, you can't be terribly upset. 36 hours is a pretty stout time.
It's also a journey.
And as
half of running.
As Matthew gets the congratulations from run director Uncle Dale Garland. Literally any second now, we should see Shane Martin and Becky Bates hitting the street.
Becky Bates from Kimberly, BC.
Yeah, no problem.
In the 60 to 69-year-old age category, having an outstanding run here.
Indeed, Becky Bates is our either 3rd or 4th oldest competitor, I believe, outright. Definitely 3rd or 4th oldest female. I don't have the exact birthdays, so I can't start Googling astrological signs, but
they forgive you. We all forgive you.
Meanwhile, at the river, you see I believe this is Emily Hanlon. Yep, Emily Hanlon coming across the river.
Emily's someone who got into the race this week, if not a couple days before the race. So outstanding. She was obviously ready to go.
So Emily crosses the river, currently 9th female on course, shaking hands with your women's champion, Courtney DeWalter. Meanwhile, Shane Martin getting his award, his medal, and his kudos from Uncle Dale Garland. Shane, 56 years young, coming out of Eden, Utah. Not intimidated by the altitude or the mountains at all.
We were talking about Hardrock qualifiers earlier with Brett. Shane's someone who appears to like Wasatch. He's run it a lot of times. That's a qualifier, one of the classics, one of the classic races to get yourself lottery tickets to enter the Hardrock lottery, which this year had around 2,400 qualified applicants to the lottery.
Crazy. And so with that finish, that is finish number 4 for Shane and an outright course PR. So congrats to Shane on lowering his best on the course and putting her best out here. Strong all the way into the finish. 60 plus and not slowing down, Miss Becky Bates.
Becky, your 8th place female. Incredible.
Yeah, locked in a tight battle for the last 2 hours with Christina. Christina is also within the township of Silverton. So in a moment, we will see her following in Becky's footsteps right down this chute to kiss the rock and finish the Hardrock 100 endurance run.
And then when you're talking about, like, ready, you're first. Because the last go downhill. It was really loose.
What was the gentleman's name that finished before her?
Shane
Martin.
Shane Martin. Most skilled with that.
No, that was Matthew Burdine.
No way. Showed more skin than.
No, Matthew Burdine is the one who was scantily clad.
All right, yeah.
Matthew Burdine.
And the sounds of the crowd mean Christina has finally made it to the last turn. The kids in the bounce house are hype. The kids playing cornhole are hype. The kids playing ladder ball are hype. And all the adults here for the race are hype as Christina Bauer finishes the Hardrock 100 endurance run, your 8th place female. Congratulations to the Flagstaff Arizonian. Qualified via the I Am Tough last year. And proved yes. In fact, she is.
Awesome, Red. Yeah, Christina!
Congratulations to Christina. We also have Shad Mika, who will be coming through any moment. Our next runner.
Yeah, in terms of runners going back and forth, Christina and Becky might have done so more often than anybody else in our top 10s on either the men's or women's side. Really, since Sherman, have just been right in range of each other and traded the lead in and out of many of the aid stations. So to find themselves separated by just a matter of minutes after 102 miles, a normal day.
And there'd been some question about Hardrock qualifiers. Just give a few more that people might want to look into if they have any interest in running this race in the future. The Ultra Trail Mount Fuji, or UTMF, is a Hardrock qualifier. Cruel Jewel out east for our East Coast runners. Bighorn, Tahoe 200. If you feel like running 200 miles to qualify, like the man behind the camera over here in our studio, you can do that. We've also got races like the High Lonesome 100, Cascade Crest, Angela's Crest, the Mogollon Monster, as we mentioned, in Arizona, Wasatch 100, Bear 100, Run Rabbit Run, I Am Tough, and Grindstone, amongst a few others, but there is a full list at the Hardrock website, hardrock100.com.
Yeah, there's only a couple of races down under as well that you can do as Hardrock qualifiers.
Well, welcome. Welcome. Maj. Let's pronounce it correctly.
What's
Maj?
it going to be?
Is it Maj?
No, it's definitely not.
What is it?
Well, I mean, I've always known it as Maj.
Maj.
But the full name is Mael.
Well, see, that's why, yeah. The Maj, that's what, Mayel, yeah, okay.
I hadn't heard anybody try to shorten it, so I was not prepared
You're
for...
just going Mayel and
yeah.
being safe. Mayel, okay.
That's all I've ever known.
Sorry, Mayel. Mayel, why don't you introduce yourself?
No apologies needed at all.
Thanks for joining us on the commentary team.
I'm so stoked to be here. It's been a session so far, 36 hours and change. Yeah, but you guys have been doing an absolute stand-up job. It's amazing. Absolute stand-up job. All I hear is very positive reviews from everyone who's tuned in at any point on the live stream. So big ups to you all. I hope you've had fun.
For sure. You act like you haven't been a part of this. Like, yeah, no, we appreciate your services and everybody who's helped bring us coverage out on course and try to contextualize it here in the studio. And we're going to be doing it for another 11 and a half hours.
Yeah. And then a depletion mile as well. Who's calling that one? How do you call a depletion mile? That's some fast-paced shit.
Yeah.
There's a winner amongst those who have run Hardrock, and there's a winner amongst those who have not. I understand.
And there's a winner in all of us who get to watch it.
On the live stream. This was created and invented by Mike Wardian, correct?
Correct.
Who decided after finishing Hardrock one year, he just would like to get some folks together to run a mile around the track in Silverton. Why not?
Just a little flush.
So I think I've completely misunderstood this, but is the depletion mile, is that a beer mile at all, or is it just the mile?
No, it's just a full send.
It's just 4 laps around the track after you do the 100-mile Hardrock 100, just to say you could just go run another mile fast.
This whole time I was like getting ready for this.
Well, this year it would have been a float a mile anyways. It wouldn't have been a beer
Wow.
mile.
So it really
Have you
is.
run a beer mile, Mayel?
I haven't. No, not seriously.
Have you, Skylar?
Of course I have.
I've run one. Who do we have coming into the finish line?
This should be Shad Mika coming into the finish. There it is, 36 hours, 23 minutes. Just sliding under 36:24. Shad Mika of Westminster, Colorado.
One of our 47 Coloradans participating this year on the Hardrock. Shad's run this race before, actually last year.
So officially a true hard rocker.
It's like running a race for you.
What's his time?
Yeah, so Shad had one finish. He's now got two. Gets to call himself a true hard rocker in just the span of 2 years. Last year ran 34:25. This year knocking out a 36:24, 36:23.
And I don't know, but I think that my prediction is that the clockwise direction perhaps is faster. We should look at the actual records, but of course it depends on the year and the conditions. That's a huge contributing factors to how fast you can run. But Shad completing both directions, kissing the rock.
Corinne, you were out all night last night.
You make it sound like I was out drinking.
For all the spots in Silverton and Yuray and Telluride that closed by 10 p.m., yes.
I mean, we were all out late last night. There's no doubt about that. What were the conditions like then? Did you hit any snow that was getting pretty firm and iced over or anything?
So I ran from Sherman to Yuray, just under 30 miles. I got about 700 feet of climbing. We went to the top of Handy's Peak, the high point of the course. And actually, there were a few snow patches, but there were no major snow fields. And the snow that we did cross was, you could step through it. There were either steps. Some of it was a little bit of, like granular, but it wasn't slick. So through that section, I didn't feel like the snow was a factor. Conditions were great. It was like an amazing temperature overnight. So I think optimal running.
Yeah. And I remember, I think it was Chris Twiggs who we got up here doing a pre-race interview, and he was saying that one moment in the race that he did, there were 4 of them because there were 2 runners and 2 pacers, and one of the pacers told everyone to stop and turn off the headlamps and look up into the sky at the stars. Did you get a moment to check out the stars last night?
And actually, I thought about that when we left Animas Forks and we were climbing. It's about a 5-mile uphill up Engineer Pass, and you're on the road, so you don't have to pay as much attention to your footing as you do in a lot of parts of the course. And as we left Animas Forks, someone said to me, enjoy the night, enjoy the stars. So that kind of stuck with me, and I was able to do that. And I think I tried to point out to Betsy Kalmeyer, who I was pacing, hey, Little Dipper right there. Beautiful. I think Venus, seeing the sunset over Handy's was incredible. The sun looked like it was filling up 3/4 of the sky. So it was, even at night when you couldn't see, it was stunningly gorgeous. For sure. And I only did 30 miles.
It sounded like I think the moon wasn't quite big at all last night either, so it probably amplified everything.
I think there was a new moon. We were going through Bear Creek Yuray, and I know there are 200-300 foot drop-offs on the left side of us, but you couldn't see anything. If you didn't know better, you would not know how far down that went, which another reason why I want to have a pacer in this race, because I don't know that I would trust my footing after 80 miles on this course. Yes, it was
It was very dark last night.
Well, that's good, but it's really safe out there, folks. So if you ever want to come and do Hardrock, don't be scared off by the giant cliffs and ravines and wild running rivers
You have to trade those to get the views that you get.
and bear and moose and all the good things.
Someone I was just real quick, someone who's appreciated all of those and is entering the town of Silverton should be pretty much making the start of the descent. Ryan Birch. So as we get eyes on him, we'll be bringing him in to the finish.
Where's Ryan from?
Ryan is from Loveland, Colorado.
Colorado. Good place. I've enjoyed my time here in Colorado. It's quite spectacular.
Is this the first time you've been?
Definitely not. But I've enjoyed it.
Have you been to Hardrock before?
Yes.
Okay.
I've been a couple of times. Yep. It's a good place for it.
Are you entering the lottery to run the race?
I am, yes, for sure. If I get a ticket to do so, I will be, even more so. But yeah. Actually, one of the races down in Australia, Skylar, cut me off whenever you feel you need to.
No, you're good.
If the runner's coming in, I can't get a real good view here on this screen. But so one of the races in Australia is called the Alpine Challenge, and it's a mountainous 100-miler. And in 2019, we were all getting ready to run it. It's at the end of November, and which is coming, right into the summer in Australia. And the week leading into the race, there was a out of the blue snowstorm, and it blew over all the mountaintops that we were racing on, and the race had to dramatically change the course. So it wasn't a mountainous 100-miler anymore. It was kind of like 4 loops of this alpine ski resort called Falls Creek. And what ended up happening was it was a 100-miler with only about 3,000 meters of elevation, so like 9,900 feet or so. And eventually the Hardrock committee said to everyone who finished that it wouldn't be qualified as a Hardrock qualifier that year. So
after running it, you found that out.
Yeah. And I
That's
mean,
tough.
if you were to guess, you would have probably said at the start of it that it wasn't going to get granted a qualifier. But so yeah, that was because that's a 100-miler, and you put it all that, you run 100 miles and you hope to get a ticket for this kind of a race. And it's a beautiful event in and of itself in Australia. But it was a bit of a bummer. So I missed the ticket on that year. Yeah.
But you got to run. You and I both ran the Silverton Alpine 50K.
Yeah.
We got to see some of the offshoots. We were mostly running on the road, but some of the areas that parts of this course will then take off from and go up into the wilderness. So we still got to experience that.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, the opportunity to run 50K here was like, why would you say no to going out 50K out here for a day? Getting some snacks along the way?
Well, I would say, or at least take a beat and think about it, because you're starting at 9,300 feet. But that's just me personally, and I'm built different, which is to say not for this. But someone who is built for this, Ryan Birch. You hear the crowd, at least we can in the studio. And here he is, kicking into the finish.
Look at that. He's stopping. Is he going to cartwheel down there?
Just taking it all in.
Is he going to cartwheel down there? He's walking it in with Dale.
Uncle Dale, run director, bringing him in. 36 hours, 33 minutes. Congratulations, Ryan Birch. Ryan's second finish of the Hardrock 100, finishing in 2016.
That's pretty good.
So He's gone clockwise. He's now gone counterclockwise. Ryan Birch, congratulations on becoming a true hard rocker.
Skylight that. That's an incredible effort.
Oh, yeah.
Second time doing hard rock. It's brutal. It's brutal that you can do it one loop in one direction and not be considered a true hard rocker.
Yeah, you got to make sure you hit the full 204-mile experience.
I feel like I might have missed the previous conversation about this, or am I the only one that's bringing it up? Because it's brutal.
That's right.
He's
got a pacer now.
It's one of those things where so much of this course is seen at night that you get to see during the day. And so you're like, all right, I get to appreciate it. And all of these quote-unquote easier climbs become these harder descents, I guess. Longer, more just like leg speed dependent descents, right? Up the walls, down the ramps, or vice versa. In many respects, it takes a slightly different skill set depending on which direction you're going to excel.
Whenever it is.
So you're saying that you get really tested if you do it both ways, thus making you a true hard rocker because you've been through everything this course could possibly give you. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, you get a bachelor's degree for going one direction, but you get the master's by going both. Right. So it's bachelor's for the first, bachelor degree for the first, then it's a master's, and then what's after that? PhD. Yeah, get that doctorate degree. That's if you do 3, or I feel at some points probably you start getting into that 5+ territory. You're into that with that like highly veteran status. Would that be a professor? Would you get professor status for that? I might be 10. You might have a PhD, but then like run 6 through 10 are like your postdoc. And then after 10, you're like, okay, now I'm the professor. I'm gonna school these kids. And then that's why we see so many of our 50 and 60 plus athletes absolutely crushing it. Yeah.
Speeds are pretty good.
Yeah, it's so impressive.
No.
So impressive.
I don't even know what I'm on
I think
right now.
what's going to be more impressive, I shouldn't say more impressive, but what is also going to be impressive is this is the early hours of tomorrow morning. That is going to be something else.
Should be pretty solid.
Silverton going to turn it on.
2 sunrises, 2 sunsets,
yes,
and racing a third sunrise. Just absolutely insane. And it's going to be so fun to bring to everyone on the live stream. Like we've seen golden hours at other races, but this is unique. This is a very special moment. We're going to see the entire community come out and just rage. That entire section from the river crossing that we've seen recently, that whole last 5K all the way to the finish is going to be mayhem. And I'm so excited that folks on the live stream are going to be able to appreciate it as folks who've been able to make the adventure trip down here to Silverton have been able to do for years. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a hoot. What time are we going live? 4 a.m.? 4:30 a.m.? So here's the thing. We will have video coverage continuously until the cutoff at 6 a.m. tomorrow, 48 hours total. We will have commentators coming back in for the last hour proper, so 5 a.m. to 6 a.m., 47 to 48. You'll have some folks at the desk on the couch running around telling you everything that's happening. So if you're looking for somebody and you're like, hey, they're moving well, they're not going to be pushing against that golden hour finish, you're still going to be able to follow them here in the live stream. So just make sure you hit that subscribe button on the Run Steep Get High YouTube page down there somewhere. And then you'll get notified when the stream pops up and you can hop in and watch your runner finish. And then also, if you want to track folks, at the very top of that chat window is a link to the GPS tracker. Go ahead and hit that bad boy and select your favorite runners, and you'll be able to track them throughout the night as they approach their way towards Silverton. Someone who is here already Making their way up the final gut bunch of a climb is Emily Hanlon.
Emily Hanlon getting a very, very late entry into the Hardrock 100 for 2023. She, I think, I'm not sure exactly how many hours notice it was, 19 maybe?
The day before, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Scrambling for tailwind so that she had some nutrition on course.
Well.
We hooked her up. Nice.
Because you're good people. And Emily seems like a good person. And, it's pretty amazing. So what is she coming 9th?
She is currently
10.
F9 on course.
F9.
But I will say, Darla Askew, F10, not very far behind her. So Emily's currently on this gut punch of a climb. Darla is just ahead of the chicane, probably about a half mile or so back of Emily.
What is this chicane you speak of?
So if you really zoom in onto the GPS tracker, you know what? I'm going to use the iPad because I have yet to do that. Boom. Can we get the iPad up on the share screen? Okay, here's what I'm talking about. You see Emily, she's on the gut punch climb. This whole section that goes sort of lower left to top right, that's the gut punch climb. Darla on Rainbow Trail / the Newt Chute, and right there is what we call a chicane. This isn't just for F1. No, it's a nice little sweeping downhill. You make a hard right and then an aggressive left onto the dirt road.
That is a high-speed chicane right there.
And that's when you know.
Yeah.
It's happening.
Damn. Look at those
You start to see the
contours.
town off to your right through the trees, and you're almost home.
There should be some kind of celebratory, I don't know, not aid station, but we need something at the chicane in the future.
Maybe that'll be my role tomorrow during Golden Hour. I'll celebrate the chicane.
Huge speaker, something.
Listen, if I'd have known this, I would have brought the DJ setup.
Tables out there.
Oh, before I forget, speaking of DJs, and the fact that we're talking about the women's race, so we were talking earlier. We're trying to figure out what Claire was listening to.
Yeah.
Claire Banwarth, F5. I went down and asked her. She said she was listening to what she called boom boom music.
Boom boom music.
Right, and it's,
Sounds
she's like
okay.
Coming from France, I was like, so
Okay,
like house
describe.
music, and she's like, yeah, I spin a lot.
No.
And this is what I play.
No.
So apparently, Claire is a DJ on top of being just a stellar ultra runner.
We need a Claire Banwarth and Skizzle Fresh collab. And
Yes,
you know,
we do.
rave. A
Yes,
rave
we
hosted
do.
by you two.
Maybe at the depletion miles, Mo.
Maybe we can invite her to Halloween 100 and she can spin.
That would be actually quite legit. I'm not going to be there this year, so it'll be nice for someone that I trust to hold it down.
So she was listening to something, we don't know specifically the genre, to something upbeat, boom boom music. Awesome.
I've done it about
Yeah,
12 times.
yeah, I wasn't gonna go like super deep. Like, all right, tell me about artists. I was like, I had to get back up here, but
Let's
yeah.
do a debrief and deep dive on music while you just finished running for 35 hours.
I was like, yeah, I'll let you focus up and enjoy all that you've
I'm
accomplished.
glad you clarified what spinning was, because when it came out of your mouth, I was like, oh, she's into spinning classes on the
Oh,
bike.
like Peloton.
And just listens to hard techno while she's spinning.
No, spins records.
300 watts a minute. She's a disc jockey. A disc jockey.
When you say it like that, it's insulting.
It's a professional term, disc jockey.
That's a professional description of what it is. I think
I'm leaving. I'm out. No.
Disc jockey is going to come back as a terminology. It's going to come back.
Stop trying to make fetch happen.
I know we got a little
Support me on the chat, please.
We're still on Emily, right? I was going to say a couple words about Darla. Darla Askew, who is right behind Emily Hanlon.
Are we pronouncing it wrong? It looks like it's Emily Halden.
It is, probably.
We apologize.
Been also staring at a screen or roads for the
Or
last
rocks.
37 hours, 38 hours, so. RB.
So Emily Halden, hopefully that's correct, is coming into town right now. Right behind her is Darla Askew. Darla is a 6-time finisher of Hardrock. She has 2 third-place finishes. So she's going to be completing number 7. This is Emily's first finish of the race, and she just got in less than a day before the start.
I wonder if she was in town, because if she's from Eugene, Oregon,
Oh, she was in town. I think she was here.
that would have been a journey.
Yeah.
You're going to be a part of it somehow. Might as well stay ready.
She probably knew. She would have booked flights to come out here knowing that there's a good chance. Well, not a good
'Cause
chance, but a chance.
Yeah, I think if you're like even top 10 on the wait list the week of, to come out,
Yeah. Wow.
why not?
Yeah, well, it's true. It's beautiful here. I'm not sure if I've ever mentioned that, but it is beautiful.
There's nothing to see. Nobody come here ever.
If the race isn't on, don't bother. No, we'd definitely like to thank Silverton Tourism Bureau for their support and recommend everyone come out here anytime they can.
Yeah, and just also the businesses who all of a sudden get like 5 times the foot traffic that they normally would. So
Yeah, Silverton and Yuray, even Telluride, and Lake City are now tourism towns, previously mining towns, but that's how they make their revenue now. And Silverton in particular hugely, I'm sure, appreciates the influx of individuals coming in to stay.
The crowd down there.
So making her final left turn, Emily Howden running towards the bounce house where the party will greet her. I'm going to shave off a good amount of time from last year. So last year she came through 38:35. Going to come through this year 36:47, 48. So more than an hour and a half faster this direction, in still some pretty brutal conditions as we've seen over the live stream. And getting to call herself a true hard rocker, doing it the hard way, getting in on 24 hours notice. She had twice as long out on course than she did notice that she was running. And absolutely crushed it. Your F9, Emily Howden.
Yeah. She even brought her dog.
Massive congratulations to Emily.
Oh, and somebody other than DG taking a GPS tracker. Uh-oh, Uncle Dale is slipping.
No, you said it yourself. He's good at letting other people, do things at times.
Oh, sharing in the journey. Good job. What a mentor. But in short order, we should also see Darla Askew. Meanwhile, behind her on course, the fly fisherman himself, the D3 Glory Days legend. You know him, you love him from I Run Far coverage. Brian Powell crossed over the river. Well, got to the river, he might be fishing.
Well, there's discussion of whether he has caught all fish and whether they will hold him at the river until he actually catches the 4th fish before letting him continue on.
I don't know if Courtney has a sort of you shall not pass staff at her disposal, but if she wants to lean all the way in,
We
then
heard she might be out there at the river right now, so
she was hanging. We definitely had visual on her.
if anyone can get Brian to hang out, or I'm sure Brian would love to just visit for a few.
Hey there.
He's not in any hurry, even though he's crushing it.
Now, damn, am I seeing some incredible costumes right there?
Yes.
They are damn fine looking costumes.
Well,
some of the best of the day, I'd say.
I don't want to get ahead of fashion these days. They might just be normal outfits, but they are very fashionable outfits.
They are very fashionable outfits. Here we go. Yes, there we go.
Oh, the dog is involved.
We got a bit of drag going on here.
Absolutely. This is great.
Yes, it's about time we had some fine looking outfits on the finish line. Aside from the skimpy shorts and sweat covered running attire. Look at that. What a crew. That would have been a fun crew to hang out with and for the last 36 hours, I reckon.
The engineer aid station had a vibe. They had some glow sticks. There was some good music. Glass Animals playing up there. I was loving it. I was like, this is the spot. It was a good aid station. So
that was
these
on
people
Engineer
would be
Pass?
fitting in well with the engineer aid station.
I reckon.
I don't know if...
Maybe we need to get them in here, in the studio. Get them in here. Maybe they'd be up for a chat. Or a rave. Or a woody, or whatever you were calling it
Woodsy.
before.
A woodsy?
Oh, woodsy. Not a woody.
All right, we can get Claire on the decks. We'll have Yasin dancing. We'll have them. We'll get some of these. We got all these like
And
plyo boxes. We'll get those down there for some go-go action.
Squat
and
jumps.
the band, the 3 Jeff,
Oh yeah, JMJ Music Factory.
JMJ Music Factory.
We were out here just changing the media landscape. You thought it was just the live stream. No.
We're about to send it.
Things are getting
Send it to
a
the
little
next
loopy
level.
and punchy at Hardrock.
We're like 3 steps away from the Blue Man Group of ultra running.
We're gonna have a couple of disc jockeys and a woody, and it's gonna be going off.
I'm gonna find Smokey the Bear to come through and just really tear it up. But here's the thing: she
Tear it
got
up,
in.
not burn it down.
No, not burn it down, because only we can prevent forest fires. But she just got in Thursday. Where did the crew come from? Like, do you roll in 8 deep, just like, hey, just in case, and if not, then we're just hanging and raging for a weekend? And also, did they come with the costumes already, or at least these fashionable outfits already? Or was this
We'll
like,
find out.
oh, you got in, we got to go make an aggressive, like, last-minute pickup? Because I don't think Amazon Prime to Silverton's a thing.
No, I think we'll find out. We're gonna
We're gonna go do some.
That's some
I'm gonna go do
great-
some investigative reporting. I'll be
Yeah.
back.
Get him in here, Skylar.
Yeah,
Let him know you're a disc jockey and get him in here.
Word.
Tell him we've got floater
Oh,
and tailwind.
let's switch up seating.
Tell him we've got floater and tailwind. Hey, you just come join me on the couch.
I need to sit on the couch.
Yeah. I'm enjoying on the
Is there
couch.
another thing?
There's a microphone, there's space. It's everything. I mean, I don't know why you guys were sitting on those uncomfy chairs the whole time. This is the Hardrock couch. This is it. Ain't nothing better than a finish line view and a river with a rope. That's some good viewing. You could probably go some more.
like in hindsight, now that you know what she did, you're like, oh.
No, it's just like we struggle to.
So this would be Darcy. Darcy Askew. Coming in, finishing strong. Darla Askew. I've been looking at Darcy Africa's name here on the trophy. Darla Askew. Apologies about that one. Darla Askew. Multiple time finisher here at Hardrock.
Yeah, this would be John Robinson. And also putting down my investigative reporting. So Darla Askew, F10, coming in just a few minutes behind F9. Oh, Jamil's yelling at us. Yeah, his phone died, which is why we are not exactly at the finish line at this moment. But F9, Emily Hanlon, got in with 19 hours notice. Officially got that. The crew was either already en route or folks who just hopped in after she had officially been moved into the race. She said her and the Lady Grossman became really good friends at Animus. And in terms of the costumes, never travel without them.
Wow.
So there you go. That's where we're at with respect to the party crew that rounded out the journey for our F9, Emily Hanlon, and Darla Askew, F10, just coming across, which means we can throw up officially the top 10 women's leaderboard as they have all crossed the line and kissed the rock. Meanwhile, next up to the rock, the fisherman himself, Brian Powell. He is approaching the chicane. So we'll see him in short order, both between, well, when Jamil figures out how to reboot a phone and a gimbal and everything that does.
You know, technology.
But do we have the static cam up by chance? Has somebody climbed into the attic and...
All right, we're working on technology.
Cool.
Because technology is tired, just like we're all tired. But we're looking at the top 10 women. Let's just look at this real quick and talk about these women who just crushed Hardrock. Courtney DeWalter, Annalise Rousset Segure, Annie Hughes, Camino Miyazaki. Surname's Miyazaki, we've decided. Is that right? Correct. Claire Banwarth, Whitney Mickelson, Becky Bates, Christina Bauer, Emily Halnan, and Darla Askew. Your top 10 women. It's amazing. What is the finishing time spread between first and 10th?
Oh, now you want me to do math.
It is 10 hours, 40 minutes, and 37 seconds.
Good job, Mael.
Oh, it's on the screen. Attaboy.
Your eyes are pretty good. That's kind of far away.
Yeah, so 10 hours. So, well, Courtney ran her finishing time, and Darla Askew just came over the line 10 hours and 40 minutes, 37 seconds later. Within that, though, 7th to 10th were all within the 10-hour bracket behind Courtney. Then 4th to 6th were all in the 8-hour bracket. Then 3rd place was 5 hours, 58 minutes. And second place was 1 hour 15 behind. So, yeah, that's a spread.
That's a list of crushers right there. Take note, all of these people. You should be scared if you line up against any one of them at a race, especially if it's a mountainous race.
And it's a cool spread. So that goes, if I get this right, correct me if not. So that goes America, France, America, Japan, France, America,
British Columbia.
BC.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure what we were up to, but
In America. I think
You're at 8. Yep. America.
Right?
Yeah.
America.
U.S. Do we have any East Coasters? No.
I heard they're great people.
East Coasters?
Yeah. I've heard they're great. I've been on the West Coast predominantly during my time in America, and I hear about these East Coasters. Seem nice. Seem like good people.
Also, just technicality-wise, East Coast trails are nothing to sneeze at, so probably have pretty dang good footing if you are crushing races on the East Coast, which could translate over here to Hardrock.
So none of the top 10 hail from the East Coast, well, at least of North America. And I guess there's not a coast in France.
Now we're on to
there are.
East Coast of Japan-ish. I guess there's that. No, that's we're getting in the weeds here. I'm looking through all of our women's entrants. We only have two. We have 2 women entered from really the Eastern time zone. We have Rachel Kelly hailing from Chapel Hill, North Carolina. And we have Gina Harcrow. No, excuse me. Brittany Kilmowich from New York City.
Cool.
And then Jocelyn Briggs from Ontario, which is not on the coast, but it's there. So of all 29 women that were entered, 28 that are still moving forward. That's the lay of the land.
I don't know if we can pick it out, but first time Hard Rockers on this list. Oh,
you want that back?
Away.
Boom.
I mean, since we don't have eyes on anyone at the moment, maybe.
Sure, we're here. Annalise,
Hughes.
first time. Annie, first time. Camino, first time. Claire, first time. Whitney, I believe, was first time.
So, yep.
Not Becky.
Christina? Ballard?
Give me a sec.
I'm going to put my money on that it's her first time.
It is her first time.
How much did I win on that
Whitney.
Nothing. And then Emily and Darla
we know
are
Whitney's
true
it's her
hard
first
workers.
time.
So,
Yeah.
was that half of the women's top 10 first timers?
Half or more. Yeah.
Yeah, a little over half. Right on.
Great job. Speaking of people, veterans of the race, some of the other women's field, do we know what's going on with someone like a Darcy PQ? We're going to look into that maybe. And veteran of the race.
So Darcy
also got in late.
Yeah. A week of ad. She is literally just pinged 89.5 miles on course. She's about 3.5 miles out from Putnam. So making her way past. Well, actually, that might put her. Is she over that pass yet? She might be almost exactly at the top of that final climb. The final time she has to go over 12,000 feet and starts making her way down to the Putnam aid station.
If you're just joining us, we have a little bit of a break in the action. We had a lot of runners come through over the last probably 30, 45 minutes to an hour.
Right now we've got cameras on the finish line. We've also got a camera on the final very deep, swift river crossing.
Yeah, so coming towards that river crossing in the low box, we've got a few miles to go for Ben Wynick. Should be the next individual that we see at the river crossing. And the next person we see at the finish line, kissing the rock, is going to be ultra running royalty, Brian Powell.
Sure, the crowds are going to come out for Brian. $73 still. Have you guys been outside? It looks nice.
Looks nice. The sun has left the town, which
cool it off quick.
Just gonna chill it down, but yeah.
But the competition's gonna stay hot because we have 37 hours down, 11 to go.
Brian Powell living just across the road from us here. We could probably nick over and grab a cup of coffee from his house whilst everyone's cheering him on.
Are you saying to go rob Brian Powell of
Well,
coffee right now?
He's openly invited us all to just go and have a coffee whenever we need. So this might be the opportunity.
This would have been helpful information about 37 hours ago, but thank you for that. Holding out the gyms. Hopefully we can also get some fish, as the fly fisherman has been, I'm going to say trout hunting, but that's not just fishing trout.
But he had a unique challenge for anyone who hasn't heard. Brian was going to be doing Hardrock this year, and his goal was to catch one of each of the 4 distinct types of trout that are in the river, or in the river streams along the course. So I literally saw him fishing right outside the Burroughs Aid Station in a tiny little stream. He's been carrying his fishing pole the entire way. I think this has got to be like a super lightweight, telescoping, fold down, doesn't weigh anything, probably no reel fly fishing rod.
So is this going to be like a Barkley situation where he produces the fish at the rock?
We heard he is one that actually releases the fish. Therefore,
Okay.
he's going to be taking pictures of each of the 4 types. Which, boy, I'm going to be a bad Coloradan if I can't get this. Brook trout, rainbow trout,
Cuddy?
cutthroat, and
Brown. Orange.
My dad's going to yell at me so bad. I think we got them all.
That's what the chat's for.
But somebody like Brian Powell, he knows the difference.
Exactly. You come for one of the great ultra running challenges in North America. You stay for the knowledge of trout in the Colorado Basin. Full service here on the Run Steep Get High channel. Speaking of full service, if you're like, hey, this is great and I love this Brian Powell trivia, but also I got another runner I'm trying to find. Got a full service GPS link at the top of this chat box. Go ahead and click that bad boy, and that will go ahead and allow you to find any runner currently on course and a loose approximation of where they are at based on their most recent ping. Just make sure you are checking when that last ping went off by clicking their name. It'll tell you, hey, it was 2 minutes ago. Hey, it was 20 minutes ago. And that way you can use your reasonable judgment for when they will be making their way here to the finish line at the Silverton Gym and kiss that rock.
So what name, I've heard a lot of names get thrown around for different various challenges that are existing in this day and age, like the Rocky Mountain Slam. I've heard that a lot. What is the name of this challenge that Brian has created? Has it got one? Can the chat create one? Can we come up with one?
Trout Scout Boogie. Boom. Done.
I don't. But where's
Snaps for me.
Trout Scout Boogie. I don't.
Trout Scout Scamper. Yeah.
It's got to have fly in it.
I mean,
something fly.
Well, I was thinking it's got to have something Hardrock 100 in it, right?
Fly rock.
He's got a good one. That's pretty good. Okay. That's pretty good.
Where's my marketing husband when I need him? We got something to do with Alpine.
What, have we got anything in the
Lake.
chat? Has anyone in the chat got something good?
Trout Rock. He said Trout Rock.
I think Rod Rock would be, I guess, like a fishing rod.
Because the rod, but if he called
He
it
said
Trout Rock, he's already named it.
I mean, but listen, did he
Fly Rock.
did he focus group it though, or did he just like come up with that on the fly?
Well, I think it's who come? Oh, that person in the chat. I don't know. Does it look like a serious name? What name would they give themselves?
What are you talking about?
We appreciate. Maybe we can run a competition for some good answers.
What we're doing is trying to come up with the same thing that they came up with on the live stream of Cocodona with the Aravaipa blimp.
Yeah.
But we need a...
All right, Benjamin, Hardfish 100.
Okay, we got Hardfish, the
Pretty good.
Glycogen Challenge.
We're not doing that. We're Bridget, you're on timeout.
Hard Trout Rocks.
I mean, the real question is, how do we verify these reports that Brian has actually caught fish?
He has pictures.
Yeah.
Time-stamped.
But he lives here, and timestamp.
Well, yeah, we can go into the data. We all listen to Serial.
Look.
We know how to find the metadata on a photo.
We look back at the timestamp and see if he was actually stopped according to the tracker during these time-stamped photographs to verify.
Okay,
I think that works.
It's kind of like a double factor.
Well, here's the timestamp we're going to have right here. It's going to be 37 hours, 11 minutes, and some change. Because Brian Powell, ladies and gentlemen, has entered the chute.
That's a great one.
And a strong finishing kick.
He looks fresh.
That's what happens when you've been standing in rivers fishing for a while, I guess.
His entire
secret.
lower body is numb, so he's just running really fast.
Absolutely crushed it.
There's Megan of course, she's taking some photos.
Uncle Dale with the medal hug, and I'm sure GPS robbery.
Aww.
He ran far.
Where's the rod? Is it in the quiver with the poles?
It is, yeah. I saw him
Okay.
go through Cunningham Aid Station. He did a cheeky look back over his shoulder at Dale as he ran out, and he pulled the rod out and said, "Go on fishing, Dale." That's how he said it too.
All right. He does look way too fresh. Like, absolutely crushed it.
How many times has Brian finished this race, and what are his times?
He also just looks super happy, and maybe that's the relief of the fact that he has a break from the last 10 plus years of working as an entrepreneur nonstop 24/7, and he gets to take a little break and just enjoy life, hopefully, for a bit. I heard he's going to Alaska for like 2 months potentially.
Great
just to
fishing up
hang
there.
out, fish. I mean, that sounds fantastic and like a well-deserved.
So this is Brian's
Sabbatical.
4th finish of Hardrock, and with this, he will have finished twice in both directions. So a double true hard rocker.
Double true hard rocker. And Jones Wilkins is out there instead of in the studio where we thought he was.
And what were his times on those other finishes?
So going this direction, back in 2015, he ran 31 hours, 30 minutes. And then going the opposite direction in 2016, he ran just a touch over 33 hours. And then again, going that same direction in 2018, 32 hours and 40 minutes. So this is...
He's already proven his times in the race. This was about enjoying it.
I think this was about the fishing. Let's not get it.
Yes.
Let's not get us wrong.
And about fishing.
Fishing is a leisurely sport, shall we say, and it costs you 6 hours in a race. So I think that it all balances out.
It's a reasonable trade-off. Well, if you
Oh.
captured the fish,
Whoa, that was some action.
come on.
What?
if you caught the fish and ate the fish, would that be a legal aid outside the station, or is it not because you did it yourself?
I think if you
It's a fair
if
question.
you're actually like fishing, hunting on the course, you're aiding yourself. It's not outside aid. You're I don't.
I suppose it's like if you were to stop and drink from a stream, or if you were to snap branches off a tree and use them as hiking poles.
Yeah.
Be similar.
All right. Well,
right.
Now that we have the,
Or if you like found a bear cave, because I hear bears hibernate, and you found a bear cave and you went and snuggled up in there for a sleep. Like, it's not like that's kind of using the natural resources of the area. It's fair. Do you guys do that over here?
No.
yeah, we don't do that in San Francisco. Not a lot of.
You don't want to walk too far in any of the mine holes around here.
No bears in San Fran?
I mean, honestly, there probably is some that have like come over from the. I don't know. There's wildlife that pop up in the Presidio or something, but I personally have not had a bear encounter.
In San Fran proper, maybe like Santa Cruz, go down like.
Oh, yeah,
up
yeah,
in
yeah.
Mountain, but not in the city.
No, not in the city.
We might have had a East Bay. I was in Walnut Creek for a year. We might have
Sounds
some bears
lovely.
out there.
Sounds like a lovely area.
Yeah, man, come on down.
Yeah. You got ultra running there? Because this is
The Bay Area has
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of ultra running.
Diablo.
and fishing.
Diablo, Tam.
We got Notion.
I guess that's where
Marin
they
Headlands
live.
is some outstanding. trail.
There's another good costume there. Some ram's horns coming out of a hat. That's creative.
So while we're watching Brian Powell here at the finish line, your 25th male finisher, 35th overall, if that math checks out. We are awaiting John Robinson, who should be our next finisher.
Collectively between you and me, it will
He
be almost
is probably about 1.25 miles away from the finish, approaching, but not quite at the chicane yet, but he's approaching it. And then that last gut punch climb. So you still beat Sunset healthfully. And then Ben Wynick is going to be hitting that river crossing that you see in the low box. He should be there within the next couple of moments. And we got a bit of a gap, about 1 mile or so, to the next competitors up the trail.
just like keep training like crazy or what? Or just
I was talking to Kevin today and he said, I think Jamie's just
Was Telluride the last cutoff?
full class.
We are in that range. So Telluride cutoff there was 4 o'clock. Chapman aid station will be your next cutoff at 8:45. So
Okay.
that is just under 90 minutes away.
And what mileage is Chapman at?
Chapman is 84.2 miles. And so as we look towards the Snail, and if you're just joining us and you have no idea what racing the Snail means, again, that link at the top of the live chat will take you to the GPS tracker. On that tracker, towards the tail end of the peloton, you will see a Snail. This is the Hardrock 100 endurance run. Not really a race. Supposed to be out there and enjoying your time in the mountains. However, it is a race against the Snail. The Snail is the average pace you must maintain to beat the 48-hour cutoff. Right now, we have 5 runners that are currently behind the Snail, and they've all pinged in the last 4 minutes. So Matt Anderson, Jocelyn Briggs, Larry Huffman, Gregory Trapp, and Vince Molosky are all currently behind the Snail. Just ahead of the Snail, Brian Jennings, Brittany Kimowitz, who is one of our 2 East Coasters, one of our 2 Beast Coasters on the women's side, Chris Lundberg, Ryan Martin, and someone you know very well, Corinne, Betsy Kallmeyer, are your 5 athletes just in front of the Snail. And
Come on, Betsy.
those are the 10 athletes that have yet to arrive at the Chapman aid station. We also have a gaggle, like a legit gaggle of folks that are currently in that Chapman aid station. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It looks like 8 or 9 athletes have all.
Pam right in there? Does Betsy and Pam are
Pam's
racing?
actually passed the Chapman aid station on her way to KT.
Yeah. Amazing.
So those are the 10 athletes that we're watching race the Snail. They got to get into and out of the Chapman aid station in the next 85 minutes. The Snail is a linear moving model, so it doesn't necessarily account for the steepness or runability of any particular section. So on what is a very long climb from Telluride to Chapman, and one of the most difficult underfoot conditions of the entire course, we would expect some folks to lose a little bit of ground on the Snail. But if they can get to Chapman and out and under the cutoff, they'll continue a uphill grind towards KT, get a little bit of a down, and then have one more ascent back over 12,000 feet as they race to the finish. So, beat the Snail, beat the cutoff, kiss the rock, rage in Silverton.
Yeah, it's a race against the Snail. It's a race against the mountains as well. And just kind of speaking of that, both of you were out doing field commentary.
Yes,
Yes.
we were. Yeah.
Tell us what the vibes were. What was it like? Were you at multiple places or just one?
Wow, Jamil up close. Love that. I was multiple places. I was at Arastra, which is the first river crossing, much like we had the video in the low box here for a while, 3-ish miles away from the finish. Arastra is the creek or the river that you cross 3.5 miles after the start going this direction. So I was down there, and vibes were high because it was the first 35, 40 minutes of the race. It was cold, and it was the first opportunity for folks to like really get their feet wet, like literally get their feet wet.
Mm-hmm.
And the front end of the group of the leaders were just like, oh, that was refreshing. This is fun. Here we go. And the back half were like, yo, this is cold. Like, this is what we're getting ourselves into.
Yeah.
Little did they know that yesterday was about to be hot as hell. And, this was a good first reminder for them to take care of themselves and cool off. And then I had the exact opposite experience because we were the only folks really out there at the 3.5 mile juncture at Yuray, where things were just raging. We talked about Smokey the Bear and Woodsy.
Yeah.
The real Woodsy, not the party, whatever that the locals call it.
I think they're Woodies.
I don't know. But yeah, so it was a vibe. Softball games, kids were running around, dogs were running around. It was a party. Like, you could have legitimately had Claire DJing there, and folks would have been super stoked about it. So yeah, Yuray was a vibe, and it continued just raging throughout the night. Actually, I had left at that point, but checking on the live stream, folks were having a good old time. But where were you at? What were you getting into?
Yeah, I went out to Cunningham aid station. We were hanging out there for a good couple of hours.
Yeah, we
maybe
had
a few
amazing video, super crystal clear. It was awesome.
Yeah, so that was a good time.
Except you were cold. You were waiting for the sun to come.
Yeah. We cranked that Starlink, got a good link, and that worked really well out there. And so moments before Aurelion, the overall finisher of the race, came through, we had a chat with Andrew, the aid station captain, and we're standing there, and Aurelion was coming in, and he's like, this sun is going to hit this aid station in about 25 minutes. And so me and Jeff Colt, who I was out there all day with, me and Jeff, we thought brilliant, because our hands are going numb from holding these gimbals and microphones, and can't wait for this sun. And then 3 hours later, the sun hit the aid station. And we went over to Andrew and we were like, you're a little bit off on that 25-minute thing, mate, with the sun. and he just kind of had a bit of a chuckle. He's like, "Oh yeah, that was pretty bad." So we were there. That was great. Everyone's pretty close still by that. That's at mile 9.3. Then we booted it around to Animus Forks, and that's mile 44.3.
44 and a half, yeah.
We were chilling out there for a good... We got there at midday, I'll say. We got there at midday, and we left there at 5:30 p.m. So we were there for a good 5.5 hours. And we hustled down the valley and then booted over to Telluride. Got over to Telluride just enough time for the first mail to come through, and we raged at Telluride for a good, I don't even know, 6 hours maybe, 5 hours, and yeah, that was great. That was that was a good aid station. We got to chat with Jack, I believe. If you guys haven't seen Jack from aid station in Telluride, hands down he's going to be he already is, but he's definitely going to be a hard rock legend in the future. He's a 20-year-old gentleman from over here in Colorado, and he's got a mullet. He's can't grow a mustache because he's too young. He's just a rager. Loves trail running, froth on everything, and he was captaining this aid station, and it was amazing. And he hustled some of his friends from college as well, and they're all there just manning this aid station, and it was a great time. And then, yeah. Telluride happened. There was some tears. There was a lot of fast moving ultra runners going through Telluride, and it was a hoot. And then we booted back over here at like 3 a.m. in the morning, and that was the day. Almost 24 hours.
When you got to Telluride, was there a music festival happening?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay.
No,
Is it the Bluegrass Festival?
I don't ever really remember what type of genre it is.
Oh, well, there's a massive Bluegrass Festival in Telluride around this time of year.
That would make
probably.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's just a lot more traffic. It's like Hardrock traffic plus music festival traffic equals mayhem in Telluride, and it's always an adventure. People watching is great, and it's always a good energy, regardless of like which reason folks are finding themselves in town.
Yeah. It wasn't the Bluegrass. That was in June, so maybe they got other festival vibes going on. But yeah,
All right.
Telluride's cool spot.
Yeah, one of the years I was, was it the year I was pacing Jamil? And we finished in Telluride. I think there was a little festival going on, and I was just like, I wish so much to go hang out with those people, but I also just got rocked trying to chase both Nick and Jamil down from Kroger's and getting dropped like it was nobody's business. I was like, I got no business hanging out at a music festival. I didn't earn this. And I took the slow, sad drive back to Yuray.
Was that your plan, though? Were you meant to drop out at Telluride anyway?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Have you heard how crazy the climb out of Telluride is? I'm not built for that. That would not have been pacing. That would have been me getting, I don't even know, left for dead.
Hi, Jamil.
How did you get to Kroger's?
I'm not using that. You can take it.
Thank you.
All right.
How did you get to Kroger's canteen then? Pacing Jamil.
Up and over from Yuray.
Yeah, that's a climb.
Well, yeah, but most of it's road. That Camp Verb. This is terrifying me. I don't want you to fall off the stage. Let me scoot in.
Are we moving studios? Making a...
I'm trying to get the static set up for me to go off there.
Yeah, right. Jamil's back here getting ready to make sure we have the finish line cam throughout the evening. So even though we may not be here in studio walking you through all the action, you will be able to follow it.
Yeah.
Your
runners coming through at the finish.
And speaking of runners coming through to the finish, we should have John Robinson coming in any moment now. Should be pretty much right near the downhill. It leads into Silverton, definitely on the gut punch climb at this point. So we will be bringing his finish into you and everybody else's, because that's what we want to do, give the people what they want.
Speaking of finishes, I don't know if we touched on it, but Becky Bates, who came 7th overall, she set a new age group record.
Oh.
She set a new record for the women's 60 to 69 age group. And it was originally 41 hours, 56 minutes, and she ran 36 hours,
Woo!
15
She
minutes,
lowered it
58
by-
seconds.
She lowered it by a ton.
She took to that like a shearer takes to a fully matured merino sheep in the...
Is that previously held by Pam Reed? I didn't even hear it.
Yeah, you checked out, and it was probably for the best. I was trying to follow. I have some merino wool shirts that are very soft, so I appreciate the folks that are helping humanely bring that our way in the way that
We have to go back and watch the
Becky
replay. I don't even know
humanely took down 5 hours off of that age group record.
That was previously held by Pam Reed.
Yeah, that's a huge
flex
blanket of merino.
We are stretching the analogies as far as they can go.
Becky currently holds the 50 to 59 age group record for the counter-clockwise direction in 32 hours and
Damn.
46 minutes in 2017.
She's gonna stud.
She just then in a few years she's gonna go for the 70 to 79 age group record, I'm sure.
Yeah, give it 9, and she'll take that down too.
Or lower the existing. Wow.
Beast mode.
2025, we'll see what she does.
So, unfortunately, Kirk Apt pulled out.
Mhm.
So who is now our oldest runner in the race? If Kirk Apt pulled out, he was going for his 28th finish, by the way, which was beast mode.
Now here resorting spreadsheets. Give me just a sec.
Totally aware that I'm not doing any of the hard work on the research, just asking for it. Appreciate you both.
I'm doing the same thing. We just ask the questions and Skylar gives us the answers.
And this is where prep work actually comes into play. Surprisingly, a very large number of 60-plus men in the field. I think we had 4 women total.
18 total 60 to 69-year-olds.
So we have... Okay. So the next oldest person in the race would have been Rick Hoops, who also was timed out at Telluride at the same time that Rick Hodges was. Which means our next oldest entrant would have been Alan Hadley. Helps if I type in the right place. And Alan is moving very well. 84 miles in. Pretty much just crested. Is that Grant Swamp Pass? He's looking at Island Lake, is what this comes. The oldest person still left in the race, Alan Hadley, 66 years old, is enjoying a nice sunset over Island Lake at the moment.
Awesome. And we've got river crossing. Did I see bib 4?
The next person should have been, was it Mike? Oh, my Zoom function went too far. Ben Wyrick. Meanwhile, as Ben crosses the river and has 2.5 miles left to the finish, a person who has about 200 meters to the finish, John Robinson, making his way into town.
Let's go, John. Woo! I want to be out there cheering.
And since I don't have a stream deck, I can't pop up the bio card for you, but I can tell you, John, hailing from Seattle, Washington, qualified for this race by running Hardrock. So you got that going for him. Out here making sure he
Nice work, John.
gets the true hard rocker designation. A thing I'm assuming he already has because he has 3 finishes previously. And here comes his 4th, 37 hours, 34 minutes. Give it up for John Robinson.
Congrats. Nice work.
Welcome back, John. Everybody, John Robinson.
John finished this race in 2021, going the same direction. 2016 going the opposite direction, and 2013 going this direction. So 3 times counterclockwise, 1 time clockwise, 4 times amazing with this finish here at the 2023 Hardrock 100 Endurance Run. And we're back at the river crossing. We just saw Ben Wyrick cross this just moments ago. We shouldn't see anybody else cross here for probably another 6 to 10 minutes at best. Going to be Horatio Amore and Paul Doyle. They're going to be, or should be, the next individuals hitting this river crossing. Horatio coming all the way from Argentina, and Paul Doyle coming all the way from the Springs, Colorado Springs, Colorado, home of the U.S. Olympic Training Facility.
United States Air Force Academy, NORAD, a lot of cool things going on.
Space Force, can't forget.
Space Force.
And a sweet view of Pikes Peak.
Manitou Incline.
They also have a sky zone that I have almost died in a couple of times because
We're having a bug problem.
yeah, I took it out. Yeah, okay, so I've been talking about this bounce house outside for the kids, and I was like, I in my head, in my heart, I wanted to hop in, but I also remember we're at 9,300 feet. Colorado Springs, about 6,000 feet or so. I'm hanging out at a trampoline park in the summer. It's not a good look. It was rough goes for me. Almost died. Got little kids beating me up, not just from the dodgeball, but just because I was
We got
heavily haggard. So
Peter Maximo saying hey. Good to see him. He's from the Springs. We got
he is
local representation.
Yeah, Springs local, and technically ATRA, the American Trail Running Association, is headquartered officially in Colorado Springs, which he oftentimes is supporting.
Nancy Hobbs, chairperson and creator of the American Trail Running Association. I actually just joined the board myself.
Nice.
Super excited to be on the board of ATRA. They're doing great things. Another big media outlet. And have the biggest race calendar, I believe, that exists, at least in the U.S., for U.S. events and races. And, they're great.
So what are your plans with that, Corinne? How are you going to shake it up?
Well, I think that right now I'm in the learning phase of just wanting to understand the overall intentions. It's a nonprofit that, helps put on the World Mountain Trail Championships or send our U.S. teams over there. A big focus this year is around youth in sports and youth in trail running. And they have an under 18 and a 20 to 29, teams. So we're trying to grow some next generation amazing trail and ultra runners.
build the media and the the marketing side of things, of course. But yeah, keep up with outlets like Run Steep Get High, Aravaipa, Free Trail, in modernizing and making sure. But I think a big focus is really supporting those world teams.
Yep.
Deciding what the qualifying races are going to be, who we're going to send, and then making sure they're prepared. We fund their trips. So we had a number of unsponsored runners go run Worlds this year, and it's all paid for by ATRA. So there's a lot of work going on, but as I learn more, hopefully we'll be able to shape it a little bit.
Absolutely, and developing the sport not just at the ultra distance, but also those sub ultra distances as well. Obviously, we had on the Worlds team, we had the vertical and the up down. You got the Sunapee Scramble hosted those qualifying races this year, which I took part in. Again, I'm not a great mountain runner, so that was fun. And we're sending a team. We sent a team to Worlds.
Yeah.
And we have a team going to NACAX, if I remember correctly, coming up in September. So the North American. Oh, this is going to.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with that one.
Corinne.
I was going to say one quick tie-in as we look at runners before I get to your question, Mal, is that the World Mountain Running Championships were steep as hell. And this is a course, and this is a terrain and a part of the world that you could train for those races in.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And NACAC, just for the record, North American, Central American, and Caribbean Athletic Association.
Okay.
So it's basically just vertically everybody over here.
Yeah.
So sorry you won't be able to well, you can hang out at NACAX, you just can't compete. But you had a question. I didn't want to cut you off while we're watching the river crossing here, as we should have had Paul and Horatio coming on through here. You got two into the GPS, didn't you? Oh, that's because they pinged 20 plus minutes ago, so I'm approximating. Yes, you're currently looking at the GPS tracker. You're like, what do you mean people cross the river? I don't see any names near the river. That's why I got to click on folks' names and see how long ago their tracker updated. And if you're like, I have no idea what you're talking about, in the chat at the top is a pinned link. Go ahead and click that. Boom, GPS tracker, where you can follow any runner on course as they traverse their way on down to Silverton. But again, Paul Doyle and Horatio Amore should have been, well, we saw them just cross through the river, and then next through should be Gavin McKenzie and Adelardo Solis. Yeah. Adelardo coming from San Jose, California, Bay Area represent, and Gavin coming to us from Arvada, Colorado.
Getting it done before the sun sets. They'd be pretty happy about that, I reckon.
I mean, yeah, that's got to be a good mental goal, right? At this point, you're like, I know I am closing in on the finish. Can I beat sundown?
Roll right into that happy hour. So, Corinne, I had a question, yeah. Well, I didn't have a question. I had something to tell you. So, remember the gentleman I was telling you
had
about?
what? You got it closer.
Well, remember the gentleman... Oh, baby kisses. Look at this. It's a happy moment. So, the gentleman I was telling you about from Telluride, Jack, the aid station gentleman, he goes to a college not far away, and they were calling it West, I think?
Western.
And they are one of the only colleges in America that has like a fully funded trail running program.
Yeah.
And along with a lot of other mountain sports, I think like mountain biking's in there.
Yeah.
Some sort of skiing. There's so many types of skiing. And that's what an incredible program to add to the goal of what you were talking about previously with Atra in terms of growing the sport and developing the youth. Yeah, I was blown away that he's a part of that.
It's awesome, and it's in Gunnison, Colorado.
Yep.
One of the coolest towns in the state of Colorado. High altitude, great for just great for training and for trails. So, shout out to Western State. I almost went there for school. Almost went to Adams as well, but decided to go up to the University of Denver because I was tired of being in a cold, tiny mountain town.
DU represent. Go Pios.
DU, woo!
We could probably ask Peter Mascamo to get up here and have a chat about Atra. Pete, you want to jump up on the couch, mate? Grab yourself a floater and join the party.
Got an extra mic.
Come on up here, man. Go around the... Whoa.
There's some stairs over here.
Make your life a little easier.
Yeah.
Yes, we have a special guest.
Yes, Pete.
And while he gets set up, we were talking about racing daylight. The sunset officially 2033, 8:33 p.m. for those not using military time. Last light 21:03, so civil twilight. Nautical twilight ends at 21:40. Astronomical twilight ends at 22:22. Moonrise at 3:33 a.m.
Moon rising at 3:33 a.m.
So that's just what folks are looking forward to tonight.
What astrological shift are we moving into with the new moon?
Waxing.
Love it.
Total guess.
Maybe Pete will know more about that.
Do you know about the moon and its effect on...
Are we moving into a waxing part of the moon in terms of... I think Corinne actually told us before that it was a new moon last night. Think so. Close.
So we're waning then.
Oh,
we're waning.
Very good.
I tried to Google it, but it's all twilight.
Okay.
So that's a bummer.
I learned in Hardrock trivia, that there's 8 phases of the moon.
8. And okay, nice. And would the new moon be one phase of that 8?
I would guess so.
Okay, sweet. I believe it might be Capricorn season, so that's a thing.
I think we should welcome our guest, Peter Maximo.
Sorry, Pete.
Capricorn is in December.
We invited you into this conversation. Pardon, what was that?
Capricorn. My brother's a Capricorn, so it starts
Good
December 20th to January 15th, something like that.
He must be a great brother.
He is, yeah.
Yeah. Capricorns are good people.
Just for the record, for whatever reason, Cancer. We are currently in the sign of Cancer.
What are you, Peter?
I'm a Sagittarius.
Okay.
So early December.
Okay. I don't
Late
know much
November,
about that.
mid-December.
Sign.
This is
This isn't why we brought you up.
But this is Peter Maximo.
This is
welcome,
Peter.
welcome to the
Thank
live
you.
stream.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. All the fans out there.
So we were bigging up Atra and all the great things that the American Trail Running Association are doing. Obviously, it's been a spectacular year plus for American distance running. What's it been like to sort of see it take shape, have a couple world teams that have performed particularly well, and then you come to, I was going to say almost your garden variety ultra here in the States, and how does that energy level compare to the energy level at Worlds compared to what you're seeing here in Silverton and around the Hardrock course?
Yeah, I think since the conglomeration of all of the short distance, vertical, long trail, short trail, it's more like the Olympic Games of trail running and ultra running, whereas before they were all split up, they were all in different locations, they were different parts of the world. So I feel like when you have everything together, it feels like the Olympic Games. There's more energy. There was something like 63 countries represented in Innsbruck, Austria. So to me, growing up, being a shorter distance, more classic, sub-ultra trail runner, I feel like that's exciting. Whereas ultra running it's exciting, but you have a longer time to cover it. You can speak for 48 hours, which you guys are probably tired of. But
man, we've got lots to get. We've got content. We have got
yeah.
content. Bro.
Oh yeah.
Don't worry about that.
I think the fact that we're now live streaming the shorter distances, which is more difficult because longer distances you have time, you can pre-record and then play it live when you have access to the internet. The short distance is more difficult because you have to have fast people for one, you have to have bicycles, you have to have drones. People are running much faster. So I think when we actually get to see that on a screen, it's exciting. It's like the 100 meter versus 10,000 on the track.
Yeah, I think it's also exciting because it gives people who don't know that much about trail running the opportunity to see that there are so many unique disciplines in the sport. And as it becomes more and more competitive, people are specializing, and you may see some any distance, any surface people still racing all over the place, but it just becomes more of a, this is somebody who's really good at running 100 miles in the mountains, totally different than running 100 miles flat, totally different than running a vertical kilometer and being potentially anaerobic the entire time for 40 minutes straight up a mountain. And they're all fascinating, and there's room for all of them, and it just gives people an opportunity to see you can get into the sport in a shorter distance, you can just go run a local trail race, you can build up to longer distance, or you don't have to. And you can find that your niche is something shorter and totally enjoy that.
Yeah, I definitely feel like people that are coming into the sport should try a short race first. Try a trail 5K, trail 10K. The 100-milers they're very alluring because there's been a lot of publicity and just content on them. And I don't think that it's not easy. People should not jump into that. If you ask anyone here today, everyone's saying this is the hardest race they've ever done. So you could build up to it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and it's a sport that lends itself to that. You know, I started running shorter distances, and I did that for 4 or 5 years. Once I, got back into running after school, and racing those distances was like training for getting ready to run a 50-mile or a 50K or a 100K, but you don't have to do that in the first couple of years. You can take your time, you can jump in, or you can just build, and it's something that, as we've seen here, 40 to 49-year-old, 50 to 50-year-olds, if you get into the longer stuff eventually, that's where you're going to be able to see some longevity. But that speed also plays into you being able to perform well in these long distances, and you can figure that out by running that short stuff. So it's awesome.
I guess I'll ask the question that I'm sure folks and who like content all have on their mind. What's it like to be bouncing from aid station to aid station all around this course, trying to capture the magic of Hardrock? Because you have that lens, and we've seen you sort of in aid station cameras, like trying to get the shot. But what's that pressure like for you to capture the moment and really capture the essence of what's happening out there on course?
Yeah, I'm trying to channel my inner Howie Stern. I've noticed that he's like getting in people's faces and getting the shots, and then you see his images and their emotion and anger and anguish and suffering and then happiness as well. So jumping around it's fun, but it's exhausting. And being someone who wants to cover both the men and the women equally, I think it's...
Thank you for doing that, by the way.
Yeah, it's almost like you need two different teams just because of, well, not anymore with Courtney because she's up with the top men. But Western States is a good example. It's a point-to-point, so you're jumping from aid station to aid station. You'll get the first 5 men. You may get 1 woman in there. You want to capture at least the top 3 women, maybe more. So I feel like we need to change that dynamic of maybe focusing on the women as well, having a crew that just focuses on women.
I think one thing that I always remember in a conversation similar to this, a long time ago was we've got something like Hardrock, and Hardrock is very difficult to cover in live stream, as everyone behind the scenes has experienced in the last 38 hours, plus the weeks that lead up to it. And this movement towards wanting to get trail running into the Olympics and needing to be able to fabricate it into a situation that plays into the spectator realm of content and advertisement and sponsorship and et cetera, and the Olympic format, and this like fear of needing to like really change trail running to fit into a certain box, as opposed to leaving it really natural and organic and a little bit more like allowing, say, like the natural terrain to dictate what a course should look like or whatnot. And yeah, just the concern around, if you were to go to Beijing and you had to put on a trail running circuit, and it needed to be just a 5K loop, so it could be filmed and captured for a spectator audience, similar to, say, like, I guess, like the marathon. So yeah, it's like this. It's like, well, hang on a second, this is great. Like, we're moving in this direction of content and coverage and the Olympics or whatnot. Say that's the highest goal, but like, well, we can't forget that that's not really where trail running began and what it's all about, And I think that we really need to make sure that we have people that are aware of those two situations when we progress the sport, or we just do it and then it blows out to have huge extremes. And the Olympics would be, considered a very different event in some regards to, say, like this being trail running. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think we both saw it in Austria with the classic distance being 40% tarmac. So it became a road race, and there was 2 loops.
Yep.
And it was fast.
Yeah.
And you get the people who can run sub 4 miles, running sub 4 miles on some of those tarmac downhills.
Yeah. And there was a Swiss gentleman that banged his head on a road sign, split his head open.
Wow.
Because it was on the streets. And he dropped out. Anyway, side note.
And they created a pseudo trail kind of in the middle of
it. Was a real trail, but the start and end point was in the center of Innsbruck.
Mm-hmm.
So they had to get a mile to the trail.
Yeah.
Which I see the spectator part of it.
Right.
And it was live feed. It was televised.
Was the classic the one that had like the kind of like obstacles that they had built into the chute though within the town? So on the pavement there was like they added some rocks and some.
That was called a city trail.
Okay.
And at first, a lot of people thought, I don't know about this. Someone's gonna break their ankle, and it's something they shouldn't have added. But it grew on me. Okay. It was good for someone who's not into trail running to see it right in town. They didn't have to climb a mountain, and it was rocks and roots and logs and water. Just hoping that no one twisted their ankle right there at that spot. So I thought it was a cool application.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not terribly different than what we see in cross-country running, right? We saw Worlds down in Australia this year, and they had that whole area where it was like the tires and the hay bales and the chicanes, they keep coming up, where they had to like go up this hill and be snaking back and forth. And, we've had it domestically here, and I guess in the UK as well, hay bales being thrown out, tires being thrown out, constructed hills that weren't particularly long, but just like punchy to break it up. So it's novel, and it's a way to add that little spectator element that's not complete. I mean, it's contrived, but it's not completely unreasonable. So it'll be interesting to see if that sort of thing takes off as we try to sort of bring trail and just off-road running to more individuals. Also, just really quickly, Paul Doyle smashing this last section and has really surged past Ben Wyrick and should be just about a half mile away from the finish. So
Paul Doyle, local Colorado Springs guy.
That's what we hyped you up. That's how we pretty much dragged you
Tell
on
us
up
more
here.
about Colorado Springs, Peter.
So we've been saying
Peter
all
lives in
day.
the Springs.
Pete. Do you reckon it's good? Do you reckon it'd be a good
Opening
place
my
to go on
Flota.
holiday?
Yeah, have you had a Flota?
I have had Flota for the first time yesterday.
Yeah.
Saw it has a Versteeg on it. There's real pieces of Versteeg's hair in here. Do you know that?
Are they caffeinated?
Yeah, look at his hair. It's probably more than caffeinated. You don't know what's in those follicles.
So, as you go ahead, take a drink. But Peter, why? What are you doing out here? You just love Hardrock? Are you working? Are you tell us what you're?
Yeah, I'm covering the race for the American Trail Running Association. We're a nonprofit based in Colorado Springs, and we're helping U.S. athletes get to World Championships. And we write articles. We have a lot of the biggest online race calendar, trail race calendar at trailrunner.com, so check it out. I'm covering the race for them. Trail Runner magazine asked for some content, so doing that. I wanted to come see Mael and Skylar, and you, of course. I didn't know you were going to be here, but it's great to see you.
Great to see you too. We're like neighbors. We're like 45 minutes apart from each other.
And you're now on the ATRA board.
Correct.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I didn't know until very recently that I can join the weekly call, so I'll be on a lot more of those. I had no idea that was an option, or else I would have jumped in right away. But yeah, it's been awesome. I'm super excited. Love Nancy.
So Corinne's going to be bringing us all the scoops on future live streams. So glad to have you in the fold. And Peter, I love you, buddy. Thanks for being here. Are you going to hang out for a little bit? I don't know.
It's really hot under these lights, so I'm just taking this jacket off.
They make you look so good. They bring the look.
Well, I had to wear sunglasses earlier because my eyes were just so beat from having been under lights and then staring at headlights, driving, and it was just...
It's also very dry.
Yes.
And we're at 9,000 feet, and the sun is intense when you're outside. So
You need some Flota.
So it shall be done.
Solves many problems.
And a person who does not need Flota, but we're going to offer it to anyway. Paul Doyle should be coming on down that hill, or he's about to make the right-hand turn down the hill. So we're getting the static cam up there for the finish, and that's going to be tracking all of our runners throughout the night. So even though we may not be sitting here, you can sit at home and watch your runner kiss the rock. I'm going to go check on that camera. I'm going to go chug 1.5 Flotas. I might shotgun one just for fun. But y'all keep talking amongst yourselves.
Tell us more about Colorado Springs. We were talking about it, and I'm sure I didn't do it as much justice. Have you been there your whole life?
No, I've been in Manitou Springs the last 14 years.
I didn't realize you were in Manitou, not Colorado Springs, but another amazing place. Manitou is so cool.
It's one of the best trail running communities I've ever experienced, and I've lived in quite a few places that have great trail running.
Yeah, I think. There's just, a plethora of trails around that area, but there's also, just a lot of culture. And, of course, we mentioned the Air Force Academy and some of the big establishments that are down there, but Cheyenne Mountain, there's so many different trails to run in the Springs area. And, as you're saying, it's a growing community, especially in Manitou. People like Hannah Allgood is there now. Rachel Lemke is there, and following along, I'm like trying to pick out all these different new routes to go run, and it's just it's an amazing place, and not too overcrowded yet, maybe, I don't know. So Manitou, shout out to Manitou.
Yeah, it's some of the best trail running in the world. That's a sort of a hidden gem. Everyone thinks Boulder has the best trails. Then come down to Colorado Springs and you do a run with Alex Nichols or Joe Gray, and got some pretty fantastic trails there. And you can get 7,800 vertical feet of gain in a matter of 12 miles on Pikes Peak. You can get 3,500 feet of gain in 3.5 miles on Cameron Cone. So those are all like in the skyline.
I think I want to make the argument that Rampart Range Road is maybe Hot take, better than Magnolia Road in Boulder. I don't know.
It's pretty consistent, 6% for 16, 18 miles.
Yeah. We created an FKT Rampart Range where we'll go for 58-ish miles, all the way to ending in Garden of the Gods, and it's at altitude. It's rolling. It's actually a road that was built to provide jobs to individuals during the Depression when there was no work.
I think this is,
sorry
to interrupt, guys, but I think this is Paul Doyle.
There's Paul Doyle.
Steaming home.
It's his dog.
Loving it, Paul. Look at that for a finish. Just...
It's going to run right through that rock.
Nothing to waste.
Don't kiss it,
Paul.
headbutt it.
Yeah, buddy. Unreal.
So we at 38 hours, 4 minutes, and about 48 seconds.
Yeah, 38 hours and 4 minutes.
Oh, Doyle rules.
Doyle rules. Man, and Skylar was right. He absolutely sent it on that last couple of miles from the river. He just, you saw him finishing then. I think he was moving at that same capacity for the last few Ks. Pretty epic after running 100 miles and running for 38 hours.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with the people that are sprinting in.
Yeah.
To do that after 33,000 feet of gain.
Yeah, just
somewhere
over
along those lines. And going through creeks and descending 40-45% grades and ascending. It's impressive. So everyone out here, there's a lot of hype about the leaders, but anyone who's doing that is pretty putting their body through a lot and doing some spectacular things. They should be very proud of themselves.
And they're out there for 10, 12, 15 hours longer than some of the front runners. And so just the mental perseverance to keep going and moving forward is, it's insane. It's just very impressive, very admirable, and I think that it's what people love about these sports is seeing that everyone's overcoming and going through so much, and it's a journey, but they're making it to the finish line, and it should be celebrated for everyone.
And I will say that the people that are finishing the golden hour, Western States, and here, it's probably the most inspiring hour during the day. I mean, the winners are amazing and they're exciting to watch, but if you want to really be inspired, watch that last hour. People are pouring their heart into it. They're probably in a lot of pain. Some, as we saw at Western States, we had someone that made it by 21 seconds, 22 seconds, and then we had someone who missed it by about 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes.
And was running like as hard as they could to the finish.
Well, the latter was he was hunched over. I believe his name is Ash Bartholomew, Lucy Bartholomew's father, who's been third at Western. And your body does some strange things, but you can push it. He was hunched over for quite a few miles of the later stages of the race. And he came in just double over, but still moving.
Yeah, it was incredible.
And still moving even though he's over 30 hours.
Yeah.
Which was very humbling to see.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but when that alarm goes off tomorrow morning at about 4:30 local time to make sure we get over here and watch that golden hour, it's probably a pretty easy decision to get out into the cold and come and check that out, because as you said, mate, you want some inspiration, far out, come and check golden hour out and the streets of Silverton on Hardrock weekend.
Yeah, and these are people that do the regular training, like maybe not like the elites, but have full-time jobs and families, and somehow set their mind to finishing 100 miles through the heat and through snowfields. Yeah, it's great to see.
It is. And on that note, we have two folks that are currently battling out on their way into Silverton. We've got Horatio Amor and Ben Wyrick. Both are on the gut punch climb. Horatio might just be getting to the right-hand turn and heading down. So yeah, I think you guys saw Paul just ripping it into the finish line. I think we're going to have another series of kicks here. And as you were saying, folks with normal lives, like this is not their professional job, but they found time to train for qualifiers, to train to be here and to absolutely have a phenomenal day and slide in here just over the 38-hour mark. And then tomorrow, we're going to see just so much emotion, I'm sure, over the last golden hour. So super stoked to be able to bring it to folks online for the first time ever here for the Hardrock 100 endurance run. And even though we are going to be getting out of here in the studio momentarily, you will be able to stay locked in to the Run Steep Get High YouTube channel and see all the runners finishing throughout the evening, overnight, and until we reach that golden hour and come back and try to walk you through it for the next 9 hours and 49 minutes and 30 seconds.
What I'm seeing the most of here, Horatio Amor from Argentina, I believe. He's getting so many shout outs in the chat. I reckon we could almost blow up this YouTube chat if everyone who loves Horatio just gets on the chat right now, gives him a shout out, because he's going to be rampaging through the streets of Silverton anytime now.
Do we have
so
the other...
we could probably blow this chat up.
The static can't. We should have a few.
Oh, we're coming.
Because the Argentinians.
If there's a race, we need to see it. There, okay.
There we go.
Okay, perfect. So we
Is
have
that
a
Jam
finish
Jam out
line
there?
camp. Jam's trying to get it set up out there. I just called him Jam.
2 jams. Double jam.
And I'm going through. I don't think we've had anybody from Argentina finish this direction, at least since 2000. So.
How many countries do we have represented? Do we know? 11?
Yeah, we had some stats on the lottery.
We have someone from another planet represented, Courtney DeWalter. She ran probably the most impressive double in ultra running history,
Absolutely.
breaking both Western States record and Hardrock 100.
She broke the Western States record by 77 minutes.
Yeah.
A record that had stood for a decade, Ellie Greenwood. And then turning around and starting here. Did you see the finish?
Yes.
Did you see the finish?
I did.
Was it different when I watched it on the live stream? Well, I watched the replay of it because I think I was trying to get some sleep. But it looked a little different than all of her finishes in that it almost looked a little bit more profound, and it should be because of what she just accomplished. But what was it like just seeing it live?
I do say that I've rarely seen Courtney suffer, and she did look like this race took a toll on her. And I think it took a toll on everyone. There was a lot of people saying this is the hardest thing I've ever done because it was hotter this year at Hardrock. Hotter than it has, going to lower altitudes in Yuray. Got really spicy there.
Yeah, and I think if you combine that heat with the altitude and the necessity that every runner needs to take on calories, it's just like, we call it a double whammy. Yeah, it's a pretty good term. You might have to put that in the ultra running dictionary. A double whammy of bad things. So, yeah, it could have, like that heat mixed with the altitude, if you're like really not accustomed to those two conditions, it would have thrown up some real challenges for a lot of people.
I can hear the noise just while we're touching on it, it sounds like Horatio is a block or so away.
Okay, so we'll try to get to that finish cam. 11 foreign countries were represented in the starting field this year.
Argentina being one of them.
What's that?
Argentina. Yeah, being one of them.
Yeah. We know there's a gentleman from Panama out there who I ran a little bit with last night who said he'd be the first Panamanian to kiss the rock if he finishes, which
very nice.
Very special to be the first of your country to ever finish Hardrock.
Yeah, Jose Orliak.
How's Jose doing?
He's crushing it right now. He is currently at 83.5 miles down. So
here we go. Got a bit of shouting from the finish line behind us.
And we can see.
I reckon this is Horatio Amor. Horatio.
Wow, he picked up a child along the way. The one thing I've noticed, there's a lot of families finishing together, which is cool to see.
Yeah.
A lot of young kids that get to experience the kiss on the rock. Looks like the lights are coming on because it's, even though it's, I guess it is pretty late, but the mountains are so steep around here that the sun disappears behind it, and all of a sudden it drops 15 degrees immediately.
Looks like a happy Hardrocker right there.
It's a picture in 20 years that little dude will look back on and be like, whoa, I was at the Hardrock finish line with my dad.
Yeah, he said in his pre-race survey that Hardrock's like a big dream because it is such a great challenge. And so to meet the challenge head on and beat the sunset, just a huge win. So congrats to Horatio.
Yeah, and it does look like it's a family affair. I'm assuming training that long. No, I know training that long, it can take a toll on your personal life. And so you have to have someone to watch the children, or when you need to go and run for 5 hours on Sunday. And you can't walk after something like Hardrock. You need someone to wheel you around.
He picked up a kid. He'll be fine. And Ben Wyrick is in the closing stages as well. Should be pretty much hitting the dirt road that you then take the left-hander off that. He's less than a quarter mile out. That's what I'm saying.
Couple of sharp right hand, left hand bends there.
He's got one left and one right, and he is squared up.
He's kissing that rock.
It's almost like the Boston Marathon. Left on Boylston.
Yeah, I mean it's not really like the Boston Marathon. I'm just gonna disagree with you there.
Same.
Coming into town, though.
There's some downhill and some uphill.
We just tend to do this with races in general. Like Cocodone was like, all right, you go past the hospital and you take a left on this, and you take a right on that. We're just teaching the people the courses. Well,
Directionally, it's like the Boston Marathon. You take a left and a right.
Oh, really?
So many more heartbreak hills in Hardrock. many more.
Heartbreak mountains.
Yes.
Heartbreak 14ers. Well, one 14.
114er, 2 13ers.
Yeah.
Is Handy's a 13er?
I mean, but what did we say? You're between 11. Well, the average elevation is 11,000.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're above 12,000 feet for many miles.
Way too
many
long.
miles. So.
Yeah.
It's Handy's is a 14er. That's the 114er on the course. Outside of that, yeah, we probably need someone to look that up.
outside of that.
That's precious.
Outside of that, we
Kroger's-
probably
Kroger's
need
is
someone to
like-
look that up.
Kroger's is
but
like 13.
Let me do
just,
that.
just over 13.
And then
I got this, Skylar.
Grant Swamp.
You're doing your own. All
Let me
right.
show you how to do this.
Nails finding.
Grant Swap Pass is pretty spectacular. I think that's 12 plus.
I've heard
12.5.
multiple people say that that's their favorite part of the course who have run it before.
Yeah, and I didn't go up this year, but last year I went up and the wildflowers were amazing.
I bet they're amazing this year with all the water too. I mean, it's gotta
It's
be.
a lot of water. A lot of active water on during the race too.
Mm-hmm. Yep, fast moving water for sure.
I wonder how the river crossings compare to previous years.
I bet they're real high. I mean, and I don't know. I would guess this is one of the, because even these little streams have become not little streams anymore. So yeah, I think this was an unprecedented year for the water. The snow, a lot of it did melt leading up to the race. Not everything, of course, but we did get lucky with a couple weeks of pretty warm temperatures and no more precipitation. And then a lot of hard work in some of the treacherous areas, you know, the volunteers making those safe and building or digging trenches and such. So, yeah.
Yeah, as of, I think 2 days before the race, I saw someone shoveling a snow path up high.
Yep.
Here we've got our next finisher coming in.
Coming at you from Mount Sydney, Virginia.
Ben Wyrick.
East Coast, Virginia. Not East Coast, but Eastern.
Benny
US.
Wyrick.
Virginia's for lovers.
He's getting some content.
Oh, there you go. He's loving the
Kissing
rock.
that rock.
38 hours, 20 minutes.
Yeah, Ben.
Not a bad way to
Congratulations,
spend
man.
a day and a half.
Not at all. Probably got off work.
Cute pup.
Oh, the dog's kissing.
The dog's
him
gonna
now.
kiss it too. Might as well. He probably got some miles in.
I was sort of kidding, but sort of not.
And while Ben is getting the much deserved photos at the finish line, we got 4 more runners that are on this side of the river. Next up should be Gavin McKenzie. He's currently on that much talked about gut punch of a road climb. Adelaide Solis is behind him by about a kilometer. And then just behind Adelaide would be Jacob Galzinski and Julian Vicente. So those are our 4 next finishers anticipated into the shoot here at the Silverton Gym of the Hardrock 100 endurance run. And we got 2 more runners just on the other side of the river from them, Robert Harum and Daniel Benamo. I'm sorry for most certainly butchering that. But he's from Littleton, so it's all G. Just getting a lot of miles in around the reservoir.
Do we know the number of starters versus currently running?
They're currently on course?
Yeah, what the attrition rate was.
That is a fair question. Let's.
What are you doing?
Yeah, 146 started, and as of this point, let me go back to the combined results. We have had
22?
Yes, 22 have been either pulled or dropped officially.
Okay.
And Skylar, you were saying that the next cutoff point is coming up?
Is in 22 minutes.
8:45?
Yes, 8:45. Next cutoff will be at the Chapman Aid Station. I've said a lot of things today, so let me make sure I'm remembering the correct information. Yes, 8:45 at the Chapman Aid Station. And according to the GPS tracker, we had like 9 folks hanging out there earlier, about a little less than an hour ago. And so, going back on course, looking at the Snail, we still have 4 runners on course that have pinged recently behind the Snail. Matt Anderson and Jocelyn Briggs are still 2.5 miles out from Chapman. And again, this is a brutal climb, so it's not looking great in terms of the two of them making the cutoff. Mike Smith and Larry Huffman are about 80.5 miles. And that aid station, at least according to the tracker, is sitting at about 80.7. So they basically have to go three-quarters of a mile in the next 21 minutes, and then leave that aid station in that same amount of time. Meanwhile, we still have. Let's check it out. As far as I can zoom in, 1, 2, 3, 7 runners that are currently pinged in the Chapman aid station. One of which has been there for over an hour. So Tom Ralph, not sure if he's taking a nap or it's just been a very long time since his GPS tracker has pinged. And everybody else has pinged, other than Betsy Kallmeyer, within the last 8 or so minutes. So a lot of folks still in that Chapman aid station, and they need to make a move here in the next 20 minutes. Otherwise, they're going to be timed out of their Hardrock journey. So the race against the Snail is on. If you're following along in the GPS tracker, just go ahead and basically zoom in on Chapman, because that's where all eyes are going to be for that right now with the hard cutoff. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, in the chat at the top of it, there's a pinned message with a link to that GPS tracker where you can track all of our 123 remaining runners on course or that have already finished. Go ahead and type in a name or a bib number, and you'll be able to follow them along for the remaining 9 hours, 34 minutes.
How many seconds?
I don't know. It's actually 33 minutes and 35 seconds. I'm calling it there. Yep. Hit the link, track who you want to track. TLDR. There you go. This is stressful. Okay, Larry Huffman just pinged 18 seconds ago, literally just ahead of the Snail. Legit, like it's in. Give me what I need. I got to get going. This is going to be lights out. And they still got to climb out of here. Like, this isn't all downhill from this aid station by any stretch. So
it's from what we know, from everyone's opinion, it sounds like the worst climb of the whole race, going up to Grand Swamp Pass. Everyone's saying it is just, it's just absolutely brutal this year.
Just the big snow field.
Yeah, I think the snow's a factor, absolutely, and yeah, I think in general it's just absolutely gnarly. Like, it's steep and it's just unrelenting. So yeah, everyone's just been very unappreciative of it. Let's just put it that way. And don't forget, so Dylan Bowman had a 2.5 hour sleep at that Chapman aid station. So, imagine if you were feeling that way and you came into that aid station and you're like, I need to sleep for 2.5 hours. And then they said, you've got 2 minutes to get out of here. You better get on your horse.
Yeah, I mean, walk 100 meters up the trail and sleep on the side of the trail and hope that you can get up and power hike like the front end of the race to catch up to the Snail again. Like, it's brutal.
So what I want to know, is there a physical snail? Someone dressed like a snail?
Look, this does bring up an interesting thing
animation.
We can add to the live stream for next year. Let's put it in the bin. Put it in the bin for next year. Ideas. Have a true 48-hour sweep snail.
Yeah, there's a suggestion box right there in front of you, Pete. Just
I see Scott Jurek and Kyle Skaggs that put in suggestions. Diana Finkel 4 times. Darcy, who's still out there.
Oh, man.
Darcy is, yes. Last we checked, she was still out there.
Yes.
Still rocking.
2012, 2013, 2014 champion.
Just want to say real quick, in the low box, we do have eyes on the finish line because Gavin McKenzie should be rolling in here. Uncle Dale is yelling behind us to make sure folks are out there with the full-throated cheers that this man deserves.
There's a question in the chat saying, can we update people on the back of the pack runners?
Just try to a little bit.
Is our boy here?
Indeed. So that is a 38-hour and 29-minute finish for Gavin McKenzie coming at you from Arvada, Colorado. A Green Bay Packers fan, if that means anything to anyone. The offseason might not have gone as well as he hoped for, but it seems like today went just well enough for him to get through and absolutely crush it around the San Juan Mountains. You were asking about Darcy Pecue, one of the last folks to get in off the wait list this week. She is at 92 miles into the race, which means she's basically a little under a mile from the Putnam aid station. So Darcy actually is just cresting that pass and working her way down to the Putnam aid station. So the last time she has to go over 12,000 feet is behind her, and now she gets to work her way the 3,000 feet down to Silverton.
It's a big descent.
It's a big descent. Gavin was there. Gavin's on screen right now, scraping in just under 38 and a half hours. Look at him there. That's his boy, Mike Ambrose, right there. Mike's been chatting about Gavin for the last few weeks. Pretty stoked to see him get over the line, I'm sure. Repping those normals. I think Gav would be, I mean, we've said it before, but getting through that and not having to start with a head torch into another night would be a carrot to chase. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, I think going to the second night would be really difficult.
Oh,
you're already sleep deprived, and then you've seen another cycle of the sun, and the night brings different things.
Yeah.
You have to wear a headlamp, obviously, and there's a lot of hallucinations in these longer races. So I'm assuming at night they'd be intensified.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And while we're looking down at the finish line, this is the cam that's going to be coming at you all night. So even when we're not here, you'll be able to tap in and see all of your favorite runners finishing, and even runners you don't know, because that's the hype train that the Hardrock 100 brings out. Updating on the race against the Snail. Out of the Chapman aid station, Vince Molosky, Brian Jennings, Gregory Trapp, all clear, all moving forward. Larry Huffman into Chapman.
Go Larry.
Betsy Kallmeyer out of Chapman.
Nice, Betsy. We love you.
Way to go, Betsy. Oh, my God. You're not listening to this, but we're sending.
Let's get it, Betsy. Collective universal thought is a good thing. Jeff was actually telling us about that yesterday. The power of collective thought. So we're sending that to Betsy right now.
Yes, we are.
So we've got 11 minutes and 30 seconds or so for Larry Huffman to clear the Chapman aid station. He's in there currently, so he's got time to get what he needs and make sure he has what he needs. But he does need to start walking here in 11 minutes. And Alan Smith has not pinged in the last 24 minutes. So he may be in that same group of the Brian Jennings, Greg Trapp, Vince Molosky sort of broom wagon, autobus, sort of however you want to term it. But they got a little triumvirate going. He might be a part of that, making it a quartet, moving out of Chapman. And then behind the Snail currently, Mike Smith pinged 6 minutes ago, and he was about 0.4 miles out of the aid station, so doable. And further back on the climb, and with pretty recent pings, are probably going to be pulled when they get to this aid station are Jocelyn Briggs and Matt Anderson. So obviously, this is me conjecturing. I'm not out there at the aid station to pull folks, but based on the most recent GPS activity, that is the tail of the Snail.
So, hold on, sorry. I'm not supposed to be on air still, so people are calling me. So is it true that the Chapman aid station is the last cutoff before then?
Good question.
Then the cutoff becomes 48 hours to get to the rock?
One more cutoff
Okay, there's one more.
at KT.
Okay.
At 12:45 a.m.
Okay.
And KT being mile 91. So if they clear that at 12:45, that gives them 5 hours and 15 minutes to go the last 11 and a half miles, climb one last 2,500 foot ascent, and then bomb down the 3,000 feet to Silverton. So not an easy grind once you get to KT, but but as we're seeing folks group up and work together, and so hopefully they can keep that same energy.
So cool. That's the beauty of this, is they're going to help each other.
And these are the names that we're going to be looking at come 5 a.m. tomorrow morning as we eclipse 47 hours on the race clock and approach golden hour. So stay invested with us. We're going to be tracking them through the night, even if we're not sitting here in the studio, and bringing their finishes to you bright and early with the commentary and with the probably the whole township of Silverton out there trying to root these folks in. So join us, and if you're like, hey, how do I ensure that I'm tapped into that stream? Hit that subscribe button below on the Run Steep Get High channel and hit the little bell notification. It'll give you a nice little ding when that stream flips on officially, and you'll be able to join us with your coffee or beverage of choice as we root for all of these runners to complete their 102.5-mile journey through the San Juans.
Big journey.
Are we going to have any commentators overnight, or are we going to just go to static cam?
I believe we're going to static cam for the bulk of it. Yes, we're gonna start a new stream. Stream number 7 will be our static cam stream. So if you're in this and you're watching this currently, one, thank you. Y'all have been awesome. And thank you for bringing the energy for the last 38 and a half hours. And let's keep it moving for the next 9 hours and 22 minutes. And then 2, this should automatically push you over to the new stream. But if it doesn't, again, the Run Steep Get High YouTube channel is where you want to stay locked into. So hit that subscribe button, get the notification. It'll be great. Otherwise, we are out of here. Thank you so much for joining us on behalf of Corinne, Peter, just coming in as a guest host for like the last hour, totally unnecessary.
Yeah, it was fun. Thanks for having me.
So appreciate you, bud, and for all of us behind the scenes. Thank you. We will catch you bright and early, 5 a.m. for the golden hour coverage. Otherwise, stay locked in. 4 a.m. We're doing golden 2-hour coverage. All right, just
get more.
You get more. So plan accordingly. 4 a.m. For the golden
4 a.m. Mountain Time
2-hour race the Snail coverage, the tail of the Snail coverage, and otherwise we'll see you on stream 7 for the static cam. Have a good night, y'all.